She's good.
Madam Clerk, if you're ready, let me know, please.
All right, Vice Mayor Reese, we are ready to start the meeting.
Okay, thank you and welcome. Good morning. We've got a full house. It's so nice to see all of you here today. I'll call to order the meeting of the Reno City Council for Wednesday, May 10th, 2023. And we'll start off with the introductory items under A1 with the Pledge of Allegiance. And today we're really excited because we've got some students from Bernice Martin Matthews Elementary School here. So I'm going to ask you all to lead us in the pledge. So let's all do that together.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, students. That was very heartwarming. Appreciate you for being here and excited to have you. Bernice Matthews is a dear friend, and you go to a great school, so thanks. Welcome. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Calling roll for Wednesday, May 10th. Councilmember Breckus, absent at this time. Doer?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Here.
Taylor?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Sheevy, absent at this time. Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
We do have a few special items today before we open general public comment. So I think Mr. Pingree is going to go ahead and join us at the podium for the reading of a proclamation.
Mr. Pingree, welcome, and it's exciting to see so many of your team here today.
Good morning. Thank you for having us today. It's an exciting day today to celebrate Building Safety Month, and we have a proclamation that's been prepared to help celebrate all of our folks that are involved in not only the Department of Development Services, but many of the others throughout the city. So I'm going to go through the formality of reading the wonderful proclamation here. The City of Reno is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and essential role of our homes, buildings, infrastructure, and they play both in everyday life when disasters strike. Our confidence in the resilience of these buildings that make up our community is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians. Building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. These modern building codes include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. Building Safety Month is sponsored by the International Code Council to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our local code officials, who assure us of safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to prosperity. It starts with you. The theme for Building Safety Month 2023 encourages us all to raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. Each year in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local and state building departments, fire prevention bureaus, and federal agencies in protecting lives and property. Now, therefore, I, Chris Pingree, on behalf of the Honorable Mayor Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, do hereby declare May 2023 as Building Safety Month in and for the City of Reno, encouraging our citizens to join the communities in participation in Building Safety Month activities.
You're here.
Thank you. I do want to give a personal shout out to all of our internal teams that work with our department. We have been just a leader in the area of the way we handle the development community and the processes that we enforce. And everybody in this room that's standing along that back wall, they're just amazing people who truly believe every day in what they do, and they work so hard to complete that mission every day. So thank you to everybody here. Happy Building and Safety Month 2023. One more, I do want to introduce our building official, our building and safety manager, Bob Flores. He does have some words he wants to share as well, so thank you.
Bob, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, City of Reno Council members. The City of Reno Building and Safety Division is made up of some of the most dedicated professionals in the industry. Not only are they the most dedicated professionals, together they make up some of the most certified building department in the nation. We have over 300 certified ICC members standing behind me. Not only that, we have over 11 ICC accredited in-house training programs that was developed by our building and safety team, which is outstanding. I mean, it takes quite an accomplishment to get that just an approval through the International Code Council, and we have it in-house. That shows the dedication and the commitment our individuals have to our community and our visitors to the City of Reno. It is my honor to work with such a great team together, alongside with fire prevention. We will continue our mission to keep our citizens safe. Thank you for this recognition and this time, City of Reno Council members.
Thank you again. Madam Clerk, I believe we're going to welcome Chief Dave Cochran. Mr. Cochran, thank you. Welcome. Good morning. Hey, before we get into your video presentation, I'll just reflect that yesterday was the City of Reno's 155th birthday. So happy birthday to the City of Reno. But you also have a special birthday to share with us today. Is that right?
We do. So today is the Reno Fire Department's 135th birthday. So we are here to recognize that. I'm very excited. Obviously that's a long and storied history. We've got a lot of shared experiences. We're going to show our annual report, which we produced in video format, which is really kind of the highlight of the show. I'd like to make a couple brief comments before we do that, kind of metaphorically looking behind me and in front of me. Behind me, see some members of the Reno Fire Department. We're over 300 strong, and we are an extremely busy department. These are the people that do the training and the emergency responses and the fire prevention and the community engagement, all the things that are so valuable to our department and to our community. Just as an example, today we are participating in a drill, an EOC drill, emergency operations drill at the Regional Training Center. Engine 3 is down supporting fire prevention training at the Atlantis. Engine 7 is at Collin Ranch Elementary School supporting National Educators Week up there. And in between all that, we're going to run 130, 140 calls today. So that's where the work is getting done. Oh, I don't want to leave out, we have 24 recruits that are out training, getting ready to hit the line in about 6 weeks. Like I said, the boots on the ground, that's where the heart of the department is. Looking forward at the people in front of me, we don't get new firefighters. We aren't able to expand and develop new programs like our single role medics, buy new fire engines, plan for a new fire station without the support of the people in front of me. And so I'm very grateful to all of you for what you do in supporting us and giving us the tools to support the city and to provide the service that we do. And we're very proud of that service. So with that, I think we're ready to play our annual report. So Mickey, if you're ready.
Thank you, Chief Cochran.
Hello, I'm Reno Fire Chief Dave Cochran. Every year, the men and women of the Reno Fire Department proudly answer the call to serve and protect our community. 2022 was a year full of determination and growth for the Reno Fire Department, and we are pleased to share some of our most impactful accomplishments. You will also hear more about an exciting addition coming soon to the biggest little city, as well as our continuing efforts to increase staffing and add stations over the coming years to enhance the safety of the citizens and visitors to Reno. I'd like to thank our Reno City Council, as well as city leadership, along with our state and federal governments, for supporting our mission to provide the best service to the citizens and visitors of Reno around the clock.
For the second year in a row, we've exceeded calls for service, with 2022 being the busiest year on record for the Reno Fire Department. Our firefighters responded to 49,604 calls for service, averaging 135 calls per day. In addition to fire calls, we responded to numerous vehicle accidents, rescue calls, and hazardous materials incidents. 2022 is also a busy year for wildfires in the western United States. The Reno Fire Department sent more than 50 personnel and equipment to over 40 incidents across 12 states from Florida to California. The Rapid Extraction Module was deployed nearly continuously throughout the summer for 3 different incidents in 3 states.
The training division completed 2 firefighter academies, one 19-week new recruit academy, and for the first time in Reno Fire Department history, an 8-week lateral firefighter academy.
This training here at the Reno Fire Academy directly mirrors what we will be doing on the line every single day and prepares us to serve our community greatly.
RFD's training division offered over 300 firefighter trainings in 2022, covering all aspects of firefighting and emergency medical services. This included monthly special teams trainings. Our hazmat team, water entry team, and urban search and rescue team are each composed of 36 firefighters with hundreds of additional training hours to ensure RFD is prepared and ready to respond to even the most complex emergencies.
From new businesses to new buildings, Reno continues to grow. In 2022, we completed over 4,300 safety inspections on existing commercial and residential properties. We reviewed 1,936 new construction plans and conducted 4,352 new construction inspections. The fire investigation team was busier this year as well. We graduated 2 new fire investigators from the police academy, and our team investigated 238 fires. Our certified fire investigation team made 13 separate arson arrests.
The Emergency Management Division works diligently with our regional partners to ensure our communities are prepared and resilient to all risks and hazards. In 2022, 13 key staff members from the City of Reno were part of 67 regional and state partners that attended the Emergency Management Institute in Emmitsburg, Maryland, to collaborate in a week-long emergency preparedness training. The week of training culminated in a full-scale earthquake and flood exercise that was specific to the City of Reno and our region. In the Health and Wellness Division, we continue to work hard on maintaining the health and safety of our team. One of the ways we do this is through our Firefighter Advanced Cancer Testing and Screening Program. I am proud to say that we recently completed our 2nd year of this program, which greatly improves our health outcomes through early detection.
With over 30,000 medical responses in 2022, the EMS division continues to expand and diversify to best meet the needs of our community.
In 2022, we launched an in-house advanced emergency medical technician program, which allows our firefighters to expand their emergency medical care knowledge and scope of practice. This program has set the foundation for the department to provide higher level of emergency care to our community.
With the support of the Reno City Council, we hired 6 single-role paramedics. This allows non-fire suppression paramedics to respond exclusively to medical calls in the city of Reno, leaving our firefighters free to respond to fires and other all-risk emergencies.
Our Reno City Council recently entered into an agreement to expand our ability to fund our EMS services through an ongoing reimbursement program with the federal government. Ultimately, this funding will help RFD use the best resources to deliver the right level of emergency care as quickly and efficiently as possible.
RFD is always improving our resources to respond to emergencies as quickly and efficiently as possible. In 2022, Makita Tool Corporation and Reno Fire established a partnership involving the standardization of power tools on all RFD apparatus, as well as in training for RFD personnel on those new tools. Looking ahead, Makita will continue to work closely with RFD to develop new and innovative tools for the Reno Fire Department and emergency operations. Finally, the Reno Fire Department took delivery of several apparatus, including a new aerial platform. This specialized apparatus will provide RFD with unique capabilities when mitigating emergency incidents, no matter the size.
It's safe to say our team reached new heights in 2022. In the year ahead, we look forward to the graduation of our current recruit academy, which we anticipate will get the department up to fully approved staffing. This is critical as the biggest little city, along with our calls for service, continues to grow. Finally, I am pleased to announce that the Reno City Council has approved the initial steps for the construction of a new central fire station, which will be located in the heart of downtown Reno. It will be at least 3 stories tall, with more than 65,000 square feet, to house 6 fire engine bays, 2 ambulance bays, administrative and fire personnel, and of course, our emergency response crews. We will deploy multiple crews from this facility to serve the busiest section of our city, along with some of our special teams resources, such as the water entry team. We anticipate opening the station in 2027. On behalf of the Reno Fire Department, I would like to extend my sincere thanks for trusting us to serve you and your loved ones. We take great pride in making Reno not just livable, but lovable.
Chief Cochran, thank you so much.
And just one quick addition, Mr. Vice Mayor, if I could add. You saw sprinkled throughout that video, and in fact, Development Services mentioned our interaction with multiple different departments throughout the city. And we take great pride in those partnerships and those working relationships we have. To put a bow on it, our crack communications team, Rebecca, Cassie, and that group put together this annual report. So we're very appreciative of them for that and for the support. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Cochran.
All right, and we do have one last special guest in the office, or in the audience, the Bernice Matthews Elementary School.
Yay, thank you again for being here. Where is our teacher today? Yay, thank you so much for all that you do. I know that teacher appreciation was, I think, last week, but we appreciate our teachers every day. We've got one of our trustees also here in the house. Our trustee is here this morning, so thank you all for being here today. Always a privilege to have young people in the chambers. Future mayors, right? We'll get a picture here of the class. Madam Clerk, we'll come back to you. Oh, we're going to welcome them forward? Yeah, that's great. We're going to have you all come forward and do a picture with the group. So let's...
And they also have a public comment to make for the city
great.
council.
Fabulous. Who is going to be leading us in the public comment? Maybe we'll start with the public comment, and then we'll come off the dais for the picture. So come on forward.
Will the whole class come up here to the microphone?
And that microphone moves. It's bendy. It's kind of wiggly like a worm. Yep, you can pull it around. It won't break it. But that you can touch it. It's okay. It'll come right down to you. Maybe come a little bit. Everybody shift a little. Oh, you're going to start us off? Yeah. Okay, great. Well, let's give a second for your classmates to join you, and then we'll get started with the public comment. Wow, y'all look so great today.
Thank you.
And smiling. Thanks for being here again. Okay, are we ready for public comment? Okay, welcome.
Hello, our names are Camila and Ziana, and we're part of Bernice Matthews Student Council. We are here to discuss some issues we've realized in our community around the school. First, we'd like to talk about bike trails. A lot of us kids really love to ride our bikes around, and for all the speeding cars, it's not really that safe. So we are wondering if we can add a lot more bike trails in the dirt and on the road. Another improvement is more cleaning. We realized it's really messy and it causes more pollution and danger to our environment. Lastly, safety. We noticed a lot of homeless people and called yellows. We would like to have more gates and safety signs. Now we will talk about the community center. Hello, my name is Laloma. I'm here to speak about some improvements on the community center. I'd like to see more cultural events and more after-school activities. Some after-school activity ideas are art, soccer, and planting activities, and more. For the cultural events, we can do more show and tell shows about cultures and food taste testing every once a month. One more thing is we would like to see more flyers advertising the activities, and now it's time for my friend Ali to speak. Hello, my name is Aliona. People call me Ali for short. I'm here to discuss our ideas about the mural.
Okay, can I film that?
We could like to see many cultures represented, and we could also like to see components of family. In the mural, we could also like to see sports outdoors and words of encouragement, and we could also like to see more things like more colors to represent our school and to represent our community. Hi, my name is Emery, and I don't really have a script, but I'd like to say that I think we should add more water parks kind of thing to put so people could go out more for summer. And around Reno, we have very few, and I think if we could build some more, we could have more people go out for summer.
Hi, my name is Paulina, and I don't really have a speech either, but the thing I really want is more safer environments for more children because the parks around don't really have a lot of security around here, so yeah.
Hi, my name is Lila, and I would like more safety things around here because there's a lot of speeding cars, and there's a lot more cold yellows, like they said. And I would just like more safety things.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, my name is Camila, and I agree with them. I think we should have more safety so we won't have as much cold yellows.
Hi, my name is Yahir, and I just want more safety.
Hi, my name's Camilo, and I want more parking lots because whenever I go somewhere, there's not as much parking space. Hi, my name is Deyanira, and I would also want more safety. It would be more safe for people.
Hello, my name is Gio, and I would like for people to clean up more the park because I see a lot of trash in the parks and stuff like that.
Hi, my name is Hayden, and I think how one of my friends here said about activities, maybe at the park they should put 2 goalie things so people could play soccer.
Wow, great ideas, all of you. Congratulations. We're going to come down and take a picture, but I'll tell you also afterwards, we've got a surprise for you. Reno Fire Department has some treats in the lobby for you. So we'll take pictures now and come forward and do that. But afterwards, and as long as it's okay with our teachers, they'll have the opportunity to step outside the chambers. So thanks, welcome again. Come on forward here. We're going to line you up and we'll take our pictures from up here.
Maybe call the teacher too.
Yeah, our teachers have got to join us, of course, for sure. Come on down. Parent helpers and volunteers too. Yeah, come on in. We got to get everybody in here.
Everybody in? Okay, cupcakes on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cupcakes. Good. Thank you guys. All right, Vice Mayor Reese, as they're clearing out, I'm going to go ahead and read our public comment disclosure. And additionally, I just would like to say we had several people sign up for the bid, which is item C1. We're moving you over to C1 for public comment. However, if you wanted to be in public comment A3, please come see us up here so we can move you back into the appropriate spot. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. And lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there's disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Our first public commenter today is Ron Trevor, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Tammy Holtstill.
Mr. Trevor, welcome. Always good to have you in chambers.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for the Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort, that works with the Reno Police Department. And today I've got the recaps of our hours volunteered first quarter 2023. SAVE currently has 66 active volunteers and another 1 in training. During the first quarter, there was a total of 3,535 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. This represents a savings of over $100,000 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered during the quarter, we had 3,822 citizen contacts. We had 1,261 48-hour notices placed on abandoned vehicles. We had 592 school patrols, 144 handicap violation citations, 41 traffic surveys, and 17 stolen vehicles or fictitious plates located. That's it. Anybody have any questions? No. Thank you very much.
Terry Brooks, followed by Tammy Holtstill, followed by Manuel Medeiros.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I came here to face the problem of discrimination when it comes to politics and race. When I was just a kid, I saw discrimination as really strange. But over the years, as I grew up, I saw some stages of change. I lived in a Midwest town where most neighborhoods were segregated. I lived in one of the few neighborhoods that was somewhat integrated. All but one of the elementary schools were for a long time segregated. The first elementary school I went to was fortunately integrated. We would go to movie theaters with a ground floor and a balcony. The majority had to sit on the ground floor, the minority had to sit in the balcony. The first few jobs I ever had there discriminated against any minority. They would only hire the people of the majority. In 1869, Nevada was the first state to ratify the 15th Amendment and put it in place, which said that no one could be denied the right to vote because of their race. It took a long time for minorities to be allowed to vote in elections. And it took even longer, but now minorities have even won a lot of elections. And so through many years of time, discrimination was debated in politics. It took a long time, but it has been somewhat improved through politics. So discrimination is not nearly as bad as it used to be, but the situation is still not quite as good as it ought to be. I remember back in the 1960s the introduction of affirmative action. But in the 1980s, some politicians tried to dismantle affirmative action. Some politicians said if you grab people by their self-interests, their hearts and minds would follow. So those politicians would approve enforcing equality just to get votes that they thought would follow. Those politicians used what was called quiet racism, in principle supporting equality, but they did so just to get votes and then opposed programs to help bring equality. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back and being allowed to say what I say. Oh, and by the way, this is chapter 6. Just so you know, I've only got 40 more chapters to go.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Tammy Holtstill, followed by Manuel Medeiros, followed by Ray Hogg.
Tammy Holtstill. I am here regarding something that was brought up 2 weeks ago, my Washoe County, City of Reno, and Tumwa, talking about PFAS. Well, one councilwoman said to me, well, it was just a trace that we found in the Stead sewer plant. So the first thing I did was, it bugged me that it was said, it's just a trace, like it doesn't matter. But it does matter. A trace is, when you do a test, you're doing it in a 100 millimeter jar. So I decided to figure out Stead sewer plant discharges 2 million gallons of effluent a day. So I figured out it is 7,570,000,000 milliliters that are being put of just a trace of the PFAS into the Swan Lake playa, which is a public playa. There's no fencing around it. There's no protection for the citizens, nothing. So that trace is a lot. Then whenever you drain or dewater or evaporate all that effluent, you're left with all these traces that then float in the air. So times that by 100, because now it's spreading all over everywhere. And then you wanted to blame it on the fire department that was doing training out there, and it was only the fire department's foam that caused that. That is not true. If you look at warehousing, there is over 11 different types of not warehousing, but manufacturers that are out in that area that drain to your sewer plant and then goes to our public lake or playa. And the one thing that isn't mentioned on there is the cleaning of the waste management substation. You don't know what's coming through that. So, a trace is not just a trace. Minimizing it maximizes my anger towards all of you in what you're trying to put out there. It is more than a trace. I have been fighting since 2017 that affluent, no matter A, C, it doesn't belong there. Unless it is 100% recreational proof, it does not belong in that playa. That is a public playa. It does not belong to sewage where people live. As far as how Mayor Shivi handles getting appointments, I'm very disappointed in that also. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, before we move to the next speaker, I meant to go along and ask my colleague, Mr. Martinez. He had some comments for our young people who were in the audience today. I see have come back in the room because I missed that on the agenda. So, Mr. Martinez, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. Students of Bernice Matthews, bienvenidos. Gracias por acompañarnos hoy. Thanks for being here today and engaging in your local government and expressing some of the concerns that you all are experiencing. I appreciate your input on what you want to see in terms of parks, recreation, and activities and outdoor stuff. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your agenda here with us today, and hopefully that the treats and the people that you will interact with today will give you a good sense of the good work that the city of Reno is doing on your behalf and trying to look out for you as you grow and develop in this region. The other opportunity I wanted to take is to celebrate El Día de las Madres, which I know in the United States is celebrated on Sunday, but in Mexico it's always the 10th of May, which is today, and I'm honored to be joined by my own mother, who's in the chambers with us. So, gracias, mamá, por todo los sacrificios que tomaste para que lograra yo mis metas y para poder llegar aquí. Su apoyo fue la fundación, ¿no?, que me dejó llegar a donde estoy. My aunt also accompanies her, and if you're ever instead, definitely recommend trying out her tacos at the La Barca 99 store instead. So thank you so much for indulging me. I appreciate the time.
Councilmember Martinez, it's an honor to have your family here. What an absolute joy that must be. So welcome. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Moving on to Manuel Maderos, followed by Ray Hogg, followed by Karin Hilgersom.
Good morning, buenos dias. I'm Manuel Mederos. I'm the Language Access Specialist for the Northern Nevada International Center. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Reno City Council, for having me here today. As I mentioned, I'm Manuel Mederos. I represent the Northern Nevada International Center, which is affiliated with the University of Nevada, Reno. It's a nonprofit organization affiliated with the university, and I'm here today to simply say thank you, muchas gracias, to the city of Reno, and especially Councilwoman Naomi Dewar for her continued support for all of our programs, the professional and cultural exchanges, the refugee resettlement program, and our language bank. NNIC fulfills a vital role in our community, making sure that newly arrived refugees, asylees, and victims of human trafficking find a way to create a new life for themselves and their families. Since 2016, we have resettled 550 newcomers to our community from countries ranging from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Syria, Afghanistan, Ukraine, as well as Cuba, Haiti, and various countries in Central America. Many of our refugees have now gained U.S. citizenship, and they're now ready to deepen their ties in our community. That is thanks to welcoming city like Reno and officials who are assured that no barriers exist for our clients and our clients' children to become the leaders of tomorrow. We continue to rely on your partnership as our new neighbors establish businesses such as Middle Eastern grocery stores, tailor shops, and many more. So thank you on behalf of the board and staff. We hope you join us for our World Refugee Day once again on June 25th. Again, that is June 25th at Miguel Rivera Park on Neil Road. And thank you so much, Naomi, for all the work and all the council members. Muchísimas gracias. Feliz Día de las Madres.
Yeah. And if I may.
You may.
I just want to say thank you for the work that you and the team over there at the International Center have done. These are refugees fleeing very difficult circumstances. These are not people sneaking over a border. They are coming here very forthrightly seeking asylum due to persecution of all types. And I know that they seek to be good residents and good citizens. And I'm glad to hear many of them have gone through the citizenship program. So when I got the call that you all were in need, I could not but respond. And I appreciate the council supporting me in that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ray Hogg, followed by Karin Hilgersom, followed by Chris Shanks.
Hello, my name is Ray Haig. I've been a professional driver since 1993. You name it, I've driven it all over this country, and I've been seeing a big issue since I moved here about 5 years ago, and I fell in love with this community and this city. Yellow curbs are for loading and unloading passengers and supplies and stuff. It's turned into a regular parking lot with zero enforcement. It becomes a hazard to our emergency service personnel for law enforcement and fire departments to be able to get into the casinos for the ambulances, et cetera. It creates a hazard to the customers of the ride shares, cab companies, and the casinos when they pick up people, because we have to double park around them, and that causes traffic issues. So if you look at the photos, and I'll point here, the no parking sign is facing the street, not where people are parking. So their excuse could be, I didn't see the sign because it's facing the opposite direction where people park. The yellow zone is loading and unloading only. It's all over town. This is one day. I didn't bother going out days and nights because I had hundreds of photos, and I just picked some of the good ones where they're parking next to the casino everywhere and there's signs everywhere. People are ignoring them because there's zero enforcement on that. Other places I've been, loading and unloading, if people, including Manhattan, if people are parked where they're not supposed to be, they're ticketed. If they're there for an extended amount of time, they're towed because it is a danger. There's a reason why those are yellow curbs. I saw this out in front of the courthouse, county courthouse over here. There was 2 officers parked on the red curb. Called the police department and asked about it. They said that they park there when they go into court. When they go into court, I understand they're in there for an extended period of time, so I know that they don't have parking. I've been informed that they park there all the time. Signage. If we put signs up saying that this parking is red curb and it's for law enforcement personnel when they're going into court, it legitimizes them parking there. If we don't have signage there, they're parked illegally. Even though they're law enforcement, they're not above the law, and it sets a bad example for everybody else who's parking illegally all over town without being challenged at all. No tickets, no towing, nothing. It's just day and night, 24 hours a day, and the hazard is getting worse and worse and worse. People just, they go in the casino for several hours, they come out, they get in their car and leave the whole time it's occupied. I really appreciate you guys' times. I hope you take these considerations in. If we just turn the sign sideways so people can see when they park and then start enforcing it, I'm sure it'll disappear. It'll slow down and it'll remove that safety hazard. And I do support law enforcement, but they are our example. And so if we can just put signage there, then that could help solve that issue as well. I appreciate you giving me time, and thank you guys very much.
Karin
Hilgersom, welcome.
Hi.
Long time no see.
Yes. Anyway, I'm Karin Hilgersom, president of Truckee Meadows Community College for the record. I am so happy to be here today. Happy Wednesday all. I'm here because I want to offer a thank you on behalf of TMCC. I'm also here with Vice President of Student Services and Diversity, Estela Gutierrez, who's right there. And I want to say thank you because we held a very successful TMCC first ever Unity graduation celebration. It was very well attended. The students were joyful. It was really a great event. I'm very thankful to Councilman Martinez for his advocacy and for his work with TMCC. Think about all those future TMCC graduates that we saw in the room today with their really good ideas for what to do for their communities. I also want to thank, special thanks to Councilwoman Ebert and Councilwoman Taylor for their total donation, use of discretionary funds of $3,000 for the meal. Boy, that was really terrific. Sometimes it's those little things that create really great memories for students and their families were also in attendance. So it was a very, very special event, and the food was great. So thank you, thank you, thank you. TMCC is community. We function like to exemplify the wonderful diversity in this region. I'm very proud to continue to serve for the college, the Reno Sparks area. And so I think you're rocking it. I know you work hard, and we are grateful at TMCC. Thank you so much.
President Hilgerson, congratulations on your graduation this Friday. I know you're expecting a record number of attendees, 500 attendees, but you've got significantly more of that in graduation. And I know Councilmember Martinez will be there to do some of the hooding ceremonies. And Ms. Gutierrez, always a privilege to have you in chambers, as you know. Thank you so much for the work you do, and go Lizards.
Yes. Go Lizards. Vamos Verdes.
That's right. Madam Clerk, Mr. Shanks.
Chris Shanks, followed by Rhonda Tyson, followed by Alan Bima.
Morning, council members and city staff. Appreciate you taking the time to listen to me today. My name is Chris Shanks. I'm here as my capacity as the chair of the board for the Downtown Reno Improvement District, or the DRP for short. I'm here in part to show my support for our assessment, our budget, which we presented in the March 22nd meeting for the 23-24 fiscal year, and also to show my support for agenda items C1, 2, and 3 in today's meeting. I wanted to provide a little color on how our funding basically occurs. We are an assessment that was used to replace the SAD1 and SAD2 special assessment districts for downtown Reno. As such, we are collected in conjunction with your property taxes. Our annual budget per se, our funding is determined by applying a flat rate to that taxable value that the Washoe County assessor establishes for your property. We have no say in that matter. We do not evaluate your property. We do not come up with values. They do not seek our opinion on what we think downtown property values are. So just wanted to, for the record, state that we are simply charging a fixed rate that we've charged since our inception. This year's budget has increased significantly because the property values also have commensurately increased. As such, I believe in our presentation we presented to you guys how the lion's share of those funds are going to be spent. I wanted to reiterate that. The majority of it's being spent on something we're very excited about. It is the development and deployment of an overnight ambassador program. Currently, our ambassadors only work during the daytime hours. Obviously, we know issues don't stop when the sun goes down. If anything, they get worse. So we are able to, with these increased funds, hire 4 new ambassadors that are going to be overnight, 5 nights a week. So that is a great step towards our goal of eventually being 24/7 presence downtown. We think we've been really focusing on hotspots downtown at night. We measure that based off calls for service. And so that team of 2 teams of 2 will be deployed to those hotspots, and hopefully we'll see a lot less work for our daytime crews when they come and watch all their hard work basically get erased during the nighttime hours. So that's the bulk of where those funds are being spent. Secondarily, they're being spent on the activation and placemaking for downtown spaces. That was something that was outlined in the Gale study that was recently approved by everybody. For example of what that is, last night we actually hosted our very first Downtown Tuesday, which we are doing on the first Tuesday of the month in the summertime. Very well attended. We had about over 200 people attend last night. There was food trucks, live music. Councilwoman Everett was there as well, so that was great to see you there. Thank you. So stuff like that is what we're really trying to accomplish, really activating these dead zones downtown, trying to get community buy-in. It's great for residents and tourists alike, so that is also earmarked for some of those dollars. And lastly is the activation of vacant space. Obviously, you want to see vacant spaces have tenants, but we can't really control the economy, so in the meantime, we are having artists paint murals on plywood, and we're putting them up in front of those vacant storefronts to create more of a sense of community, a sense of art, and just make it more visually appealing for residents and visitors for downtown. If there's any questions about assessments, budget, et cetera, happy to answer maybe later on during C1, 2, and 3, but thank you for your time today.
Mr. Shanks, thank you. And I apologize, I must have missed you last night at the Downtown Tuesdays. It was a great event. Congratulations on your recent promotion over at Dixon. It's great to see you here in the chamber as always.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Shanks, if you are speaking on those other items, I'm going to need new public comment forms for each of them.
I'm more here to address any questions if they get addressed to
Great,
us,
thank
not
you.
make a statement. Thank you.
Rhonda Tyson, followed by Alan Bima, followed by Josh Theorot.
Can I get the overhead?
Ms. Tyson, you may need to adjust the brightness on your phone.
Well, actually, I'll just skip that part. Good morning. I'm Rhonda Tyson. I'm the president of the 1200 Riverside Drive Community Association. I brought photos again, not that I needed to. This is my 7th appearance, I think, since the events of October 3rd, 2022. In addition to those 7 appearances, I've also addressed these questions at the Neighborhood Advisory Board. I came in part because last month at the meeting, I mentioned that I had extended a written invitation to the city manager to come and look at the damage and devastation to my community that was caused by the city of Reno over 7 months ago. He didn't acknowledge or respond to that. Mayor Sheevy invited me at that meeting to directly contact her, which I did that very day. Unfortunately, the mayor isn't here to respond to why she also didn't acknowledge or respond to my request. The truth of the matter is that when this body became aware more than 6 months ago that the damage inflicted to my community was 20 times what was reported in the official Reno Fire Department report, you should have been contacting me. You should have. Because our devastation, our displacement, our financial cost is higher than any of the other recent disasters in this city. And yet, nobody, except for Councilwoman Breckus, who is always concerned about her constituents, even reached out to me to find out what was going on in my community. And that includes the vice mayor, who as the representative at large should also be interested in what happens in Ward 1. I was stunned by the irony of the video that we watched this morning. I love and appreciate the Reno Fire Department, make no mistake about that. But there wasn't one word in that presentation about high-rise fires, training, prevention, assistance. We've been completely ignored. We have been ignored by this body. And I understand why. You're sitting on potentially 25 separate and distinct tort claims. You're sitting on potential subrogation of $5 million, so nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to think about it. But the human toll, the financial toll is real. And I wish that this body would at least send people out to take a look at what you did. If you're not gonna change paths, at least you could learn from the mistakes of October 3rd so that nobody has to suffer the way my community has suffered. You inflicted a grievous wound to a 51-year-old community, and I've heard nothing from the city in response.
Alan Bima, followed by Josh Theorot, followed by Tony Harsh.
Good morning, council members. I'm Alan Bima. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I have a major problem.
on 7th Street, the stub that turns into Morel Avenue, there are people parking there with expired license plates. They park there for weeks at a time. I complain to Reno Direct, and they come and they offer them to leave. They don't leave. If they leave, they come back the next day. And these people roam through my particular area and my property in general. I am forced to go armed in my own property. I am ejecting about 1 or 2 people a day from trespassing on my property. Apparently, the police do not have the manpower to handle this. If they don't deputize citizens, I guarantee you that we can deal with the problem. My next door neighbor has had tools stolen from his truck, has had his tires slashed. I have had over $2,000 damage to my own detached garage. And something needs to be done. If you don't want to do it, I can do it. And let me know, please. I need some response as to how we can stop these people from prowling the area and creating a hazard for the people who live there. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Miller, would you meet with this gentleman out in the hall, please? I will. Thank you so much.
Josh Thierrott, followed by Tony Harsh, followed by Kai Plaskin.
My name is Josh Cherritt. Good morning, Council. Good to see you all. I picked a good time to come down and talk about safety because it seems to be the recurring theme this morning. From RFD to some of our upcoming leaders. Safety is very important around the city, and it's becoming more and more rare. There's been a lot of effort by many to address some of the safety issues down on 4th Street corridor, east and west. I give kudos to the BID and all the business owners down there who have been working diligently to try to maintain a safe environment. I also give kudos to the Reno Fire Department. Sorry they left, but they did an outstanding job responding to the fire at the old lumber mill down on Morrill Street last week. Hopefully that fire was not a surprise to anyone. There have been several fires down there, major fires that RFD has dealt with, many smaller fires that the business owners deal with. I've got pictures of buildings with flame marks on them. I've actually put out a fire myself that was lit next to the Awaken building down off of 4th Street in between Spokane and Morrell. So there's just a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of money, and I'm here to emphasize that we need to keep working at that. Most of the businesses down on the 4th Street corridor are local family-owned and operated businesses. These businesses are there every day, providing for their families, contributing to the community, and if it's not fire, it's theft, vandalism, everything, and you've heard this from me before. So I just want to thank all of those who are contributing and working at it, and to mention that we have a long ways to go because it's not really improving yet. So we've got a lot of effort to put forward. So thank you.
Tony Harsh, followed by Kai Plaskin, followed by Paco LaChoy.
Good morning. My name is Tony Harsh, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm actually speaking under public comment, but I'm going to be talking a bit about redistricting. This is an issue that I have been watching since I was a city council person for Ward 1 in 2000 when we redistrict. And it's fun to come back to City Hall, where I've actually sat in these seats. I was right over there. Anyway, you have before you the principles and the rules that you will be following for redistricting. This is a big deal. This is really exciting. I have been watching with anticipation and following the whole development of Ward 6, and I think that it is going to be a fine addition to the city. I also had the opportunity to watch how that redistricting was done with Flow Analytics, which was the independent consultant. And they did an amazing job. I thought that it was very, very well done. And so I would encourage that. The other thing, though, under the rules and principles that you'll be discussing and developing today, these are your rules. This is like your house rules. This is when you're going to decide, is the ace high or is the ace low? So you get to set these rules. I would draw your attention to equal population. Just because you've struck the ability to redistrict if you get out of compliance of that 5%, when you have unprecedented growth to the south or to the north, I think that that is an important thing to discuss. So I'll be interested to hear your discussion on that. Also, you're discussing American Community Survey and using that as an additional resource. I don't know what that is. I'd like to know about that. So just in your discussion, I would like to hear about that. In the redistricting, I'm watching my time, 50 seconds. In your redistricting, one of the Q&As that was brought up by residents was the idea of what happens if in this great rechange, you end up with a city council person that isn't in their district temporarily. And so your rules do not allow for that, but it is allowed in other cities. And I think it's a creative idea that might be discussed in such a big time. Thank you so much and have fun with redistricting.
Councilmember Harsh, always a privilege to have and welcome you back, a former member. Thank you so much for being here. That was very kind of you to come down, and I'm glad you're paying attention.
And I was a city volunteer.
I love that. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mr. Plaston.
Kai Plaskin, followed by Pacho LaTroy, followed by Danny Cleus.
I do have a document.
Can you do all that?
I don't know if you can bring it up. It is coming. Okay. Kai Plaskin with the Truckee Meadows Bicycle Alliance. I hope you're all enjoying Bike Month, and I've already ridden 160 miles this month. I hope many of you are out there riding. I wanted to thank Jenny Breckus, Councilwoman Jenny Breckus, Devin Reese, and Naomi Dewar for your support of the cycling community. It's just been absolutely wonderful to see you doing this over the past 3 years or so. I wanted to say that we are coming to council, and you're seeing us more often because city and RTC staff have never come to us asking for the assistance in the development of projects. And that goes for grants as well, which item D1 is a federal grant, and it's a huge one, $662 million or something like that. And so we're here to give our feedback on that. And what you see right now is a letter of support that we were asked to sign for the RTC when they applied for the same federal grant. And that federal grant failed. They didn't succeed in that federal grant for $50 million. You can see that it's focused on schools and on health clinics. So we thought, you know what, we better take a closer look. We signed this letter without any questions asked. And we thought we better take a closer look at, well, what is it exactly that we're applying for here? And this item D1 is for $50 million, which may be a little bit too much money. So we took a look at the previous grants and what succeeded. And of the 511 that succeeded, 400 of them were only for $1 million, not $62 million, and only 2 were above $50 million. It makes our grant look pretty bad. Now let's talk a little bit about what we're asking for in this grant. In the application, we're asking for like 9 streets at $9 million per mile. Washington, D.C. installed 100 miles of bike paths for $50 million. They don't need to cost $9 million. This is one that's in Washington, D.C. There's a ton of them there just like this. It's concrete, plastic pylons, cost $650,000 per mile. That's it, not $9 million.
So what are we asking for here? $9 million, $62 million is too much money. The city's proposal doesn't address some of the biggest concerns either downtown. So this proposal in D1 is a bunch of different streets, but the items that we have circled there, this is from the downtown circulation study, those 3 streets are Sierra, Virginia, and Center Street and University Way. Those are the ones with serious safety concerns, and they need to be dealt with. And this item D1 doesn't deal with those at all. So what we're asking for is, can you please postpone item D1, ask city staff and the RTC to come with us and develop a program, develop a grant application together. That's the bike-friendly way, and that's the way that it's done in most communities. This grant application isn't due until June 10th or so, and so we would like to be more fiscally responsible and possibly come to you with a plan that we can all stand behind. I really appreciate your time, and I am available for questions.
Paco LaChoy, followed by Danny Cleus, followed by Dana Miller.
Good morning, Council. I am Paco LaChoy, and I chair your Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. And May is Older Americans Month, and I'm sorry I couldn't be here last meeting, but we were involved with the info fair where we had over 800 seniors coming and getting information about activities, services, and various other things. Plus, they served spaghetti lunch, and I guess that's one of the most popular things at the Washoe County Senior Center for congregate meals is when they have spaghetti. I have given these cards that we developed for Older Americans Month, showing that we celebrate our seniors here in our town. We have 14 activities that we are doing during the month, and the biggest one is our Senior Artist Exhibit and Show, where we had over 162 people at the artist reception last Thursday. If you go there now, it's the biggest exhibit that McKinley ever had and shown. The auditorium portion of the exhibit closes tomorrow because we could only get the space for so long. Next year, we have already we're getting it for the whole month, so that will be great. And we anticipate probably 150 artists next year. We had 95 artists this year. We have 10 that are age 90 or over. The committee also wants to thank council for approving our recommendations on the ARPA funds. And we too want to activate Paradise Park. That's very important to us. I think that after talking to Chief Nance on our radio program, there are ways to do that. And we actually as a community need to take back that park. Because of all the things that go on. We also want to encourage the kids from Bernice Matthews to, get involved with some of the seniors that are there. There is a community garden there. One of our ARPA things that we're supporting is with Reno Food Systems, who do gardening and grow fruits and vegetables. And we have the community garden that's there. We also are proposing that we look at building a community garden at Neal Road and getting kids and seniors involved with growing things there and working together. So we have lots of plans. Our committee is quite active, especially during May, and we hope to see some of the council members at some of our events. Seniors feel that that's very important, that they get to meet our elected officials. Thank you.
Mr. LaChoy, thank you so much for being here. I'll tell you that Councilmember Ebert is the one who brought to my attention the Senior Artists Exhibit and Show and just raved about it. So I was really excited to hear about it, and I'll be going over there and checking it out. Mr. Cleus, welcome.
Danny Cleus, followed by Dana Miller, followed by Lawrence McNutt.
Danny Cleus for the record. I don't know if you were saying hello to me in the elevator, but good morning. I didn't want to really ignore you. Been doing this since 2017, coming here and talking to y'all. Nothing's ever been done with that lake out there in Lemon Valley. It's a mess. It's the most polluted body of water in the area now. We've been telling you that lake has been polluted for a long time. And everybody keeps ignoring it. Now it's getting worse. Now it has chemicals in it that causes cancer. That's real nice. With all the building that you guys continue to do, because you will not read the DRI reports, you didn't read the Quad and Knopf report, He didn't read any reports for that area, particularly the DRI. You guys wanted it done so bad? Well, it's done, and now it puts you in an even worse light than the Quad and Knopf report did. As you know, the residents out there, myself, Tammy, Holt Still, and Denise Ross, we do our research. We dig, and we dig. We've proven that your staff doesn't tell the truth up here about that area out there. And it's sad. The lawsuit, I used your guys' reports against you. It's not my reports. I'm not digging them up, making up stuff. I'm using your reports. Now, my area is really polluted. And we haven't heard nothing since the so-called press conference, which I really got upset, and it made me have a seizure, according to the doctors. They had to change my medicine. Why does it take so long for somebody to act on something so easy it could have been fixed years ago? It's 6 years, guys. 6 years. You guys said it would never flood again. Where's the water height on the lake right now? Does anybody know? Because that nice concrete ditch that you guys put down the middle of Lemon Drive is still flowing. It started in January and it hasn't quit since. I wish the city of Reno would get their act together and do something. Because I shouldn't have to worry every winter that something's going to happen. And now with the chemicals in it, if the wind blows, it's in my yard.
Dana Miller, followed by Lawrence McNutt, followed by Bill Shrimp via Zoom.
Good morning. It's nice to see you all today. Let me put my glasses on before I start. Hi, my name is Dana Miller from the River Inn. We bought this signature property December 18th, 2020. We have been trespassed by, targeted, harassed, bullied, and now we are having trouble getting public records in a timely manner. It's taking 3 to 4 months for us to get any public records from the city of Reno. Our experience with the city has honestly been horrible. It continues to be. We have been told the city has to investigate all the complaints. But in this case, it is the same people complaining, the same people every time, and the city is not doing anything about it. These people are the people that are saying, not in my backyard. And they're using the city to bully us. 99% of the complaints that have been given to the city are false and exaggerated. We have gotten permits and still the harassment has not stopped. As a matter of fact, it has gotten worse. The permits that we have gotten are for doing work within a quarter mile of the river. Do you know how many houses are within a quarter mile of the river? And you need these permits to do anything, to landscape, to do anything, and not one of those people has these permits. But we are required to have them. We have been talked about through the city walls in an unkind, unprofessional manner, with text messages and emails between city officials. One in-house text reads, quote, "Ugh, he's going to be difficult to deal with. I mean the owner of the River Inn," unquote. Another by a city council person. I replied, quote, "I replied to them, and they never got back to me, and I'm having challenges responding to them as I would any constituent," unquote. This one was sent to a neighbor. I would give more examples, but we don't have time. The city enforcers code enforcement lied to get on our property when we were not present. They did not ID themselves. They did not leave when we asked them to, and it took us a week to find out who everyone was. And yes, we filed trespassing to the police, but we did not press charges. I wanted to be nice, and I regret that decision every single day. The city has been on a witch hunt since day one with us and our property. Not because we're doing anything wrong, but because the neighbors do not want us here, not in our backyard. And the city is standing up for them and letting this happen. This is why we feel targeted, harassed, and bullied. We have invited city council, we have invited everyone out to meet us and to see our property, and only one person has ever given us the respect to do that. Thank you, Devin. For 2 years, we've worked on this property, cleaning it up, and we are even threatened by the we are threatened that we will not be able to stay on our property, yet we pay taxes on it, while homeless people and everybody sleep in our hotels and outside of our fences. We have the right to our dreams too. We have the right to our freedoms, and we pay taxes in the city for that freedom. My question to you is, do you want to keep the city coming after us and harassing us and spending the money there, or do you want to work with us and make this work for everybody in the community? Because this is what we wanted from day one, and this is where we would like to go. So, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Lawrence McNutt, followed by Bill Shrimp via Zoom.
Hello, I'm Lawrence McNutt. I'm the owner of the River Inn. Dana and I purchased the property 2.5 years ago. We came to Reno to make a positive impact. That's why we're here, okay? We chose the River Inn as our first project. And I say first because this is what we do for a living. We come into communities and we help. We have an incredible vision for the property, and even more importantly, it's attainable, okay? It's attainable with the support of the city. It's not attainable on our own. We've been open and generous to all neighbors, city, county, state, and federal officials. And trust me, we have met everyone as they've come onto our property to accuse us of something. We've invited everyone in the city, county, to be part of our vision, revive the River Inn. Emails, and this is me personally sending these, emails, phone calls, LinkedIn invites to every city council member, and again, only one person had the courtesy to respond. Thank you, Devin. County officials have been far more supportive than the city, which I'm surprised about. I would expect a signature property in the city, to garner some attention, some communication, some assistance. We sincerely expected the city of Reno to be supportive rather than aggressively detrimental to our efforts to clean up a signature property of Reno that has tragically been ignored for 40 years. 40 years that property has sat there, abandoned, vandalized, druggies, homeless. Okay, the first year of living there or working on that property, it was frightening to be on the property. Okay? At some point in time, each one of you will need to take a stand to support or not support us. That time is now. We ask the City Council to tell us what you want and will support us in moving forward. 2.5 years of endless harassment, intensive personal stress, and financial challenges. If the city wants what our tens of thousands of social media followers want, which is to bring the property back to the community, take a stand with us. If it's a preference to have low-income housing, rehabilitation, homeless, let the community know. We'll build a plan for that, and we'll move to a city that's more favorable and welcoming to our efforts. We have presented our plans to the city, outreach to the county for public-private partnership, collaboratively worked with no less than 10 agencies, city, county, state, and federal. As we head into litigation with our neighbors who have used the city to harass us for the past 2.5 years, we ask you to be an advocate for our project of reviving the River Inn and bringing it back to the community. If you sense some frustration in our voice, it's there. It's very frustrating, okay? I came here and opened 3 businesses in Reno. Dana's a partner in one of them. Okay, my intention was to have 16 plus employees by this point in time. I've finally put out my second requisition. Everyone else I hired elsewhere. Okay, I want you to welcome me. We want to be a part of this community. Thank you.
You know, I just want to say, if I may, I would look forward. can find nowhere in my emails, and I don't often see my LinkedIn an invitation, but I'd be happy to. I'm interested in all things river. So thank you. I just didn't see any invitations, so I didn't respond. So I'm sorry if I probably missed it. So, what's that? Okay, well, I'm pretty good with the email, so.
Yeah, I just checked mine as well. I don't see an invitation.
We'll
Bill
work with our
Sh-
liaison staff to make sure that our members who would like to get out there. Thank you so much.
Bill Shrimp, followed by Pat Figley. Oh, no, Pat, 1 second. 1 second, we've got one before you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and members of the council. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you guys for being here as well. As I said last time I was here, I know sometimes the job that you have is very difficult and very challenging. So thank you for putting yourselves forward to do this. I also want to say that the energy this morning, having the kids in chamber, is just phenomenal. I saw that a couple weeks ago or last month. I think that's really great work. I hope the city continues to do that. That's a good thing. One of the things that they brought up and other people brought up today is safety. There was a report recently that the Nevada Highway Patrol, also they changed their name to the Nevada State Police, are unable to maintain funding or maintain patrols in Reno during certain late night hours, which is probably when we need those patrols the most. I sent an email to most of you or lots of you sitting up there. I want to thank one of you who at least took the minute or two to respond. I appreciate that. But as you guys move into your budget discussions, I know you got a couple more weeks of that, please take that in consideration and help the Reno police out a little bit, give them the patrols that they need, particularly as our special events ramp up. And these early morning hours, we're going to lose this cooperation from the Nevada State Police because they don't have the money. So please walk that fine line. I know it's not an easy thing to do. I know the budget's limited, it's flat, all that kind of stuff. But please take a real good close look at that and make sure we are safe. You're hearing that from a lot of different people today. So again, thank you for your time, and hope you guys have a great day.
Pat Figley, followed by Martin Deaver.
Well, thank you for giving me a moment to speak with you all. I appreciate it. And the reason I came in today was because I received a notification in the mail for another tax assessment on my property. And it mentioned special benefits of being downtown. And I was talking with somebody, and they said, well, we're improving downtown, we're increasing security, we're trying to clean it up and things like that. I don't see those things happening on my street. I'm on Court Street, right across from the courthouse, and I'm always out picking up trash that people have left behind, whether the homeless people or other people, not only in front of the building, but in between my building and another building. I've actually had to chase people away that were actually going to the bathroom on my building. So I don't see a lot of things happening on that street. So that's just one thing I wanted to mention today. Also, I had some ideas for the city to actually generate revenue. I did write a letter and never received a response on it because I've been in sales for about 40 years. And so I've seen a lot of ways to generate revenue and such. And I had some good ideas. I'm not sure who to bring those to. Some things, and they won't even cost anything. They wouldn't cost anything at all for the city to do. They're more like marketing ideas. I had one that actually would cost a little bit of money, but I would like to bring them to somebody as well and sit down and kind of discuss them. I don't have a lot of time right now to go into detail, but that's really all I wanted to say. Was I'd like to see if I'm going to pay this additional tax of $1,200 a year, I would like to see more benefits on my street because I have homeless people sleeping across the street. I have homeless people sitting across the street yelling at me. I have a lot of trash that I have to constantly pick up around the building and between the buildings, and so that's all I had to say. But if you guys could let me know who to contact about a few ideas that could actually generate more revenue for the city, then maybe you don't have to tax as much. So again, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Figley, I'm happy to meet with you anytime, and my liaison will meet with you outside to get that scheduled.
Okay, thank you.
Martin Deaver.
Good morning, I'm Martin with the Courtyard Reno Downtown Riverfront. We got this notification for a proposed assessment coming up. That's going to be discussed in today's meeting. I just have 3 quick questions that I need clarification on. How was the assessment assessed, or how was it determined? What was the determination of the assessment? Is this a one-time assessment or an annual assessment? And when will it go into effect? I understand that the BID is expanding the boundaries, and I think our property is like right on the cusp or the threshold of where the new expansion actually has taken place. So if anybody has answers to those 3 questions, I'd greatly appreciate it.
It's not an iterative process. We don't answer questions from the dais, but we're happy to meet with you offline. And if you send me an email or you want to meet with my liaison, we're happy to schedule something for you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Reese, that is the close of opening public comment. For the record, I would like to state that we did receive 8 comments, which were general in nature. Before 4 p.m. yesterday, 2 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 5 concerns. Those have been logged in the public record and will be attached to this meeting. And we have 1 voicemail, which we'll play now.
Thank you so much.
Yes, this is a Reno resident for 20 something, and lived here for 3+ years. I enjoy this town, and I appreciate the wellness of wonder of what's going to happen every day that I pick up rubbish off the street. Put it in a barrel, of course. Well-minded council. Thank you so much, Reno.
And I apologize, Vice Mayor Reese, we do have 1 additional public commenter from June Udell.
Good morning, Council. My name is Juniata Udell. I have some complaints about the assessment from BID. I live in Arlington Towers in a small 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit, under 650 square feet. My property tax last year was just under $1,200 a year. So last year, BID made my assessment $167.58. This year, they want $212. So last year, we were supposed to have our sidewalks cleaned, sprayed as part of that assessment. And it never happened until I called. The day I called, they came. They never came back. So if I'm going to pay that much money, I'd like to see them there as often as they go to other places downtown. I'm a senior citizen. I'm on a tight budget. Every year that fee increases. I propose that you charge every property owner in the city limits, not just that downtown corridor. That would lower everyone's assessment. And the people that live downtown, which I am one of, are not the problem. Everyone in outlying areas come into town for entertainment and leave a mess.
Yeah, sorry.
So So I would like to propose that that would be part of an answer for that assessment, is to have every homeowner in the city limits charged the same as we're being charged. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate your time. We're going to ask staff to meet with you in the hall if you wouldn't mind, so we can talk about the city of Reno and what we can help you to accomplish.
Would I meet in the hall?
Yeah, they're just outside. If you'll meet with this young man here, someone will help you.
But Mr. Vice Mayor, shouldn't we inform these people who are commenting on the item that they are commenting on is going to be heard in a few minutes?
The item is, and that's why we post an agenda. Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Breckus.
so we will let these
Ms.
people know.
Breckus,
Oh, are
I'm
you
trying to-
stopping me? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Breckus, you understand the rules of our chambers require me to recognize you first. It's just decorum. I would like to give you the same respect that you afford to me. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese. We are closing public comment and moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Okay, as to the agenda, I'm going to go first to Mr. Manager. I understand that there are no items to remove or continue today, but a number of items will be taken out of order due to some legislative meetings and scheduling conflicts. Is that correct?
That's correct. As you said, we have nothing to pull, but we do have some things that need to move around to accommodate some schedules. So it would be our recommendation that we open up consent and you go through the items and make the list of items that may or may not be pulled, vote on the items that are not pulled, and then go to E1 and E2, C1 and C3, and then D2 prior to adjudicating the remainder of the consent agenda.
No problem. It's going to be relatively floating agenda today, and we'll just have to be paying attention and careful attention, Ms. Clerk, to where we are. But given those constraints, can I get a motion on the agenda, please?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Dewar. Second by Mr. Martinez. Any discussion at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Vice Mayor Reese, with that, we're going to move on to our consent agenda items to be pulled by council members.
Okay, let me start with the gentlewoman from Ward 1, Ms. Breckus. Any items to be pulled from the agenda today?
B13 and B14.
B13 and B14. Okay, Mr. Martinez, any items today?
Yes, B15 and 17, please.
Ms. Taylor, any items?
No, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you so much. Ms. Dewar.
B12 and B16.
And Ms. Ebert.
My items were already pulled.
Okay, thank you so much. I have none. Madam Clerk, is Madam Mayor on with us at this time?
She is not present at this time.
Okay, and did Madam Clerk note when Ms. Breckus arrived? I think it was not but a minute after we started, but I want to make sure that was for the record.
It is in the record, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll be pulling items B13, 14, 15, 17, 12, and 16. So it looks like B12 through 17. Did I miss any, Madam Clerk?
That is what I
Okay.
have as well.
Can I get a motion on the remaining items?
I'd like to
Oh,
make a motion, and I'd like to give a disclosure when I make that motion, that item B10, I'm a partner in a property 2 doors over from that property, but I didn't want to pull it because I didn't want to keep that person around while we go on to the rest of our agenda. So with that disclosure on item B10, I will make a motion to approve the rest.
Okay, before I do that, Mr. Attorney, is the disclosure sufficient for the city attorney's office at this time?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Breckus. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Breckus, a second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional discussion at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, we're going to hold the items that have been pulled, which are items B12 through B17, and move to items E1 through E2. Am I correct?
That is correct, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and open item
Chief Nance.
E1, which is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, Chief Nance, welcome, and Mr. Sudi, always a privilege to have the both of you in chambers. Items E1 and E2, the floor is yours. Mr. Hall, let me see if I can get to my part of this. Is there something to be read by the city attorney's office?
He needs to read the ordinance introduction.
Thank you so much. Let's start with him.
Item E1, this is ordinance introduction, bill number 7239, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 6, Chapter 606, Section 6.06, 170, making it a misdemeanor to knowingly attend unpermitted motor vehicle race, contest, or exhibition as a spectator. E2 is ordinance introduction, bill number 7240, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 8, Chapter 8.12, Section 8.12.170, making it a misdemeanor to knowingly attend an unpermitted motor vehicle race, contest, or exhibition as a spectator.
And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on either item?
Vice Mayor Reese, we have no public comment registered on either item.
Okay, I take it, Ms. Nance, the floor is yours, or Chief Nance?
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Catherine Nance, Chief of Police for Reno. Just to talk a little bit about sideshows and the spectator ordinance. Just a reminder so that everybody understands what we're actually doing here today. This isn't a new ordinance. This is a move of an existing ordinance to a different location, and I'll explain why and what that allows us to do a little better. The goal today is to ensure that we can continue to enforce the spectator ordinance in the manner that it was intended for, and the manner that's going to help us both alleviate sideshow issues and then also resolve the issues of spectators at the sideshows and presence there. So we know what sideshows are. A lot of people have been informed about this already. They're street and parking lot takeovers. Some of these are pre-planned events that we respond to. Others of these happen without our knowledge, so we still respond and take care of the issues that are there. They're not just street racing or individual acts that are occurring. They are more violent, dangerous, and they're not always done by locals or people that are from here, but they're planned events that happen. Go through some photos so everybody can see just some of the issues. This has been on the news. We've heard a lot about it. But I can answer questions about the sideshows if needed, but for the most part, this is really an opportunity to talk about where the spectators fall in this. Last year, over the summer, there was a significant increase in these type of events. They kind of took us by surprise as the Reno Police Department moved into a planning and mechanism for how we will continue to enforce these, and we have a plan in place on how this looks. Part of the understanding of this is that these events are fueled by the spectators of the sideshows. The more people that are assembled, the more the bigger a chance that they are put out on social media, they're memorialized in different ways, creating a bigger problem for the sideshow response team to handle how we do enforcement at these events. The events are not something that happens just quickly. They're things that are ongoing for a period of time. The spectators follow the events around and continue to create problems in different neighborhoods, not in just one place. This is a tool that we can use to continue to ensure that we are able to do enforcement as needed. In the last year, we did approximately 16 sideshow-related missions with about 5 major events. 400 citations were issued, and at least 40 of those were issued to spectators. So as an understanding of what a spectator actually is and how we're using that term in this ordinance, there are people that are present during an illegal motor vehicle speed race or sideshow when the violations are occurring. They're not just people that are standing there or happen to be on the street when this happens in front of them. They don't come upon these. They're actually there for the purpose of viewing, observing, watching, or witnessing the event as it progresses. So they're actively participating in the sideshow by being a witness or an active participant, but not the car driver. Their intended purpose is to encourage, record, promote, or share these illegal activities, and their presence increases the illegal activities and the amount of people that are present there. So they're not a casual observer. They're not somebody that just walks out of their business and happens to see this. There's definite safety concerns for spectators. You can see here the cars get too close to them, they lose control, there's injuries that can occur, and then other acts of violence that are done by the spectators as they're watching these. Spectators are primarily the people that are going to be responsible for graffiti, other damage, littering, and other property issues that we will see. So just to recap where we came from and where we're at today, in 2003, the council adopted this law to prohibit spectators at illegal street races. So this is not a new ordinance. This is something that happened before. This was done to discourage spectators from organizing, participating in this illegal activity. In 2021, the legislature changed the law. AB 116 was enacted, and it changed traffic offenses to civil infractions, I'm sorry. So where this law currently lives in the municipal code is in Title VI, which is now going to be considered a civil infraction due to its placement, and it's considered to be a traffic offense. Spectatorship is not a traffic offense. It should not live there. It lived there because of its nexus to sideshows. But today the move is to make the ordinance into Title VIII, which will make it a misdemeanor as it was intended to be, and move it from the civil infraction to a place where it should live better in the misdemeanor sense. So that's the end of my portion of this. I'm going to turn it over to Brian Sudi for some legal analysis, but at this time I'll take any questions that you might have about the spectatorship or the sideshows in general.
Okay, Mr. Sudi, are you going to come forward and make your presentation, or you wanted to stop here, Chief Nance?
We'll pause at this to answer anything that isn't moving into the new ordinance, then he'll pick it up there.
Understand. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thanks. Great presentation. Thank you so much.
Of course.
You have stepped right into this role. I know where you came from in Stockton, street racing, and sideshows were an issue as well. I know you've convened an internal task force already, or meetings. I know you're planning a press conference next week on this issue, and I know you're planning to testify at the legislature today, hopefully.
All of the above, yes.
So I think we can say with confidence that you have taken this issue under your wing and are taking it very seriously. And I just want to thank you. The residents, first of all, the residents in the entire city have been affected by this, but for whatever reason, and I think I know the reason, and Ward 2 has been a home for intersection takeover, sideshows, and so on, to the point that I even wrote an editorial about it last year. I've had many, many residents, and maybe it's because of the way we have our parking lots laid out there. There's professional office space that has large parking lots too, not just your Walmarts and your Targets and your Reno town malls. So I know that all the residents are thrilled with the work you're doing. First here, to clarify our ordinance. We're going to hear the new stuff in a minute, but also to work with our counterparts throughout the state to make sure the entire state is on this. Because I think what happens when these kind of events happen is it sort of, it makes people feel that there's a sort of recklessness happening. It's not just an intersection takeover, it's sort of like a town takeover, a city takeover. It feels bad. And it directly affects people, not just one at a time, but many at a time in an entire neighborhood. So it's not just one person had their car broken into or something, but an entire neighborhood, maybe multiple neighborhoods are affected by these street intersection takeovers. So thank you for your work, and thanks for getting right on it. And I know this isn't new. We have had this in our ordinance, you said, I think since, I'm not sure, going back to the 2000, what was that?
2003.
2003, that we have been addressing spectators, but it sounds like you're going to step it up now. So thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Ms. Breckus, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief. You know, I recognize the issue and the problem, but I do have concerns. I have concerns, one, that we have formatted, and you're not aware because you're new, but this is to Mr. Manager, a two-step process for new ordinance making. And that is, one, that we take it at the conceptual level, and then second, we go to an introduction. Because once you do an introduction, you have to adopt within 35, 45 days, or you have to go through the process again. So it puts us on a time clicker, and I am concerned about being on a time clicker about this. Most of my concerns are going to be legal. The move over to the nuisance chapter, which I have long said needs some examination, because there's some things in there that I think, would put people in jeopardy, and now we're adding to it. So I recognize we've had a spectator issue. You said that, we were kind of caught surprised by it last year. Do you have any documented, actions, arrests, fines, citations two people who were spectators last year who were doing those things that you talked about, like, I wrote it down, graffiti or property damage. Do you have documented instances of
So
that?
I know that the Sideshow Task Force and the Reno Police Department wrote about 400 citations. Of those, we were able to identify approximately 40. It could be more, but at least 40 citations that were for spectators. What the nature of the other citations were, I don't have that information right now.
So for me, our two-step process avails us to have that kind of information understood. Of those 40, I want to know how they all were disposed as they went through the process. Okay, so those are the sort of things, because I think this is serious policy making. I'm also wondering, and it might be for legal, so the legislature said traffic is civil now, but now you're saying it's moving into a title where it could be a misdemeanor. Are the misdemeanors criminal?
Yes, it's because this is not a traffic offense. This is
Okay,
not a
okay.
traffic-related offense.
Okay.
It just was housed in traffic prior,
yeah.
and we're moving it. But this is not
Yeah.
a traffic offense.
But the legislature, and I'll tell you, I have concerns with what they did, but they do what they do. They said traffic is civil. So now we're saying, oh, we don't want the spectator issue to be civil. We're putting it into criminal. Concern for me. I don't know if we're doing what the legislature wanted. We can do what we want within our tools, but we're putting these spectators into a criminal situation. I'll ask questions for legal, but I would really like to know, if the body decides not to move forward today, if you wrote 40 citations last summer, I want to know how those were disposed of, where those people went, and what they were doing. That's the evidence that I need to feel confident of putting someone whose, sister or cousin says, hey, we're going to go here tonight, get in the car, and all of a sudden that person is standing, on a sideshow. So I don't know. I recognize there's a problem, and I recognize that spectators are part of the problem. I just wish that we were being a little more evidence-based in coming to this ordinance to give me the consideration that I feel I need, because hitting someone up on a misdemeanor that is criminal is a big deal for me. And I think it's actually trending a different way than where the legislature that focuses on this issue a lot more, because they, took a big stab at it. We're just taking a little stab. So on one issue. So I'll wait for legal, but Chief, if you could get us for the adoption, a report, if you will, because I know y'all do a lot of reporting. Let us know how many people got written up for this activity last year, and how the spectators, what happened with those cases. I would like to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. Any additional comments from the body? Chief Nance, for my part, I want to say thank you both to you and your team for the work that's gone on. Certainly, this has been an issue that Councilmember Dewar and Madam Mayor have been very vigilant about making certain was addressed over the last year. Councilmember Dewar specifically, I'll thank her for the work that she's done in this area. It goes beyond, of course, the writing of an op-ed. Ms. Dewar has attended town hall meetings, has scheduled constituent outreach, has met with residents in their homes even. So I appreciate that. It takes all of us at the city council level to move a policy issue forward. And so I appreciate that. For my part, I am interested in hearing Mr. Sudi's presentation, which may then cause me to have more questions for you. But I understood the history. I also am not sure with Ms. Breckus's concerns about what happened to the folks. I don't know what we would learn in that process. And so I'll be interested to know, when you do have that answer, what it reveals. Obviously, one of the things that we're trying to balance are the safety concerns of our citizens who feel some fear and concern over the damage that is caused in these sideshows. There have been reports of injuries and even deaths that have occurred, maybe not here on the death side, but those are the things that we're worried about. So someone does not arrive at a sideshow, I don't think, by happenstance or chance. It happens on social media that they see that they're happening, or there's some underground chat groups that get sent out and circulating. People appear out of sort of nowhere, as Ms. Dewar alluded to, and then are found to be somewhere that's not safe for them, certainly not safe for our residents. And these parking lots can get significant damage as well. So thank you for the work that you're doing in this area, and we'll look forward to Mr. Sudi's presentation as well.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to
Thank you so much,
Brian.
Mr. Sudi.
Vice Mayor Reese,
Oh.
Mayor Sheevy does have her
Oh,
hand
great.
raised.
Mayor Sheevy, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Chief Nance, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I really, really appreciate it. I know Councilwoman Dewar does as well. I think we've been particularly, as the whole council has been concerned. I actually feel a little bit different. I think that we have to take a hard approach or someone is going to get killed. And when you do go to these events, you do know pretty much where you're going. You might have, one or two that, tag along, but they're very, very organized. And I think Councilwoman Dewar said it, they can feel, like a takeover, incredibly hostile. And if you end up in one, they can be incredibly dangerous. So I actually am on the mindset that we need to take a strict approach. And I appreciate you bringing it forward in this manner, and very supportive. So thank you so much, because a lot of people, at least the feedback I've gotten, have said, we're not doing enough. And so I think this is another step to work towards that goal, and also how we message that it just won't be tolerated. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Sudi.
Good morning, Council. Brian Sudi, Deputy City Attorney for the record. Couple things I'll begin with, and I'll make it very clear. We are not changing anything about spectating in and of itself. This has been a law for over 20 years. Some historical background, as you guys may recall, in the early 2000s, Hollywood glorified street racing in a movie called Fast and the Furious. Across the country, including within the Ninth Circuit in and of itself, spectating started becoming illegal. California's had it for 22 years under the books. Washington's have it. We've had it. Las Vegas had it in 2004, and I can continue across the country as well. There is long settled legal precedents to actually eliminate spectators who are engaging in this activity, promoting the illegal activity of the vehicles on the roadways and on parking lots and so forth. So spectating in and of itself has been a misdemeanor for over 20 years in our city. We are not changing that. What we are only doing is, because of what happened with the Nevada legislature and the way this law was written, it was just housed in traffic, and it actually was out of ease for police, because that's where they would go look to cite someone under this. Las Vegas's code is not in traffic. A lot of the California codes are not part of traffic. They are part of the more of the disturbing the peace, affray, and causing other activities, which is what this is in and of itself. So we are just moving it back into the misdemeanor world to allow police officers more discretion and to allow them the ability to enforce against this activity instead of just issuing a ticket, which would result in a fine only. With that being said, the years that I have spent prosecuting these cases, we've had terminology being used in the courtroom such as donuts, burnouts, those sort of things that were never really defined. So to have the court have a definition which they can rely on, and then the police officers can associate that the person's actively engaging and observing that activity, helps the court enforce against the spectating law. So it actually makes it a little bit harder to prove, because that activity has to be occurring. Someone has to be performing a donut. It's defined now in the spectating law. The vehicle's performing the donut, the spectator is actually observing that. So that's what we are doing with it. But in and of itself, the definition has not changed. It was a misdemeanor all the way up until January 1 of 23, and the only reason it's not was because it was housed in the 606s. So that's remaining the same. I am bringing in some personal experience of prosecuting these cases and adding in some more defined definitions under the new 812170 proposed law. With that said, this is the other change that we're doing is allowing it access to where the public has access, to incorporate this activity to be on parking lots and so forth when there is no property owner at night. There may be no trespassing signs posted on the property, and yet we're having this type of behavior performed at 2 a.m. at some industrial area that may have a parking lot there. So we are actually extending that to where the public has access to being able to enforce in the parking lots as well. That is really the only two changes that's happening. Otherwise, it is exactly the same law that we've had for over 20 years. This is not an operation of a motor vehicle. This has anything to do with traffic in and of itself. These are people who are gathering and in essence causing a disturbance. So this allows police to enforce on that. I will leave this up on the screen because these are the two proposed motions that we are seeking today. One is the repeal of the 606. And then moving it into the 812. So those are the two motions that staff is seeking, and I'll just open it up for questions.
Mr. Sudi, I'm going to start. First, let me ask, in the city attorney's office, where have these historically been directed? Meaning, are you the person who is appearing on behalf of the city when various complaints come forward and we end up in court and a person has been cited in some way? Is that you?
For 12 years, it was me.
Okay, so it is not you currently.
Not currently, no.
But can you speak to any of the last, maybe we'll talk about just the last year? Who would have been in charge during the last year?
So the prosecution of these are misdemeanor offenses occurring in the city of Reno. Those are all housed and prosecuted through the criminal division of the Reno City Attorney's Office, which we have prosecutors who prosecute, and those cases are all heard in the Reno Municipal Court. So the Reno Municipal Court judges are the ones imposing whatever punishment. If they find the person guilty of the activity, they're the ones imposing punishments. In my years of prosecuting these cases, I've seen simple fines of $50, ranging all the way to probation with community service. So it just depends on the activity that they're engaging in. What I can tell you, what I've personally seen working with the police is this. The days of Fast and the Furious are not out there today. What the police are facing is a much different type of scene. As a car enthusiast myself, this is not what car enthusiasts are engaged in. These people engaging in these street takeovers are not driving $100,000 souped up cars with nitrous oxide and so forth, and they're racing them. These are very cheap cars. They don't care about the damage they're causing. But what police have found is this. The danger's not necessarily with the driving, but with the crowd. The guns, the violence, the destruction of property, those things. And that is actually occurring from the spectators, not the person who's actually driving the car. These are the ones causing the damage on the outside. When the police arrived over the summer, they were encountered not with street racing, but with weapons. That caught them off guard. As Chief said, this is a new era. This is a new scene. So this isn't cars lining up on the street like in the 50s with muscle cars racing down the street. This is much different than that.
Well, you heard the Ward 1 member ask questions of Chief Nance specifically about the 40 or so that Chief Nance could recall having been prosecuted in the recent history. And so I want to try to understand, are those gun possession crimes? I'm not sure I understood your point about the crowd violence.
So violence in the crowd, this is something that's new to street racing.
But presumably that's handled by other sections.
That would be handled by other statutes if
Sure.
caught, if they're caught. But in and of itself, the spectators are the ones promoting that activity. They're the ones. If there's no one there to watch, they won't do it.
And based on your 12 years of experience, how have the 40 or so that Chief Nance opined about, how have those been resolved, or what happens with them?
It ranges. You know, I've seen you and our students who were participating in it get a fine, you know, because they were students, they didn't know. They explained their story to the court, and the judges use their discretion on that. However, if it's someone who's more likely than not known by the police to be engaging in street racing and that type of behavior, the courts will listen to that information and then assess appropriate punishment.
And are there reports that can be generated which would help us to understand the disposition of those 40?
I'm sure the Reno Municipal Court could actually pull the outcome of those cases.
Okay,
and
thank
give
you
the
so much. Appreciate it,
stat.
Mr. Sudi. Let me come to the body and see if we have any comments. Councilmember Dewar, the floor is yours.
First of all, I want to acknowledge Councilmember Breckes' point because we do have a process for ordinance introduction, which is come to us and let's talk about it conceptually and then bring the ordinance 1-2. However, I think sometimes, every rule has an exception. And I think in this case, the exception is warranted to come right to us with the ordinance, and here's why. It is spring, and street racing and intersection takeovers and sideshows have already begun. You have already gone out, or at least our police have already gone out on some very serious incidents and some not so serious incidents, both. It shows no signs of abating. And I would hate, given our schedule, to not have this at your hand to help you enforce against what we're seeing. So in this case, I think it is rather urgent, and I think it's appropriate potentially to skip the step, but I do think the information is important. And so to that end, I want to just ask, how do you think this will actually help us? So it'll retain its status as misdemeanor, as you've said, and then having the definitions, how will this help us?
I think this actually helps the court more so than anybody else, and that was my intent with adding in some of the definitions of the actual burnout. In the years of prosecuting, you can hear an officer say, "Well, they were doing donuts." That's kind of hard to define, and in one person's mind, a donut might be something completely different than someone else. And this is, I think, was to assist the judges in understanding what is happening out there. And that also that a person can't just be charged with spectating unless they are actively watching this type of activity. And that actually solidifies and protects the people who might be innocent bystanders, might be happen just walking down the street and two cars go racing by. That eliminates them as spectators. But if you're actively watching and engaging and cheering on a vehicle doing donuts, that's what this law is intended. But the problem is what's a donut? Now we have that definition, so now there's no confusion and someone else is saying, well, I believe this is a donut, I believe this is a donut. This is to help the court.
Well, it's somewhat ironic. I didn't know you were going to go there, but I will just say that ironically, that was actually the point of my editorial. And it was called, It's Not Just Donuts. Meaning, it's not just for fun and games. This has gone to a different level of crime, and it has a different level of seriousness for our community. The injury that you're speaking of, that Chief Nance spoke about, the crime within the crowd, the possibility of even crime when they disperse because they've gotten all riled up and now they're carrying weapons or they're in a mode or a mood to do more. Oh gosh, that ended in 15 minutes. Let's go do something else. I mean, I really believe that it brings an element of lawlessness to our community, and we've seen it throughout the West and especially California. I think once it takes hold, it's very hard to stop it, and that's why I was so passionate last year when we had the very first one in Ward 2, in Reno, but in Ward 2 at Reno Town Mall, to get right on top of it and not let it take hold and not become part of our culture here. We need to say now, not in our town. Thank you.
Ms. Breckes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing, well, we can clarify what a donut is, but we can clarify that where it exists right now in the traffic title. So why do we have to move it over to I call that, offenses against public peace, which carries criminal fines potentially?
So a few things. Donut is not defined in state law or in our muni code currently. We had no definition, hence why I thought it was important to add that in because of the years of prosecuting. Terminology like this does not exist in our law. Second off, donut in and of itself is a matter that is related to reckless driving, and category of reckless driving is trick driving under our state law, which is still a misdemeanor. So that will target the driver who's performing this vehicle. That gets them under that law for the crime that they're committing. And this is now saying, if I'm actively participating and encouraging that driver to perform that behavior, I am going to get in trouble as well because I'm there and I'm actively participating and spectating that behavior. Without the spectators, I can tell you, without spectators, you will not see this type of behavior. If it's not posted on social media, if it's not, recently, about 3 weeks ago, there was a video in Nashville of a street takeover. I think it was the highway where individuals were hanging out of the car with weapons. But someone's posting that, someone's observing that, and they're glorifying that. And I think this is what Chief Nance was trying to hammer home is that if you eliminate that spectating and that encouragement, you eliminate the actual driving activity.
I get that, but I just, the legislature is on a path to take offenses and put them civil. And to me, if there's one to stay civil, it's this one where someone isn't with a car and doing the driving that can kill someone. They are a watcher, and I recognize that they can promote it by putting up the videos, but it takes them into that criminal justice cycle that, we're trying to not put people in. And it seems like it's going at odds with what the legislature wanted to do. So tell me this. So someone does a takeover or is a spectator, and they're in this misdemeanor world. Are they entitled to public defense then?
That's at the discretion of the municipal court.
So the municipal court
could assign them a
So there's no
attorney.
certainty then. This is where I'm having a real problem.
So
Say someone somewhere, let me just go, someone somewhere, okay? And they think they're at a shine and show, and all of a sudden it's this. And law enforcement comes in and they take everyone out, and they're like, you're cited, you're going to community court, and then it's up to the judge to decide whether or not they get public defender assistance, where we know as a civil they don't, but we also know they're not going to face a record of a criminal misdemeanor on them. That's a tough one for me.
Any additional comments or questions at this time? Oh, we've got a public commenter, or Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you
The
so
floor
much.
is yours.
Brian, great job, always. I respect you greatly because we've worked on several initiatives for safety. So I think you've done a great job. Can you tell me, I think that Sparks City Council just put something in place. Do you know what that was based on spectators?
Yes, Sparks just passed. They didn't have a spectator law, so they just enacted one in their ordinance as a misdemeanor. Unlike how we had ours already as a misdemeanor and just moving it over, they actually enacted a brand new one.
So we've had it for 20 years.
We've had it for 20 years.
Okay. That makes sense. I wonder, has anyone on the council come up on one of these?
Yes.
Raise your hand.
Me.
Who?
Naomi.
Yes. So I think that also is another reason why, because we both have seen this firsthand. I've come up on one. It was quite shocking. I think to Chief Nance's point and to your point, Mr. Sudi, they are a whole different level. Absolutely a whole different level. And I think we are liable if we don't actually do something about this level of engagement and danger. Then there's a whole other level to the social media side. I don't know if you have seen that, but I've done a lot of studying on that side of the social media aspect, where that is a whole other game in itself. They, love to organize on there, and then they post these videos, but they're really just conjured up for this type of activity. And the spectators that are there know that they're there. This is incredibly organized, and it's actually a game. If the car hits the person, you get points. So if you've ever been in one and you've seen it on, especially on private property, I came up on one over where Old Town Mall was, and it was very, very frightening. It's something I've never, ever seen before. So I think if we don't take a strong stance, I think Naomi's actually so spot on. We're coming across summer and it's going to get much worse. And if someone dies, we're going to feel very responsible that we could have done more and we didn't. So thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate you.
One clarification.
Ms. Stewart.
Yeah, I have one clarification, and you brought it up, Madam Mayor, and I would love to hear from both our police officers and Mr. Sudi. So the situation where it is an intersection takeover and the ones we've experienced, such as McCarran, you're in a multi-lane road. You come upon it, you cannot back up, you cannot go around, you are stuck there. I'm gonna be careful here. Those people who are caught in it, we don't want that, they're not conscious spectators.
No.
They are victims of a takeover. And how do you distinguish that?
So I think that understanding what a sideshow is and what the roles that the people are playing in there is probably the most important. So part of the point of having the task force is having that education piece of our officers to understand what's enforceable, when, and how to handle these situations. So people that are participating, that are driving the cars, that are actively performing the acts, that are doing those things, there's a set of laws that govern that. So they would enforce that. The people that surround that to stop police from coming in, to block the roadways so that other people can't disrupt them, to encourage that behavior, to promote it, to record it, to do all of the things that allow that sideshow to happen, those are our spectators. Now, our spectators might also commit other crimes while they're there with guns or violence or, other things that could happen, vandalisms. There's a lot of things that they could do. The bottom line is there's this group of people that is actively promoting the illegal activities that are happening there. Those are going to be our spectators. So we're going to educate our officers. We're going to make sure that they understand what the difference is. And then it's very apparent when you see these things unfold, who is who and who is playing what
But the
role.
people stuck in their car,
They
like
are
the
not
mayor?
spectators. They are not spectators. They're technically victims of an incident that's happening in front
Right.
of them, or reporting parties or witnesses. And our goal is to get them out of there as quickly as we can, and whatever means we can do that. If it's, allowing this to happen for a few minutes while we redirect traffic to make people that are unsafe get into a safe space before we move forward with enforcement. If it's asking them to call the police when they see these things happening so we can respond if we weren't already aware of it. They're not spectators. They do not fall into that category.
Got it. I think that's really important to clarify too. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Chief Nance, Bill, for the presentation and for taking an opportunity to create a safer community for the people of our city. And so I do just want to make sure I'm wrapping my mind around what you're trying to do. And so before 2021, spectators could get cited as a misdemeanor.
That's correct. From 2003, when this ordinance was enacted, until January 1st of 2022. I'm sorry, 23. Now I've got all my dates wrong. Just 5 months ago, it was a misdemeanor crime, yes.
Okay, and then based on the calls that you have received in the past, is there a timeline where these calls spike up? I'm assuming it is this summer, based on some of the comments from my colleagues, but I just want to clarify that with you.
Generally warmer months and on weekends, weekend nights is when we usually see them happening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Breckus.
Yeah, so, Chief, did Sparks put this into their traffic code, or did they put it into their, corresponding chapter of offenses against public peace?
I don't know where exactly it falls, but it is a misdemeanor in Sparks, so it is
will be
not
criminal.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the exact same.
And
space
the
we're doing.
reason it's no longer a criminal offense is because the state of Nevada in the 21 legislative session said we're taking all these offenses and we're making them civil. Is that correct?
Not specific, this one.
This one.
Traffic ordinances.
Traffic ordinances are civil.
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 But again, this is not a traffic ordinance in the sense of what they're doing is not a traffic related offense. They are observing a criminal activity, which is they're not the drivers of this. And also, just to be clear, participation in the sideshow as a driver is still a misdemeanor because it is not a traffic offense in that way.
So here's my real challenge to my colleagues is, the legislature has decided that they want to make some of these traffic offenses civil, and some I don't agree with. Like, I see too many people with the expired tags and so on. But, if they have the authority. But for this one, I really think it should stay civil, and I'll tell you why. Because a spectator, in some ways, is engaging in assembly. And assembly, we know, is a First Amendment right. And I think when you're going up against those Bill of Rights, the number one, the First Assembly is one, that's where it becomes problematic. And say you're assembling, and we've got a lot in here, where things all of a sudden, by no cause of you, by no act of yourself, just your mere appearance there, turns into an offense, and you're being violated, or you're being fined as a spectator who's assembling and engaging in something lawful, which is assembly, by virtue of someone else deciding they're going to do a trick. And I think that is very tenuous ground. And so for me, my comfort remains on this staying civil, and I encourage my colleagues to put in the added definitions and work with this staying in the traffic section title. Thank you.
Chief Nance, I'll ask you, but we may defer to Mr. Sudi, either one. Spectating is not a protected activity under the Constitution, under the First Amendment, is it?
It is not.
Right. There's no exercise of political speech or any right of assembly related to showing up at an illegal activity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you so much. Look, I understand the balance that is being sought to concern ourselves. And our legislature has, I think, in the last several cycles, attempted to very narrowly define those things for which criminal liability attaches, in part because we know historically some of our criminal laws have not been applied evenly or fairly. Equity and diversity is an important concept for all bodies of government. So I appreciate the council member from Ward 1's focus on it. I think it's somewhat inartful because it does not capture the gravity of the situation. It also does not speak to the fact that our legislature has not made a pronouncement as relates to spectator shows. And I can tell you that spectating and sideshows in Las Vegas are a whole nother level, right? And they are dealing with these things and certainly have not made any movement towards, we'll call it decriminalizing it, right? Moving it out of that. I appreciate the presentations today. At the end of the day, I'll be supportive of the ordinance introductions because they answer the central question, which is the safety of the community, the safety of the bystanders, the folks who get caught up in it. And I think it also speaks to trying to undercut the reasons why people show up at these. Certainly the Fast and the Furious franchise, I think they're on like part 10 or 987, I don't know, is not really what we're talking about. I think there was a time when people would go to show and shines and really interested in cars. Hot August Nights is built around that. This is not that. Councilmember Dewar and Madam Mayor have made some very significant research into this area, and I trust their judgment. I certainly thank you, Chief Nance and Mr. Sudi, for the presentations. We have some obligations to our community that are larger than the obligations, I think, that weigh against the concerns raised by the Ward 1 member, and for that reason, I'll be supportive. Thank you so much. Any other questions at this time? Hearing none, I'm going to go to Councilmember Dewar.
Ready to make a motion?
Thank you so much.
Okay, I will take these one at a time. I would motion to initiate the ordinance under E1. Is that enough, or do you need it different? Would you put it back up? If you want
Sure.
me?
We can, it's just move to refer.
Oh, sorry.
If we put it back up.
So we're going to take each one at a time,
Yeah.
as you suggested. So the first motion is there on the board for E1.
Okay, so I'd motion to refer E1 ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code Title 6, Chapter 6.06, Section 6.06.170, making it a misdemeanor to knowingly attend an unpermitted motor vehicle race, contest, or exhibition as a spectator.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, second by Madam Mayor. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
And then I would move to refer E2 ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code Title 8, Chapter 8.12, Section 8.12.170, making it a misdemeanor to knowingly attend an unpermitted motor vehicle race, contest, or exhibition as a spectator.
I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I think we're on to items Charlie 1 and Charlie 3. Charlie
Sorry.
1 through Charlie 3. C1 through
thank you.
C3.
Opening items C1 through C3, and these are public hearings.
Okay, hold on one second and I'll get there. Okay, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearings for items C1.1 through C1.3. C1.3. The items will be heard together. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Sorry, Vice Mayor, just for correction, we are opening items C1 through C3. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true.
Okay, just making sure. You threw me off there for a second for public comment. So we did receive some public comment via email. Additionally, we had one public commenter, David Matthews, who was here earlier but could not stay, and he was speaking in opposition of the item. We did receive 3 comments, one in favor, one in opposition, and one concerned.
Okay, let me also ask, Madam Clerk, do any council members have any disclosures? No? Okay, we'll take public comment after the presentation and see if the presentation answers, but it sounds like we don't have any in the room at this point. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome, Mr. McCardle. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. Good morning. Brian McCardle, City Revitalization Manager, and today we're having the public hearing discussing the Downtown Business Improvement District Assessment. Today, the 3 items, just to summarize those, we'll be having the public hearing based to hear complaints, protests, and objections to the assessment, as well as reviewing any hardship applications that were received. Following that, we'll do a resolution to adopt the assessment and then the ordinance that puts that into place. So just to give a summary about how the Business Improvement District was created, and I do want to state that the Business Improvement District and the Downtown Reno Partnership are sort of 2 different things. In 2018, property owners in downtown petitioned the city to create a business improvement district. Those are the boundaries of the district, and within that district, there are 3 stages of services they provide. Within the broader area, basic services, which is assessed on property. And then you have the green and yellow areas, which get additional services based on the linear foot of how those properties are in that area. Coming back through the process, the Downtown Management Organization, the city creates the bid, allows the city to do the assessment. The Downtown Management Organization, which is the Downtown Reno Partnership, comes to this body, gives the rate and presents the operating budget for the year. The council adopted that budget on March 22nd, which then causes the city engineer to work with the county to develop an assessment roll. We set the date on the assessment roll April 12th, and today we're having the public hearing to levy the assessments. And just for clarity, the rates were not changed this year as recommended by the Downtown Management Organization, the DRP. Rates have not changed. They have not changed over the last 4 to 5 years. And that is based on the 2 things, the standard service and then the previous service. So rates have not changed. What has changed is the value of the properties within the corridor. That is something done by the Washoe County Assessor's Office. This is a rate comparison of how it spreads out through commercial, residential, what the city pays, and others. So there is a slight increase this year, and the Business Improvement District assessment comes out to $3,687,000. Just to cover the assessment history, it did go down a bit last year and back up this year. This is likely based on property value since rates have not changed. And the point we're going to get to now to present to you is through this process, we noticed everyone, there were 4 objections received formally, 10 formal hardship applications received. Staff has verified that they do meet the income requirements based on giving those hardships. It's based on low incomes and if they're eligible based on the city's ordinance to grant the hardship. So we've validated that. And at this time, we recommend that the 10 hardships be approved.
Okay, Mr. McCardle, thank you for the presentation. Let me maybe start off. We had a public commenter who came and made a very a good point, quite frankly, about the fact that their assessment was going up. We asked that participant to step outside and perhaps explore the hardship issues. But it's not that we have raised anything, it's that the assessments on property values have increased over at the county and the assessor's office, which results in increased costs because they're paying the same rate, but the assessments have gone up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that folks who are watching at home or even in the audience, if anyone's listening, understands that we have not raised it. In fact, the DRP has not raised those rates, but the assessment values go up as property values increase within the district. Can I also ask, because I heard another comment that was raised, it was in one of the written correspondence about the boundaries growing. Have the boundaries grown in any way?
Boundaries have not changed. Was not recommended by the Downtown Reno Partnership to change the boundaries. They have a board who decides these things. The rates were not recommended to be changed. The only adjustment through that management plan this year was to add additional nighttime ambassadors to do some placemaking activities like the event last night. And some visual improvement downtown, which tomorrow they'll be doing a mural reveal on Virginia Street.
Well, and I've been watching. It's quite fascinating to see the artist at work because he's worked during the day and the night, and very interesting art. Let me also ask, a number of commenters in here in the chambers today and then online and in the written correspondence have raised concerns about, what is the value of the service they're receiving? So if they see trash or in some cases a dirty sidewalk or something like that, how do people make sure that they are getting what they're paying for? How do we make sure if they have complaints about trash or those kind of things that they are able to get the service that they have bargained for?
There is the Downtown Reno Partnership website has a great one-pager that says who to call if you need ambassador services, who to call for anything else. And so it's a great one page that is a great education piece. But if people do have an issue with services, want to see more maintenance, just have questions, they can contact the Downtown Reno Partnership.
Well, and certainly I think
process.
there was kind of a kernel of a good and a positive. So I think one of the public testimony was today that they hadn't seen the sidewalks getting clean. They called to report it. They were out the same day to do it, but they haven't been back since. So that's just something I think that the folks that are running the DRP have to appreciate and understand. It's about consistent action over time, not so much that just when the squeaky wheel gets the grease, they get the thing that they want, but it's about over time. And I will say, for my part, I was there last night at the unveiling of the new Events Plaza. It was beautiful to see the work that's been done there. I do notice an improved downtown in terms of when I walk along the river or when I walk from here to the casino corridor, even to the bowling alley, that it seems to be significantly cleaner than it has been in the past, which tells me that the work is being done. Now, admittedly, there's no shortage of work. I'm sure that that's undoubtedly the case. So on any given day, people will, of course, notice things that don't make them happy about the cleanliness of downtown. But in general, I would say there's market improvement in the last 6 months to a year. I think I've seen a renewed focus. So that's good. Okay, those are all the questions I have for you, Mr. McCardle. Thank you for the presentation, and we'll come back to the body and see if there are questions here. Before we do anything substantive, though, I want to just check in. Councilmember Taylor, are you with us, and are you prepared to, I think you might have a disclosure?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, I do have a disclosure, but if you could just give me a second, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty.
No problem. I resemble that remark, so I understand that. Let me see if, before we do anything substantive, let's make sure that I don't forget that you would like to do that, but I'll come back to the body and see if there are any questions from my colleagues at this time. I'll start. Ms. Ebert, do you have any questions at this time? Thank you so much. Okay, any questions? Councilmember Breckus, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. McCarter. So this is the 5th year of our assessment?
Seventh.
But aren't we, okay, we adopted in 1819. So 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Aren't we required under NRS to do an evaluation of it after 5 years? I recall listening in on the Financial Advisory Board meeting in March, and you said that we weren't going to be doing it.
Part of the services agreement does state that at year 5 you do a evaluation, with the city and the association, which is the Downtown Management Organization, with changeover bandwidth and the process going forward. That has not been done. It was not done last year, but we are in conversations to look at having a consultant come in, do the full evaluation, assess services, rates, all that other stuff within, get some stakeholder feedback. So we do plan to do that.
I have concern about not meeting that threshold, and I think even though it's in the agreement, it's also in the Nevada revised statute. That's where it derives from, if my memory is accurate. And, you know, we've had people sue us on this. So I'm very concerned about this non-compliance with our agreements, with NRS, and saying, you know, we're kind of picking and choosing which rules we want to comply with. It's problematic to me, so I'll move on, because some of the things that we were going to find out and focus on, in my view, particularly because what people pay is increasing. We have evidence of that. Their valuation may be going up, but if it's income producing property, it may not be that the return on that investment is increasing for them. So it's not increasing, their revenue models. And households, circumstances vary. But I really wanted to understand, and there's a lot of basis for it in the downtown plan, which was our policy basis for doing this, is what is the overall budget of the management organization? Because we had a sample budget for them. And I want to know how that is being, how they're doing. Because they were supposed to do a whole lot of other things and not just rely upon our money. And I want to make sure that the households and the businesses who are paying in aren't paying for extracurricular activities of this organization that may not benefit them. Their focus was very narrow, and then it was a larger umbrella that this group that we contracted with was going to go. And I've been asking since it first came up to see a copy of their budget. I haven't seen it. Have you seen their budget? Are you privy to their budget?
Through the services agreement, they have met the obligation to give a line item budget based on the services, the standard services, premium services, and premium plus services for ambassador services, maintenance, staff, as well as street maintenance. So they have met the obligation in, I think it's Exhibit F in the services agreement.
Are they bringing in $150,000 a year of private investment? Is that in their line item?
They're not required to disclose any additional dollars that they bring in. They're a separate nonprofit entity.
Yes, I understand that. But in a 5-year where everything's on the table, we would have been looking at something like that. And it certainly is shown here on a table in our downtown plan. Now, the other question is.
Ms. Brickus, can we push pause for a second because you're over time? But
Oh,
I
thank
just
you.
want to see
Yes,
if anyone
thank you.
else has questions, then I'll come back to you. Okay, Ms. Brickus, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So how much is going for marketing? Because was that a line item of theirs?
Yes, it's in the budget. I don't have the budget in front of me because we are just discussing the assessment today, not the Downtown Reno Partnerships budget.
Is any of this assessment going toward marketing?
It will be, yes. The budget and the rates have already been approved at the March 22nd meeting, and which informed the levy of the assessment, which is what we're discussing today.
But the concept that gave birth to this was not going to have that money come out of the assessments. So something's gone awry. If I live in the Montage or the Arlington Tower, I don't need to be paying, on my tax bill to the county assessor for marketing. If I sell my lot, sell my unit, I will hire a real estate person to do that, and that's where my interests get marketed. It is problematic. I submit to the body, and I think maybe Ms. Stewart was on when we did it. Maybe, I know the mayor was, certainly, but I was the liaison to the two precursor assessment districts.
Yes.
Okay? I was the proponent of the downtown plan. And it was never going to be that marketing was going to be paid for out of these assessments. It was always, and it's in the downtown plan, going to be the funds to enhance policing and the funds to maintenance. So as far as I'm concerned, seeing and hearing there's a budget that flows our assessment to this group that does beyond these two buckets is a no-go, is an absolute no-go, and a divergence from how we settled them up. Now, is any money from these assessments then going back into the Reno Police Department for increased patrols?
I believe so, yes.
How much is that?
I do not have the budget in front of me.
Okay, any additional questions at this time? Okay, I'll bring it back to you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'll note that I'll close the public hearing and proceed to motions. Can I get a motion?
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Taylor.
I
You're
have,
ready. Perfect.
Thank you for indulging me. I have had the chance to pull this up now. Madam Mayor, fellow City Council members, Mr. Vice Mayor, Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency on items C1 to C3, I am disclosing that I serve on the board of the directors of the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, DRP, a nonprofit organization designated by the City Council to implement a clean and safe program of safety ambassadors and maintenance workers throughout downtown Reno. Item C1 through C3 finalizes and levies the assessments for FY 2024. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. Here, City Council appointed me to the DRP Board of Directors. As a director, I have a per se commitment in a private capacity to the interests of the DRP pursuant to NRS 281A.0656. The DRP provides clean and safe services that would otherwise fall to the city to provide. Because the DRP's interest goals and operations closely align with the city's interest goals and operations, my commitment in a private capacity to the interest of the DRP would not clearly and materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position to warrant abstention under NRS 281A.4203. Public officer is not required to abstain from acting on matters involving a nonprofit entity before the governing body where the interests are aligned.
See the president.
Madam Clerk, please accept the disclosure and lodge it onto the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to these agenda items. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I'll turn now to the City Attorney's Office and ask, is the disclosure sufficient?
Yes, that's sufficient.
Thank you.
And at this time, I'd also like to read the ordinance introduction, C2, before any votes are taken.
Okay, can we go to C, do we need to go to C1 first?
Votes in order would be nice for my record keeping. And additionally, Vice Mayor Reese, I apologize. We do have one voicemail that we need to
Well,
play.
let's start with the voicemail, and then we'll go to Charlie 1 for the first motion, then we'll come to you, Mr. Hall.
Good afternoon. This is Sean Murphy, Pacific Development, providing public comment regarding the BID assessment items C1 through C3. We are in support of these additional assessments for the BID. It's very important that's consistent with the Reimagine Reno Master Plan, that additional ambassadors are in the downtown zone, especially as new housing, new office, and new retail is being developed in that downtown core for the safety of all folks, especially in light of recent arsons that we have seen in and around Reno. It's very important that we get that additional security for the nighttime services, the overnight. So look forward to the City Council's support of this additional assessments for the Business Improvement District and the Downtown Reno Partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll start with item C1.
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a question, though. It looks like in C1, we have 3 embedded motions, one dealing with hardships, one dealing with a resolution, and one dealing with ordinance.
I think the process would be C1 is the public hearing where people provide comment.
Right.
And then C2, before ratifying the assessment, you would determine you would grant the hardships.
These are all embedded under C1, like they're subsections of C1, so I just wanted to make sure if it had 3 parts. and if I need to go to C2 for that motion. So can we start with C1?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and there's 3 sections here?
Well, with C1, if you just move to approve staff recommendation, I think
Okay.
that would cover it.
All right, that's fine. I'll,
Councilmember
motion.
Dewar, I think they're just mislabeled.
Oh.
So it should be C1 says C1, C1, 1, C1, 2, C1, 3, but
Gotcha.
it's really just C1, C2,
C2,
and C3.
C3. Okay, thank you. Well, I will move to recommend I will motion to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Martinez. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
I was an aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
No,
Item-
I was an aye.
Oh, I apologize. Motion carries unanimously.
I don't know if you heard.
We heard you now.
As to item Charlie 2, we'll start with Mr. Hall. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7237, ordinance of the Reno City Council providing for the levy and manner of collection of assessments for the City of Reno, Nevada Neighborhood Improvement Project, otherwise known as the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, ratifying, approving, and confirming all of their actions previously taken by the City Council in the City of Reno and the officers of said city directed toward the acquisition and improvements of said project in the district, together with other matters properly relating thereto, Ward 5.
And I am prepared to make a motion, but I
Councilmember
want to
Dewar.
make sure. So the one up on the screen is labeled C1.2, is really C2, but it speaks about a resolution, and you just read an ordinance introduction. So I just wanted to make sure. I think I just want a motion to, do you want to guide me, Mickey?
Yep. So the motion numbers are off. This C2 is for the ordinance introduction, so can you go to
Maybe
item
it's C3 is for
Yeah.
the ordinance. So,
Okay, so if you can read that
yeah,
motion.
he read the ordinance, so I'm just making a motion to approve the ordinance introduction.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
Aye.
Okay. Ordinance adopted 6-1.
Referred.
Sorry, yep, ordinance been referred for a second reading and adoption.
Right, thank you for clarifying. And then on the third one for C3, which is the resolution, and I'm sorry, just everything was mislabeled, so it was throwing me there for a minute. I want to move to approve the resolution of the Reno City Council dispensing with certain complaints, protests, and objections made at the public hearing about the assessment role for the City of Reno, Nevada Neighborhood Improvement Project.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Aye.
And I wanted to
Carries.
clarify that includes the 10 hardship exemptions.
Yes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Dewar. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think that this ends our C1 through 3 items.
And I believe we are going back in order for our consent agenda.
Nope, we're going to go now to the D2 item. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Okay,
D2.
Item D2. Mr. Hodge, give us a second just to reset all of our computers. Okay, Mr. Hodge, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, members of the council, J.W. Hodge for the record. Here today to provide a short presentation on the redistricting principles and the process that we're about to kick off today. We're going to do 2 things. We're going to talk about the process, and we're going to move over the 8 identified principles outlined for your review and approval. As you're aware, the Charter Section 1.050 requires us to divide the City of Reno into 6 wards effective January 1st, 2024. Assembly Bill 36 in 2017 actually pushed forward and requires us to make this move to 6 wards and replacing the at-large member effective next year. Ward boundaries are changed by ordinance, which requires a 5/7 vote of this body. Today, we begin the process by adopting a set of principles outlined to help us guide and understand how the redistricting process will work and allow us to work with our independent consultant. Pending the approval today, we'll kick off tomorrow with a robust community input and independent analytics process. This is going to include postcards to the community, website, community meetings and drop-in opportunities for the community, as well as a new online portal that allow community members to provide updated ideas on maps or thoughts or communities of interest. All of this will also be provided in Spanish, including our drop-in and meeting opportunities, so that we can make sure we're hitting all the communities of interest and making sure we're providing an adequate process for the council. Following those meetings in August, Callie will be back to council to present options to this body to review and select the final maps for the process. All of this is based on a compressed timeline requiring us to submit maps to the registrar by September 1st. That requirement is coming from the presidential election that's coming up in February of 2024. The meat of what we want to talk about today is the 8 principles identified for this body to review and approve, saying these are the things that we want to push forward and help us in identifying what we want to do when it comes to redistricting. This is going to be the philosophy that we measure all the models against. So the following things are things we will do. We will follow state and federal regulations, including the Voting Rights Act and the Equal Protection Clause. We're going to follow the charter, making sure that we are within 5% and that we create wards that are equal in population size. We're going to consider geography and make sure that our wards are as contiguous as possible. We're going to understand the common interest of neighborhoods and the neighborhood integrity. This includes natural geographic boundaries or man-made boundaries and making sure we're not splitting neighborhoods in half or areas of interest such as the Brewery District or Midtown or certain homeowners associations. Of course, I just talked about the vast amount of community input that we're going to seek, and that's going to be a critical piece of this process. Implementation date, we have one timeline with 2 very distinct purposes. So for the purposes of the 2024 election, the maps begin on January 1st, 2024. This allows candidates to file, know which precincts, which wards they need to walk in, how they need to run for candidacy. The second timeline is following the canvassing of the vote, we will then seat the 6th ward member at that point. So one timeline, just 2 distinct periods of time. Council residence still continues to be one of our principles when it comes to redistricting. What's different this time is that we have 2 council members that will be in their seats past 2024. So both of those council members' addresses where they reside will be taken into consideration as we redraw the map and make sure that we don't accidentally redistrict those 2 council members into the same ward. The other members of the body are not elected past 2024 at this point, so we'll take things into consideration. However, we do not have to take the actual address of their residence into consideration. And then finally, the data source that we will use is the 2020 census data. It's the most accurate and valid data that we have. There was a comment earlier about the American data as well that we can use as a reference point that more relates to some of the economic changes and different changes related to the data, but the census data will be our fundamental piece of data that our independent consultant will use. Very short presentation, but the goal of today is to make sure that council understands and approves of the adoption of the principles that we've set forward, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, before we go to the questions from the body, can I just turn to Madam Clerk and let me know, do we have public comment on this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese. We do have one public commenter in the audience, Margot Piskovich.
Ms. Piskovich, welcome. Always a privilege to have another member of the bar in chambers.
Thank you.
And that microphone moves around quite a bit, so you just put it where you want it to be.
Well, first of all, I just have a question. I'd like to know who the consultants are that we're using, and that hasn't been talked about yet. Also, I have some concepts that are kind of worrying in the City of Reno redistricting principles for 2023. I do believe that that it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th one down, reflect the core of existing wards. I think that should be kept. I think the ward should retain the core of the existing ward to the extent possible. And I don't have a problem about, I don't care about the language otherwise, but I think everybody should know like where my district is. I don't have a clue what's happening there. and like I said, it's not pro or con, it's just my concerns. I understand why you put current council members, because you have 2 that aren't elected. But that's a concern to me, because you guys have at least gone out and been elected. And I think that's important. And I realize that you need to be in the area where you live, because that's the way this is set up. I also have some concerns about this sentence here: if any ward is more than 5% larger based on population, boundaries must be redrawn to balance the population. I think that should be left in as well. It says that you're supposed to be pretty equal. I mean, you're not going to have the exact same number, but it should be relatively equal. So when you look at this overall, and I'm not looking at it as a lawyer, I'm looking at it as I don't practice law anymore. I'm looking at it as a voter. So I think that it would be really nice if we could get some of this organization done and make sure that I know what ward I'm in, and it's not cutting across something, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, and I like the idea that there will be community input. I think he said in the month of May. So I think that's great. But I said it's not a pro or con. I just think we need to straighten some things out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Piskovich.
Additionally, we have Bill Shrimp via Zoom.
Okay, Mr. Shrimp.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Am I unmuted now?
You're unmuted, and you're here with us today.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I think it's a great day for a representative democracy today. It's good to see this moving forward and to get additional wards. I'm going to echo the comments of my previous speaker regarding retaining the core of existing wards as much as possible. And to keep the language about rebalancing, the wards plus or minus 5%. Geez, that makes sense. Why would we get rid of that in terms of population? And I also want to very specifically say, I think it's a good thing that we're looking at current folks' home address so that you don't get drawn out of your ward. But I want to specifically make sure that council knows, maybe it goes unspoken, that that doesn't apply to the at-large role that is being removed. So that shouldn't be part of the criteria that staff takes into account. So again, thank you everybody for being here. I know it's a tough job, and appreciate you doing it. Have a great day.
Thank you so much for staying with us during this process. I'll come now to the body and see if anyone has questions at this time. We'll start on my left. Ms. Ebert, did you have any questions at this time? Okay, Ms. Dewar.
Sure, just to clarify, it was a little vague when you said 2 members. So just to clarify, my understanding is Councilmember Ebert and myself, Ward 4 and 2, we were just elected for our wards. And you're saying that you do need to draw the ward to include us in our ward. You said to not include us in the same ward, so that was confusing to me, but could you clarify that?
Nope, you're correct. We have to retain you in 2 separate wards. We can't create a scenario in which you both live in the same ward and now no longer have a ward to represent.
Gotcha, okay. So, could you move me into Ward 1 or 3 as long as I had a ward? Or do I have to be with Ward 2?
I think the labels are irrelevant. You could become Ward 1, right? I think that's an option of the body, but you still have a ward. I don't think that's something that will happen based on how people live right now and where you and Councilmember Ebert live. But it's the labels are less important than actually you living within a ward.
Gotcha. Okay, that's interesting. And then I think I heard you say, and this I think is a very interesting provision and kind of speaks to a public comment we heard earlier, which is you also said that you do not have to pay attention to the addresses of the other 4 ward members. The mayor is for the whole city. But what you're saying is for their addresses, you don't have to recognize, 2 could be in the same ward, 3 could be in the same ward, 1 could be in a ward, none could be in a ward, is what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But I think if you do look at the addresses of the current members and look at the fact that we're going to shrink wards by 8,500 to 8,800 people per ward, the likelihood that they will end up in the same ward is very, very low. We're going smaller, not bigger.
Oh, it's low that they end up in the same ward.
Correct.
Okay, that's an important point, I think. And then I think the point was brought up by a member of the public about, I think the point was, so you just made it. You can be drawn out of your ward.
Correct, because it doesn't start until 2024. So
Gotcha.
at that point, you're not elected to that award,
Gotcha.
that ward, unlike you and Councilmember Ebert.
Okay, so we are following that principle,
Yes.
basically. The
Yep.
one that was brought up earlier. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think my question was along the lines of what Councilmember Dewar was asking. I was just wondering, because last time, I know this redistricting happened about 2 years ago, so I'm just wondering why the philosophy changed a little bit. So if you could just address some of the reasoning behind the addition of the residents.
Of course, I can address two things in that question. I think the philosophy changed as far as addresses go because we, in the middle of redistricting last time, we had members that were elected to their seats beyond the point of when the map was adopted. So at this point, the legal interpretation of that is the members are not elected to their seats. And as we shrink wards, we're making much larger changes than we did last time, and they're going to be significant. So at this point, because we only have 2 members that are elected beyond 2024, that principle doesn't apply. It only applies for members that have been elected to that seat beyond the adoption of the map.
And just to clarify, it's not appointed or elected. It's not that they're appointed.
It has
versus
nothing to do with that.
It's the date.
Correct. In the date of, for instance, Councilman Martinez, you are appointed through 2024.
Correct.
So that date would align regardless if you were elected or appointed.
And is that similar reasoning to remove the point about reflecting the core of the existing wards because of the addition and some of the flux that we're going to see in the redistricting?
Yes, and that answers both your question and the public comment we just received. I think when you look at taking a ward from 50+ thousand down to 44 or 43,000, the goal of reflecting the original core of that ward, wards are going to change more significantly this time than last time. They're going to get smaller, and that might mean a area of significance like the brewery district or something that we wouldn't want to split in half might move from one ward to another ward where we considered that the core of the ward before. But we don't want to limit ourselves or put ourselves in a situation where we're cutting important neighborhoods of integrity in half to retain what was a previous core of something that we now have to decrease by a significant number of residents.
And in terms of the equal in population philosophy, striking the 5% rule, I guess, is that if the population were to change between now and the next census, or is that only when another census comes out when some of the redistricting would happen again? I'm just trying to understand why in this situation we're trying to strike out that specific
So
sentence.
let me add clarity that that's a charter requirement. So we're not striking that out. The charter specifically states that we have to create and maintain wards with equal as possible balance. And that there's a 5% rule in charter that says when we're building the wards, we have to make sure that there are no more than 5% difference ward to ward. That rule also states that if we get 3 or 4 or 5 years down the road before the next census, and we have reasonable, reliable data that says one ward is 10% out of whack compared to other wards, this body can then come back and say that we can redistrict to make sure that we get those back in alignment within that 5% rule. So that 5% is not going away. That is in law, it is in charter, it is one of our requirements to maintain that 5% balance.
Thanks for clarifying, Mr. Hodge.
Yeah.
Ms. Breckus, the floor is yours.
I have concerns with the process that staff has laid out. Tremendous concerns. As I understand it, is unfolding. And what it is we have people in this body who are self-interested in how it draws out. Presumably, all of us, with the exception of me, who's presumably termed out, and the mayor, who doesn't run an award. Okay, we know we have 3 people who are already raising funds for an election because they filed those with the clerk. And staff is saying, we're going to hire a consultant, and that consultant is going to work with these principals and take their direction from staff. But staff takes their direction from the council, and it's not always vote of the bodies. Sometimes it's, a conversation with a staff member or the manager. And, that's very invested interest in, I'd like to see the principles applied so that I'm not in the same ward with another member who would compete with my seat for my seat with me. So if we are analyzing the law and saying that more than one of us could be in a ward with another one of us, right there, we've got an opponent potentially with us. And so I think that we need to be very hands-off. It's elected officials' jobs not to draw the lines, but to get into the lines. And that's why I think we need not to have any involvement from us with this process. We need a map shown to us that staff has not, had conversations with any of us from, and it's a very independent process. That's why I don't like your process. I want to see a process where we each appoint a person. They come together as the map drawing committee. There's 7 of us. They present the map to us. The consultant listens to them, okay? Because I don't want, say me, to talk to our manager and say, hey, I really think the principles should apply with the map going this way, so I'm not in the same ward as, council member Reese, because we could compete against each other. I think we need to be very hands-off. I think that's the way that you promote integrity in elections. And I think that we need to have a body that's hands-off from us, present us a map, and we get an up or down vote. That's how I see it, because there's a lot of room for mischief. And it was very, very contentious among us last time. I know the hard feelings were there. And we're drawing much closer to the filing date than we did before when the census came out. So I'm a little disappointed the way it's been set up, because I think it's set up to have the self-interest here whispered into the manager's ears and then dictated to the consultant, who take their lines from, the project managers. So I would like to advocate for an independent districting committee that the council appoints at our next meeting, and we each recommend 7 names, and they together do all the work and are the director over this process. Thank you.
Okay, any other additional questions at this time? Oh, Ms. Hebert, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sorry. I know this has been asked a couple times, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So districts will be redrawn. Naomi and I will still be in our basically the same area, even though the ward number might change for us potentially.
Probably won't, but
okay,
yes.
but potentially it could. Okay. And the next point I want to make is I agree with Councilmember Breckus that just given the timing with elections coming up and the fact that we have 3 council members coming up for election, then I think it would be just good to have outside or independent people draw these maps, just so that it doesn't look like we're having city council members influence their wards, and also so that we don't have an environment where we have sitting council members now become, adversaries and running against each other. I think that could make things very uncomfortable on the council. So I just want to chime in on that.
I think it's important to clarify that is the actual reason why we're using the same group we used last time. They draw the maps based on the community input and the community feedback and the information they get online. And then those maps are presented to council, regardless if it's an independent redistricting committee, if it's staff, which it's not, if it's an independent consultant. Those maps have to come back to council for an ordinance adoption, which requires a 5/7 vote. So the process described to make sure that it's transparent and fair and meets the needs of the community is the one that we've set up. It's the group that we used the last time, and I think we even had the ACLU here praising the work that was done by this body and using that group to make sure that we were doing a transparent process that took into consideration what the community wanted to see in maps, not council, not staff. So we've retained the same group. They've even made the community process even more robust. And the intent is for them to gather input from the community, use the data they have on the city of Reno, use the work they did less than 24 months ago to inform their options and drawing maps that make sense, that meet the principles and the laws of the country and the state and the city, and then present those to you as a body for you to make a final selection, which you would have to do regardless of what organization brought that forward.
Okay. And another question might be a little off topic, but why didn't we do like a tentative map for this when we did the last redistricting for the 2021 census update?
Being presumptuous and building a map for the 6th ward when you're trying to ethically and honestly make 5 wards based on the community feedback was probably not in the best interest and met the principles at the time. So to say to the community, we want you to build 5 maps, but we're also going to plan and we want you to give feedback to build a 6th ward would cross over what the feedback they were giving, and that would put them at odds for making wards that are going to be essentially 8,500 people smaller. At the time, we needed to keep the 5 wards because the law hadn't gone into effect yet, and we had a potential BDR at the time.
Okay. I do have one other question, and I'm sorry, I lost my train here. I don't know. Does anybody else have questions? We can come back to me.
Yeah, we'll come back to you, but I'm going to jump ahead of you, Ms. Stewart.
Yeah.
First of all, Mr. Hodge, thank you for the presentation. Obviously, I think that our colleagues have raised some important questions, especially as it relates to who is going to be hired to do the work. And I just want to go back in time a little, especially for the colleagues who weren't on the body at the time. The group that was hired and went out and did the work to create the maps, which ultimately then we approved here, I don't get the sense that there was any ill feelings on the dais. I don't know what the Ward 1 member is talking about when they say that. What I recall is a very hands-off process. I mean, I don't believe that any of the council members had any role in how those maps ultimately came to be, other than the hiring of the entity which ultimately was hired to do it, and then they went out and presented it to the community. As I recall, and you did say, but I think it's important to point out, is that I think both the ACLU and Plan, both groups commented and really, I think the exact comment was that the city of Reno's process was the gold standard of all entities in the state who had done it, because we weren't engaged in partisan gerrymandering. We hold nonpartisan offices, so none of the maps, I don't think, have anything to do with who's an R, who's a D, where does any of that happen. So ultimately, I think that using that same group will, provide the greatest result. I think it is disingenuous to suggest that when a person appoints another person to be on a body, as council member from Ward 1 has suggested, to believe that that person wouldn't be someone who aligns with your values, I think is pretty disingenuous, right? I think if I look at the bodies to which we appoint, I can see the appointees from the Ward 1 member who have a very specific frame of mind and reference point, whether that's on the Planning Commission or any other one, because ultimately you're trying to find people who are representative of the same values that you hold. So to say that somehow it would be like independent because we've appointed another body is silly. The United States Supreme Court, of course, over the last 5 years has really delved very deeply into this question about how maps are drawn. You look at other communities in Alabama and North Carolina, and I think the city attorney's office can speak to this. And ultimately, the Supreme Court's conclusion has been that the decision about redistricting is purely a legislative function of an executive branch that we operate as, and that it can be incredibly partisan. Now, I hope we won't engage in that. I don't think that helps us. We're a very small community. Geographically, we're somewhat narrow, so I think sometimes the ward boundaries get drawn. I think someone online referred to them as a Rorschach ink blot, as but that's because communities don't grow in neat little square patterns. So I'm interested to see how we move forward with it. I don't think there's any need for any other body other than ours. I think our consultant will be excellent and will do the work, and they'll go out and they'll engage with the community. As I recall, some council members went to those. I did not. I felt that was inappropriate because I really wanted the community's input to be what was valued, not my impression of it or in that way. So I think the last thing I'll say is that in the core principles, my hope, of course, is that what we are able to accomplish is that we would have not just one majority-minority district, which we were able to accomplish in the last go-round, but my hope is that there would be 2. And I think that's one of the core guiding principles of our city, and it's reflected here, that social equity piece to it. So I think that there's enough diversity of this community that will reflect that in whatever maps come to us. And so those will be key components. And I certainly believe that those same groups will be, that we did outreach with last time, whether it's the African-American community, the Hispanic community, that they would be very much involved in all of those community engagements. I think we've got a former council member and a past president of the State Bar of Nevada who have taken some keen interest in this. I think one serves on the Ward 1 NAB. I hope that they'll be present for those discussions as well. So it'll be, I think, a good, it'll be well done when it's done. I'll come back now to the body and come back to Ms. Dewar.
Yeah, I think my comment was broader, not about your specific principles, which I was fine with, but I wanted to say a comment about the process. First of all, could you just state the name of the group for the record?
Flow Analytics.
Flow Analytics, and they are the same people that you worked with last time.
They're the same, and we've actually worked into their contract the same language that prohibits them from working on any elected or political campaigns through the end of 2026, based on them working with us on redistricting, to make sure that we've put in that barrier that there's no political gain for them either.
Good. So I heard a lot of positive about this group from all sectors of our community. And almost the proof of the pudding that council members can't influence the process. There were many pieces, at least probably 5 aspects of what they did that I wasn't so happy about. And that was not changed, despite the fact that I was spoke about it and was articulate about it, I think, and explained my concerns. Now, what was changed was that there were some maps that, to your point, cut HOAs in half, cut communities in half, and those people, we had one that 30 letters were sent in for Double Diamond saying, don't cut us in half. That may look like just a place on a map to a consultant, but to us, it's our community. We're one HOA. We don't want to have 2 representatives. So, I mean, they were heard. Same thing happened with Lake Ridge. They said the same thing. There was a proposal to cut them in half by McCarran, put one in one ward, one half, put the other half in Ward 2. They wrote in saying they didn't like that. So I think the consultants paid far more attention to the public and what they were thinking about than to any one council member, frankly. That's just my observation. So it didn't really matter how I felt about it at the end of the day. What mattered was that the process was seen as clean, transparent, supported by the community, and it made some rational sense. And so, therefore, I'm very comfortable with it, and I actually think it would enable us to get additional public input. I mean, you said that this time they hope to even do more outreach.
Correct.
And what are you thinking there?
So we will host, of course, a series of community meetings. We're also going to have drop-in locations where public can provide feedback. And then we're also launching one of the tools that the Flow Analytics uses is an online portal for people to get in and even say, this is an area of interest to me that we shouldn't break up, or here's what I think a map should look like.
So they could do it on an online comment, not just show up at a meeting or participate in a meeting on Zoom.
Correct.
But also apart from that.
Yep.
And then finally, I gave a fair amount of thought to the idea of an independent council, a commission. And in this case, I'm going to not support that concept. And here's why. No matter what body we appoint, whether it's a planning commission, the charter commission, whoever, we're all appointing them. Usually we appoint people that are of like mind to ourselves, or at least can, share views or values with us, 80% overlap, somebody we can talk to. And I would expect if we appointed a commission, it would probably be 7 people appointed by 7 people. And I mean, it's kind of there's probably a word for this, that it appears more independent than it is in some ways. And so therefore, I'd just rather have them do their work and have us do our voting and move on. So that's just my thought.
And that's the process.
So you're saying it's a process, but did we have to vote on that?
You're voting on the principles that will be used in that process. And if the principles didn't align with your values, or if you wanted to change something, today's the day to do that. But that is the process we have outlined to include using those principles.
But I mean, as part of your process, having a consultant and not having a commission.
Correct.
So if we vote today, that's what we would be voting. If we make aye for that.
We start tomorrow.
Okay.
Councilmember Dewar, I think you raised some good points. I will comment on one of them. It has to do with how we divide like HOAs. And I think what I recall from learning about it in the last time, it's much like in my community. I live in Somerset. And Somerset, I am represented by, I think in the legislature, Senator Hansen, maybe up out of the rurals, because it comes down into my neighborhood. And so Somerset residents were very perplexed by that because most of it is represented by Senator Gansert, but just one small part of it by another. So, I mean, maps are not, perfect in any way. I think that's.
And it might happen. It might happen. I'm just saying, last time we had bigger areas. This time we have to cut them by
Smaller,
another
yeah.
9,000 roughly. And so you could end up cutting a HOA, but you could also try not to as a starting point.
But I also recall that one of the things that they do not bisect or cut up are like precincts, voting precincts.
Right.
Right.
They're much smaller.
Yeah, so that makes a little more sense because some areas are simply much larger. I look at some of the areas down south and think about their voting precincts can be very unwieldy. So to divide them and to make sure we're doing all the other things, whether that's focusing on some equity component or trying to make sure that we're not drawing the lines in such a way that's inconsistent with how our geographic limitations are. There's like this rule that you can't create an island, I suppose, and that was one of them. So lots of principles. But I will say, too, using the same group, Flow Analytics, they're not starting from zero, right? So all of that work that they did in the last redistricting is still there. I assume they fire up their computers and start to input data into it. All they're doing is taking the maps that we approved the last time and they're shrinking them to add another ward. So I think they'll be able to do a great job for us. And I do appreciate I don't believe. Maybe I met with the Flow Analytics people before they were hired, meaning we were choosing the things and we were asked questions, but I can't even recall if that's true. I don't recall any of the people who work for them, but there was no engagement, I don't think, by any members of this body with them other than the public process, which we are all in front of. So appreciate that. Let me see if any other questions. Ms. Breckes.
Yeah, I think there are concerns. Now, Flow Analytics does this all over. They're not going to ruin their reputation and let a council member influence the process. But the review of the maps is with staff, and staff has dialogue with the colleagues on this body. And if a member is talking to a staff member and says, I'd like the map to look like this, or I'd like the map to look like that, there could be reasons for that. I think someone who wants to run is over here. I'd rather see him here. That is fraught. That violates our policies about political engagement in the office because you're engaging on a political matter with a body. There's nothing wrong with anyone bringing their maps forward. We could all bring our maps forward, but it needs to be in a transparent way. It can't be inside conversations with staff. That is problematic. So y'all be sure that, if you don't want to go down this independent route, but you're having conversations with staff about how you'd like to see the maps outside of a public setting, that could be problematic. In Los Angeles, an illegal wiretap of some people during the redistricting process and the comments they made has been referred to the district attorney. Big scandal down there. Okay? It could be, and sometimes things come up in different ways you don't know. It's for everyone's interest. If you don't want to go the independent redistricting, then let's put in the process that each and every one of us will stand on oath and say, I had no conversation with staff about any preference I have for a map. Will y'all be doing that? Because I'll make the motion that we'll do that. Before the maps are adopted, we will stand up and say, I'm on oath, I had no conversations, and we'll put our staff members under oath. Because we cannot be influencing. And partisan is not the issue, it's almost more dangerous because it's individual interests and how it draws. And I don't think they are that great. I mean, I'll compete in any neighborhood, really, because I think, I've run citywide. But it's this meddling risk that is really in the interest of the bodies to be very handoff with staff who will be influencing the consultants. Don't have those conversations. Don't have those text messages. If you want a map of what you want your ward to look like, bring that forward in a public setting. I think you're making a big mistake here. And sometimes things come up back and after you don't really know they're coming. So I'm not going to support the process as outlined. I think it puts staff in a vulnerable position. I think it has too much folly for those of us who want to get into the lines through election to be involved in the drawing of them. Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments at this time? Hold on one second.
Okay.
Ms. Ebert, did you Oh, okay, Ms. Stewart.
I just, in light of what our colleague just said, I think we couldn't be doing this at a better time when so few of us are in a ward, termed out. You only really have one person, who is going to continue on past into another election. Everyone else is not elected past 2024. So at the end of the day, I know they're all running for office at some point or another, or maybe yes, maybe no, but it's good that it's right now. Because we probably couldn't have picked a better time, really, so when you look at it that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
good
there's
point.
probably the least self-interest.
Correct.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stewart. Ms. Hebert.
Okay. So I just had a question on, what will the outreach look like? I know that, when we're starting a new development or potential development in different areas, we send out postcards to the surrounding area. Will we do anything like that? Send out a postcard to all the residents and say, here's a link to where you can give your input online. Are we planning on doing anything like that, or do we not know yet?
Postcards were approved yesterday, and they
Okay.
will go out after this vote today, by the end of this week. And they're going to go out to every resident. And then because we know about 50% of our population are renters, but they're also people that live in wards, Callie has worked with Development Services to and business licensing to identify rental owners, and we're sending information to all those renters as well. So it's probably I think the largest mailing the city has ever done.
Okay, so when we had to identify renters, we're not just using like a list of addresses. We're not just sending it out to everyone in the city of Reno.
We're sending it out, but you have to use the certain address. So it's renters and owners of houses and residents in the city.
Okay, so I didn't realize we would need to differentiate. We wouldn't just say residents of.
When you pull the list from, it's who owns the property. So if I own a property here, but I live in California, if you just pull the list of who owns the properties, the person who rents and lives in that house is not going to get that mailing.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm confused. Like, why would we need to pull the owner's name? Why couldn't we just say residents of?
That's how the lists are pulled from the people that manage the list. So we found a way to make sure that we can get
Okay.
renters and owners of the properties.
Okay, all right. My next question is, will we get more than one option to vote on? Because sometimes I feel like we get one option and it's take it or leave it. Will we get more than one opportunity to say, hey, no, my constituents don't like this, or I have a particular group of people that don't want to be divided. Maybe it's not necessarily an HOA situation, but it's a close-knit community that doesn't want to be divided. Will we have the opportunity to say, hey, this doesn't necessarily work, or will it need our constituents to come and particularly come and give feedback for that?
I think consistent with the last round of redistricting, we presented 3 or 4 map options to the body. Each time we came back.
Okay.
The number of options will be dependent on the feedback they get from the community and how much of it can make sense in 1 or 2 or 3 map options, but there will most likely be more than 2 options.
Okay. And the next one I have is, what will happen with precincts? Are we going to have to renumber precincts, or?
So part of the reason we're on the timeline of September 1st for the registrar is so that they can redraw all the precincts. The registrar has to keep precincts below 5,000 people per precinct, and they try and keep them much lower than that.
Okay.
The intent is to make sure that we can redraw those because you can't have multiple candidates for different seats in one precinct. So the precincts have to be within our ward maps, which is an added layer of complexity for the registrar.
Okay.
So that's why we have to submit that so they can redraw all the precincts with our new wards, and every other line they have to, school board members and regents and all the other things they have to draw. So all those will be redrawn between September 1st and November 7th, and the registrar has to submit all the maps to the state on November 7th.
Okay, I did have one more question, if
Go
we can
ahead.
just get another minute, or not a question really. I just want to say I agree with Jenny's statement that maybe we should all just agree that we're not going to try and have influence over these maps. I mean, we're all saying that we won't, so maybe going on the record to say we're not going to put any influence over, personal influence over how these maps will be redrawn, I think would be really great to kind of put the public at ease to say, hey, we're not going to try and draw these lines in a way that's favorable to my, potential election outcomes. Just, we're all agreeing that we're not going to try and do that, but I think it would be really nice to put that on the record and just say that we're not going to do that.
Okay, any additional questions at this time? Councilmember Martinez, I think this is your second time?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much.
You mentioned the postcards. I was just curious if there's any verbiage in Spanish on the postcards.
The postcards are in Spanish and English on both sides.
Similarly with the website, do you already have the URL for that? I'm sure it's in the on the postcard. Sorry, thank you.
We have a reno.gov/redistricting URL, but once we get through today, we'll start the process of bringing up the website for the redistricting from the Flow Analytics side, which will have options for translation as well.
Thanks. I do just want to echo some of the comments by my colleagues and say that I believe this process should be community driven and the needs of the community should be taken into consideration first and foremost throughout this process. I also want to ask if, in terms of the staff within the city, from what I remember, most of them go through civil service and there's a process, right? It isn't like the council members are appointing staff at the city of Reno, correct?
If I understand your question, the civil service is the process that 96% of our employees come through into the organization, and they work for the city manager, not the city council.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And then if you indulge me, I will just put an invitation out in Spanish for anybody who watches this. So, quiero invitar a los miembros de la comunidad, si quieren involucrarse en el proceso de redistribución de nuestros distritos, que se involucren porque va a empezar el 15 de mayo hasta julio, porque les va a afectar en quién va a ser su representante para los próximos años. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, Ms. Breckus, you have 1 minute.
I have 1 minute. So let's talk about how that worked out last time, because some folks weren't here. If 3 maps come forward, what happened last time is we were talking blocks and we sent it back to staff to rework a certain area. So we're going to come up here with 3 maps and have a conversation with people who are already maybe even walking neighborhoods, talking to voters, saying, well, I'd like this in or that out. Let's get this in, get that out. Are we going to have in September or late August at this table talking about blocks and lots in which ward and what ward when people are actively launching campaigns? I don't think so. So how do you get away from that? You tell staff to come forward with 1 map. Well, who's had conversations with staff with the 1 map that we're just going to vote up or we're going to go vote down? Any of you? I mean, it's really fraught. It's very fraught because it's too close to the election. And I'll say, it's too close to the election because this body wanted to not do this. They didn't want to do this. So it put us, by keeping that at large, and I never supported that, it puts us on a deadline. And it's just putting people in too much of a position of self-interest if they've already announced re-election. So we'll see, but August could be very distasteful in the eyes of the public if they see us talking about lots and blocks up here and HOA boundaries, because that's not what we should be doing. Our job is to get in the lines. Our job is not to draw the lines. That's my view, my world outlook. I think this is a big pass by the council to stand up the most democratic process, which is an independent redistricting commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. I think we're at the moment for a motion, so I'll come to you now, Ms. Stewart.
Oh, wait. So this is just a motion to decide if we're using a consultant or we're
I don't
using
know what the
independent?
motion is yet.
Okay.
And so until we get the motion,
Okay.
I can't advise.
Okay. First, a note, I do expect to see several maps. I don't expect
Vice Mayor
this.
Reese, I'm sorry to interrupt. We do have, Ms. Taylor's hand is raised as
Oh,
well.
okay,
So
I
before we move into
apologize.
a motion, I just want to make sure they have their
We'll
opportunity.
come back to you, Ms. Stewart. Ms. Taylor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to comment that I fully appreciate the process being put forward by staff and JW, and I support, I'm not going to go on the give an oath or anything about what I am or who I'm going to talk to or anything like that, but I have a commitment to serve the city, and we all do. And wherever the maps go, that's what we'll work off of. So I'm just appreciative of this information, and if anybody's listening, I don't want there to be some nefarious backroom handshaking of map drawing conversations that you think are happening, because for my understanding, that is not the part that we play in the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for your comments. I'll just sort of build on that. I think it's unfortunate we live in a society in which disinformation and conspiracy theories and these claims are sort of just at the surface in a lot of America. We've become very divided in how we see America. And unfortunately, people who thrive on that kind of chaos like to create specters and boogeyman. I don't think that exists. You've got great people on this dais who are working very hard in the service of community. Our last go around, I think proof is in the pudding. All of the consultants, I think, would be able to speak to that, all of the community engagement that was involved, and we'll continue to stay the course. So that very alt-right kind of talking point about somehow there's always these backdoor dealings, that just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen at the city of Reno. It's too small of a town for any of that. So I appreciate, Ms. Taylor, you're calling that out. What we all want is transparency. What we want are maps that fairly and accurately represent the communities that we serve here in the city of Reno. I think all of the principles are those guiding principles. And of course, laid on top of that are all the constitutional and legal principles. So all of those things will ultimately lead us to maps that we will all be proud of, right? I recall last time during the process that there were a number of iterations of maps over a period of time, none of which were ultimately influenced by anyone saying, well, I want this neighborhood or not that neighborhood. That it just didn't happen. And so trying to create problems where none exist, I think, is really the very height of, paranoia. It's like that tinfoil hat, this whole concept of maybe we'll pinky swear on it about who we spoke to or not. Again, it's a red herring. I think it's not real. And so at the end of the day, again, I think we can all be proud of the work that we did last time. Some of the members are new, obviously, and I think you'll find that the process is very iterative and engaging. And so ultimately, I, like my colleagues, it sounds like, support this concept of moving forward with the principles. Let us make sure those principles guide us in all that we do. Certainly, I think, given the track record of your office and the office or the flow analytics folks, that will be the case. So I'm happy to come back now to Ms. Dewar and seek a motion.
Did you have more?
I did have a comment just about, drawing districts in people's favor. I mean, we have a term for it. It's called gerrymandering, and it has nothing to do with party lines, whether you're an alt-right person or a Democrat. This is something that affects politics across our country, and I think it's valid to call it out. Again, we have a term specifically for it because it's a reality. And to say that it would just never happen in the city of Reno, I think is a little naive, frankly. So just wanted to chime in on that.
Ms. Stewart.
Yeah. So I was about to say that I expect several maps to come back because the consultants do not live here. And they can hear about our people, but they don't know our people. I think we know our people best. I think that was the process that we went through, and it was very productive. We got to speak publicly about what our issues were, or if a constituent group, we felt they weren't heard. We got to elevate their conversation to make sure they are heard. So with that in mind, I'm feeling very comfortable with the scientific process that the consultant employed. I would motion to adopt the City of Reno redistricting principles as you've laid them out. Direct staff to move forward with hiring the consultant and working with a consultant on the redistricting process as you've proposed.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Dewar, a second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional comments at this time? Ms. Breckus.
As I understand it, it's a process for staff to hire the consultant, and it is not the process that I think is the best example of independence and hands-off for drawing this redistricting, which is an unusual redistricting, close to the one that's been delayed through the failed legislative process, and one that is going on and amending the map more than a usual census one. And because the council motion is for staff to work with, and we know that staff is in daily communication individually with us via the manager or others, I think that it is not as hands-off and transparent as it should be, and that's a shame. It's a pass by this council to step up and be the most independent it could be on this process which we have self-interest in if we're running. And I object to 3 maps. Why not 1? We say yes, we say no. Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-2.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a break. My apologies to those in the audience, but we've been here since 10, and so we'll return at, it is now 1:35. We'll return at 2:30, and we're in recess.
Sure. Love it.
Mr. Clerk, are we ready to get started with our afternoon?
We sure are.
Okay, I'll call us back to order. Can you tell me, do we have colleagues on the phone back in Zoom land?
We have council members Breckus and Taylor joining us on Zoom.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Breckus.
Yeah, I really advocate for explaining when we're not at the dais where we are. And
No
unfortunately,
problem. The floor is yours.
thank you. I had to go home. I have a minor temporary illness, I think caused by my sensitivities to some materials that are being used in the building or right outside by a construction crew. I once had some exposure to some industrial toxins and I have a real heightened sensitivity and I was smelling it in chambers and I had to go home. So I apologize, but I will be here for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Well, no need to apologize. We're sorry you're not feeling well and we'll be happy to have you here by Zoom. Okay, Mr. Clerk, can we start off on item, I think we're on D1, correct? Are we at David 1?
D1, correct.
Okay. Let's start off with our staff presentation, and then, Mr. Clerk, just keep me on track. If I don't ask you for public comment, it's not because I don't want to, but you'll let me know if we have public comment.
Sure, we do have correspondence for this. I'll just read that really quick. We received 17 comments for item D1, which were directly associated with the agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on May 9th. These comments were written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office, and copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the Reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 0 in favor, 14 in opposition, and 3 concerned. In addition, we have 1 voicemail to play for you.
Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and do that, and Mr. Wilson will get with you in just a second.
Hello, my name is Catherine Schmidt, and I am a Reno resident. Thank you for working to secure $62 million in federal funding for improving safety for all of downtown Reno with micromobility. However, I oppose item D1 because it doesn't fix the biggest problem in downtown Reno, safety on streets between UNR and Midtown. Please make the following amendment so I can support item D1. 1, all proposed micromodal projects in the interlocal agreement should follow the Federal Highway Administration's Bikeway Selection Guide. 2, the interlocal agreement falls short on connectivity between UNR and Midtown. Please add University Way, Center Street, and Sierra Street to the list of projects in this interlocal agreement. In 2019, University Way, Center Street, and Sierra Streets were the best options to improve safety, and Virginia Street was not because it closes for special events. City of Reno staff have stalled the University Way, Center Street, and Sierra Street safety projects for far too long, prioritizing parking, loading zones, and high-speed, high-volume car traffic and sacrificing safety. Businesses on Center Street, including the Discovery Museum and Library, need safety now for kids. The Reno City Council has the opportunity to send a message. Safety is the top priority. Please add University Way, Center Street, and Sierra Street to this interlocal agreement in item D1 and make these streets a top priority. The other 9 lower priority streets in the interlocal agreement, including Virginia Street, can be completed with the leftover $50 million. I believe that all the multimodal improvement projects can be completed for less than $62.5 million if the City of Reno staff stop insisting that entire streets need to be resurfaced every time a bike path is painted on the road. Thank you.
Seeing as we have no speakers registered in the room, that concludes our public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and we'll start now with a staff presentation by Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, thank you for your patience today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Son. So good afternoon, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Khalil Wilson. I'm the Assistant Director in Public Works. I'm pleased today to present to you this item, the Regional Transportation Commission, RTC, FY 2024 Interlocal Cooperative Agreement. With me here today is Mr. Bill Thomas, Executive Director of the Regional Transportation Commission, and Mr. Dale Keller, Director of Engineering of the Regional Transportation Commission. Today, we're seeking direction in two areas to continue the important infrastructure work to be completed in Reno. First, we're seeking approval of the RTC fiscal year 2024 interlocal agreement so projects that identify can advance to design and construction. Second, direction to bring back to council an amendment to this interlocal agreement to include streets in the downtown micromobility network. The RTC Interlocal Cooperative Agreement specifies the responsibilities for delivery of identified projects. It gives authorization to RTC to use eminent domain if needed, and identifies the program of projects to advance to design and construction. You may have also heard programs of projects referred to as POP or POP. I'd like to take a little bit of time and talk about the 2050 RTP. The Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP, functions as the principal document for implementing the goals of a regional transportation system. The last version of this is the 2050 RTP. You may recall RTC provided a presentation to this body on February 12, 2020, where they discussed the process for the development of the 2050 RTP and asked council to provide input on Reno's priorities to be included in the Regional Transportation Plan update. In addition, Reno City Council, RTC, presented to Sparks City Council, Washoe County Commission, and other regional boards soliciting input. RTC also conducted an extensive 12-month community engagement effort while developing the 2050 RTP. Over those 12 months, Reno staff worked with RTC to include council-identified priorities and projects that would benefit Reno's residents and businesses. RTC returned to City Council on January 27th, 2021 to provide an update to the 2050 RTP and include the responses to City Council on the recommendations and priorities. So this slide shows RTC's project implementation process, kind of working left to right. On March 19th, 2021, the RTC board approved the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan that serves as a 20-year outlook for regional projects. At the same board meeting, the RTC board approved the Regional Transportation Improvement Program, or RTIP, where projects advance to funding in a 5-year outlook. This brings us here today, working to the right in the color red, where we're seeking approval to the ICA, so these exciting projects that are identified in the RTP and the RTIP can advance into design and construction. So what's included in the 2024 ICA? The 2024 ICA is divided into 3 project categories. The first category on the left is pavement preservation. With this year's budget of $22.5 million, the goal of this project within this category is to keep the regional roads in good shape. Pavement maintenance projects such as surface treatments are currently being identified. Also included in this category is roadway rehabilitation projects that are prioritized on pavement condition ratings and usage of the roadway, or average daily traffic, ADT. Rehabilitation projects this year include Selmy Drive between Sutro and Clearacre, North Virginia near the University of Nevada between McCarran and 16th Street, and Raleigh Heights area including Carlisle Drive, Lancaster Drive, and Yorkshire Drive. Oops, excuse me. The second category of projects is traffic and intelligent transportation systems, or ITS. This category has a $10 million budget this year and includes types of projects as intersection improvements and safety projects, new traffic signals, upgrades to existing signalized intersections, installation of fiber optic connections between intersections. Projects of this category are prioritized through the RTC's Traffic and Operations Management Subcommittee, or TOMS. The third category of projects is roadway projects. This year, $144 million in projects have been identified in 4 types of projects that I'll go into more detail in the following slides. But in summary, the projects are circulation and capacity, bus rapid transit infrastructure, safety and operational, and micromobility. Circulation and capacity. RTC is anticipating spending about $84 million on 3 projects in the North Valleys to expand capacity and improve traffic circulation. It should be noted that the $84 million is for regional roadways and does not include
the money that NDOT is investing in widening 395 in the North Valleys. The first project is military road capacity improvements. That's the blue line at the top of the exhibit on the left-hand side of the exhibit. This is widening Military Road from 2 lanes to 4 between Lemon and Echo Avenue. Design is scheduled to start in 2023 with the construction to begin in 2025. The second is Buck Drive Circulation. That's a small blue line in the middle of the exhibit. This project will improve traffic circulation between Buck Drive and North Hills Boulevard and include a new traffic signal at this intersection. This $4 million project is scheduled to begin in 2023 and be constructed in 2025. The third project, the pink line at the bottom of the exhibit, is in North Valleys, is the North Virginia widening from 2 lanes to 4 between Panther Valley and Stead. This project is scheduled to begin design in 2024 and be constructed in 2026. I want to kind of take note of the photos on the screen there. The one on the top right is a photo of North Hills Boulevard, looking north towards Buck Drive. As you can see, the traffic queuing up to get through that 3-way stop sign at this particular location, and the new traffic signal will help that circulation. The photo on the bottom right is along Virginia Street and within the limits of the project. It's showing 2 lanes of traffic with no curb, gutter, sidewalk, or pedestrian connectivity. BRT infrastructure. BRT stands for Bus Rapid Transit. And the image on the left shows the Virginia Street BRT transit line from South Virginia Street to Liberty. The project limits for this project, however, is in the inset there on the right-hand side of the exhibit between Gentry and Peckham. RTC is anticipating spending about $15 million in this project, and the need for this project has been identified in the 2050 RTP. The project will add northbound bus-only lane from Peckham to Gentry and upgraded elevated platform bus shelters and provide ADA improvements throughout the corridor. This will fill a gap and connect to existing bus-only lanes to the north and south of the project limits to provide a faster, more efficient transit line throughout the Virginia Street corridor. Final design for this project will be completed in 2024 and be constructed in 2025. Pictures on the right there shows Gentry at Virginia Street on the top right, with showing what is existing today, and the bottom right shows the elevated bus shelters that will be upgraded. Safety and operations improvements. RTC is anticipating spending about $35 million on 2 projects in Reno to improve safety and operations, and a need for both have been identified in the 2050 RTP. First, on the left-hand side, there is a slide, the McCarran Boulevard corridor improvements from Plum Lane to South Virginia Street. We'll implement the corridor improvement recommendations from the McCarran Boulevard study. This comprehensive study included all of McCarran Boulevard, but the first project to move forward is in the southwest Reno, outlined there in red. NDOT owns this roadway, so extensive coordination is needed to develop this project. The project will begin design in 2024. Estimated cost of construction is $15 million, and it's anticipated to begin in 2025. The second roadway project is in southeast Reno, Geiger grade realignment. The project will include capacity improvements from Virginia to Toll Road. The project's identified in the 2050 RTP as a regional priority and recommended project in the South Meadows Multimodal Transportation Study. This project has an estimated construction cost of $20 million and will begin design in 2024 with an estimated construction start of 2026. Micromobility projects. The streets highlighted in green are the streets in the 2050 RTP identified as for future downtown circulation plan projects, based on the best information that we had at the time when the 2050 RTP was updated in 2021. RTC is anticipating spending about $20 million for micromobility projects. This amount could be significantly increased if we're successful with a Safe Streets for All grant, or SS4A grant. These streets were grouped together for the first round of funding under the federal SS4A program, but we were unsuccessful in receiving the grant funding. However, we'll be trying again this year, and RTC is currently working on the application. Between 2021 and today, we've completed the micromobility pilot project, the Gale placemaking study, and conducted extensive public outreach engagements. It's fair to say that we have learned a lot. So here's what staff is recommending. we work with RTC and bring back an amendment to this list of streets that includes the next steps in the downtown micromobility network. What the micromobility project, Gale Placemaking Study, feedback from workshops and public outreach has shown us that there is a need and desire for continuous micromode network east-west and north-south through the downtown core. The network needs to increase separation from high-volume, high-speed streets and needs to include installation of low-stress infrastructure for micromode users. So this map on the screen is showing a lot, so I'd like to walk through it. The blue solid lines on the map shows existing streets with existing micromodes infrastructure, and you can see that they're not continuous north-south or east-west through the core. Second, we know that the ICA amendment will need to include Virginia Street from Liberty to 9th as identified in the implementation plan of the Gale Placemaking Study. That is indicated in red. Third, the dashed blue lines are additional candidates for the downtown micromode network being evaluated by RTC's consultant and will be presented for public feedback next month. RTC and city staff will gather feedback, evaluate, and will be presenting recommended projects at the July 19th council meeting. Depending on the recommended projects, we'll seek council approval for an amendment to the ICA to include streets in the addition to Virginia Street. So those are the motions on the screen, and I will answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson, for the presentation. Outstanding. I'm going to start with the members of the body and see where we get started here. And I know that we've got a couple members online, and so I can't see you, so you'll just have to let me know that you're interested in communicating. Mr. Clerk, do we have any hands raised?
I'm sorry, yes, Councilmember Breckus has her hand raised.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Could we go back to the table in the staff report, Exhibit A?
Give us a second to find it, and we'll pull it up. Mr. Clerk, can we find that, please? It's not part of the presentation, correct, Ms. Breckus? It's the staff report?
Yeah.
Okay, one second.
We're being asked to adopt.
Yeah, no problem. Let us pull it up and then make sure the timer doesn't start on Ms. Breckus's time before we can get that. Okay, Ms. Breckus, what is it that you wanted to look at with Mr. Wilson again?
It's the table of the agreement. So we have the agreement that is partially executed by the RTC.
What page is it on?
I think it's on, well, I'm off of an iPad, page 6 of 7. And I don't think it's on the staff report. It's the attachment to the staff report, which is the actual interlocal agreement.
Right here, it's this one. We'll put that on the, we're getting that on the overhead right now.
Perfect. I think I saw someone put it on this. Yeah, right there.
Yep, we have it.
Yeah, if we could put that on there. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 5 columns. And I brought this up last time we did one of these interlocals because I have every single one of these that I've been presented with since I came on the council in 2012. And for example, the 2017 one that I have here in my lap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It had 7 columns. And the missing information to understand, this the best has been for me to understand, and I'll move beyond the ones with asterisks because those are more or less buckets. But say I'll take Buck Drive circulation, which is I think on row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Buck Drive circulation. You have a description of what it is and the estimated cost. Is that estimated cost $4 million for the total of the project or for the design of the project?
It's the total of the project. That includes the design, permitting, and construction cost.
Okay, so how much, because in past years, they showed how much is going to be used for the 24 year. And then they showed what year it was going to go to construction. So how much is going to go for design this year?
I would have to pass that question off to
of the 4 million?
to Director Keller.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and members of the council. Dale Keller, Director of Engineering for the RTC. Councilwoman Breakfast, that has not been approved by our RTC board yet for this fiscal 24 budget. So we need to have the program and projects for this FY 24 street and highway project approved. We anticipate roughly, in generality, about 10% it takes to get these projects going out of the overall project cost. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but roughly about, call it 400,000.
But I have a signature, but it's attached to a document that's been signed by your executive director.
And as Mr. Wilson provided in the presentation, going about the stage of the process is a 4-step process. We talked about the overall planning of the 20-year look ahead with the 2050 RTP. Then we look at the 5-year look ahead with the RTC boards for the Regional and Transportation Improvement Plan, which is a 5-year look. And now we're at this 2-year look ahead. So it allows us to move forward from a planning effort, now actually move it to engineering into final design. So that's where we are today. We need approval before we can actually start spending money to move these projects to final design.
See, that's part of the problem and how it was done better in the past. In the past, they gave you the better vision of all the money that exists over the 2-year and the 5-year, and then how much was allocated each year for design and construction. So this is very much in a isolated fashion. Where are the projects you're constructing this year? Are those on here?
Carrie Koski, your Director of Public Works, City Engineer. So the projects that we're constructing this year, Councilwoman Breckes, we provided a memo to the council, I believe on Thursday or Friday last week, that gave the status of every one of those projects.
Well, how do we know? So, the Arlington Avenue Bridge project, where's that? Is that under design?
Yes, it is.
Then why is it not showing on this table?
Because this is for the program of projects for 2024. The Arlington Bridge design was approved in 2023, and that was on the ICA for the interlocal agreement for 2023.
And how long is it just going to hang out in design? When is it going to construction?
That one there, I believe we're scheduled to go to construction in 25.
So
25.
And
Okay, Ms. Breckes, hold on one second.
Okay.
Hold on one second. I've let you go significantly over. Let me come back to the body and see if there are any questions, and then we'll get you back into the queue. Hold on one second, please. Any other questions from the body at this time? I have a couple that I wanted to sort of address, but maybe I'll start at the beginning. Mr. Wilson, can we go back to the slide that identifies the status, the bubbles? I think we're in the red bubble now. And I apologize to our clerk. I can ask questions while you're bringing it up because I have it in front of me. I suppose for my part.
Page 5.
Yeah, it's slide number 5 in your presentation today to us. Thank you so much. For my part, because I do have the privilege of serving on the RTC board, and so in the last, I guess at our most recent retreat, I got to learn a lot more about the RTIP and the RTIP. Part of the issue is that when we have these conversations, the public is somewhat excluded from it because we tend to talk in acronyms and we talk as though we are all government persons, and we're certainly all not. So I suppose for my part, I want to sort of come down a level from that and just have you help me understand. You've identified a number of projects that are about ready to, for example, the circulation capacity projects. All of those things, once we approve today the interlocal agreement, then those can go into the next phase and really start to be constructed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long, Mr. Wilson, have you been with the city?
I started the city in 2001, so this is my 21st year.
So the question that Ms. Breckes was asking about columns and being confused by fewer columns today than there were some years ago, what's going on there? I mean, can you just help me understand? Because I haven't been here as long as you have.
Well, I believe is the different columns would indicate the program of projects that we we were doing from year to year to year. And what we wanted to do is basically say, this is the program of projects for this particular year. And so we didn't get confused with other years.
Well, no, that's
To
sort of
simplify
how
it.
I understood it. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I was
Yeah.
tracking. Let me then go back to slide number 7, which is the circulation and capacity projects. First of all, thank you. I mean, these are important projects, especially to the North Valleys and the residents who live here. And, you know, they're waiting very diligently to see. One of the websites that Ms. Koski's provided me a number of times when I've had questions about it is the North Valleys Improvements landing page. And in fact, I think last week I went on, I couldn't get to where I was trying to go, so then I had to call Ms. Koski, and she was able to get the bugs worked out in the system. But I think this is an important part of this conversation today, because as we go through the various stages, this is the important part. I'm not so interested in who's got what columns on a page. I'm not interested in a history of the universe. I'm interested in what you are presenting in these particular slides, because I don't think our residents in the North Valley should have to wait any longer for these projects to get going. So I am supportive of the approval of this and think that it is important that we look at the very specific projects that are being called out. Now, I also think that at the end of your presentation, when you began to speak about the micromodal projects, you are threading a very difficult needle. That is also something that we're seeing ourselves have to thread, both in the media, with constituents who are very focused on bicycle safety and ridership. And I think you've done that today too, because I think you're, at least my takeaway from it, and we'll see what the body thinks, is that, you know, the goal is to get started on Virginia as soon as practicable. And hopefully this summer we will start to see those improvements, and then come back, and it sounds like in June and July, when we talk about whether we will add other additional streets. And for that, I'm also thankful, because there's been a lot of maybe not disinformation so much, just misinformation. And I don't ascribe any ill motive to it, but it just seems like there's a lot of information out there, some of which is not correct. And so I appreciate your having sort of clarified that important part of this process and what our options as a body are. So thank you for that. Let me come now back to the body, and we'll see if we have other comments. Ms. Dewar, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So yes, very thorough presentation. Appreciate it. I had a couple questions. So the first one is about, you had the roundabout down on, excuse me, not the roundabout. You had the Geiger grade. Let me look what it's called here. It's called
Geiger grade
the
realignment.
Geiger grade realignment. Thank you. Sorry. So I just wondered, I don't think, I have the picture up, but it doesn't really tell me what you're doing. So could you tell me what we're doing?
So I'll have Dale come up in a second, but what I believe what we're doing is essentially they're realigning Geiger grade from Toll Road over to Virginia Street. Is a realignment.
Right. I mean, I've seen the picture where it cuts across the Steamboat Creek at a different point. So what I wasn't sure is, are we going to leave the roundabout the same and then just have it like two accesses or something?
So I'll have Dale fill in any more about the details of that, but yes.
Good afternoon, Dale Keller, Director of Engineering for RTC. Councilman Dorr. The goal of the realignment project is take all that traffic that's coming down Geiger and
Right.
not put it on that roundabout.
That's
you see
what
on
I
the
was
screen,
thinking.
Right? And so we have so much traffic that's flowing through Veterans or through that roundabout.
Okay.
We want to make sure that's a priority.
Do you know how many trips you have through the roundabout?
Not offhand, but I can get you that information.
Okay, I know we had 60,000 around the Neal Road, Kitsky Road roundabout. That was like 2 years ago, probably more now. But I wondered how much this one's carrying. It's much smaller, but there's still a lot of traffic. So let me just understand. To get on your new realignment, would you go through the light on Virginia, past Geiger, and take a left at some other point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you would be putting maybe a traffic light in there too on South Virginia?
We would consider many different options for an intersection. We'd consider a traffic light or a roundabout and trying to find what the best
Oh,
solution
a roundabout right on Virginia Street,
as a possibility.
old 395.
And part of that process, we want to get public input what that design is. This will allow us to start moving forward with those options and presenting it to the public.
That's
about
interesting.
how we want to move forward with that
Okay,
design.
so if you're going off on Toll Road, what you would do is bypass this Geiger, and you would go down one more stop and take a left to get over to Toll Road.
You got it.
And it wouldn't go to also Geiger. It would
Yes.
probably just go to Toll Road.
It would
Or
take
do-
you to Geiger. So
Oh,
we
it
want
would.
all that traffic that's going up the hill to Geiger, to Virginia City, to use that new roadway.
Oh, just to avoid the roundabout.
And we want to split the traffic up, right? We don't want all that traffic to be focused as a bullseye at that roundabout. So we can take that traffic out, make that roundabout function more efficiently, and with some other modifications that we're currently working on right now. And so it's a great improvement.
One more question. When you leave the roundabout and you're now on Geiger, okay, you're going up to Virginia City, you're on Geiger, will you now intersect another light that is where this bypass comes in?
Maybe a light, maybe another roundabout. So how do you efficiently move that traffic
So you
around?
might have two roundabouts within like a half a mile.
Possibly.
Okay, interesting. I have more questions, but I don't want to overstay my time.
No problem, Ms. Stewart. You're always very gracious. Can I start with Mr. Martinez and then come back to you?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Khalil, thanks for the presentation and getting that information to us. I did have a question about your second recommended motion. I was just wondering if I could get some clarification on some of those additional streets that you're wanting included from the downtown micromobility network.
So the ones shown on the screen here in dashed are some of the streets that are being considered for candidates for the north-south and east-west micromobility. It's part of what RTC's consultant in the city of Reno is working with the RTC on developing.
Okay, and just to highlight, because we have.
Third Street, University Way, Lake, and 5th, and 6th Street, and Vine.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Wilson, not to put too fine a point on it, but because Mr. Martinez has graciously brought up this slide, there's a number of different blue dash marked streets. And you've identified some of them, but of course I want to talk very specifically about Center Street and University Way. So is a vote today by this body, if it adopts the recommended motions, does it foreclose us working on a Center Street cycle track if we decide that that's what we're interested in doing?
No.
Okay. Does it mean that we have made a priority or a choice or decision about the importance of Virginia Street in the sense that the GEL and the placemaking studies have recommended that, and that's why this is in red on your slide?
That's correct.
Okay. And look, you've been with the city now, you said 21 years.
Yes.
Are we doing what we can to create a bike-safe and bike-friendly environment in the city of Reno, maybe perhaps differently than in your earlier time of your career?
Without a doubt. This has been the greatest effort that I've seen since I've been here of doing exactly that. You know, working with the community, working with stakeholders, and especially with the subject matter experts in this area to provide this connectivity through the downtown core.
Well, and that effort is not any one person's effort, right? That is an effort by your team, Ms. Koski, the RTC, the political stakeholders, but also it includes the bicycle community, right?
That is correct.
So the bicycle community is quite smitten or taken with the Center Street cycle track. And I think for good reason, right? They believe something was coming, and now that something has either been delayed or is not the right one. So I suppose what I'm trying to figure out is how do we communicate to our important cycling community that we do desire to understand all the implications of a University or Center Street bicycle cycle track, but perhaps that's not today's decision.
No, it's in the next steps. These are coming in the next month with the public outreach engagements, and then working with those stakeholders in order to truly get a collaborative connection and work together to get it across the finish line.
And as a practical matter, what is the downside if, for example, today, there were certain of us who were desiring us to put a pause for a moment on approving the interlocal agreement so that we could get closer to the bicycle period in June, July? Like, why today? Help us understand why today.
So with the ICA, the first motion is essentially so those projects can move forward to design and construction. And then on the second motion is essentially to go back and go with the RTC and with the consulting to figure out exactly what we want for the micromobility network.
And if we don't move forward today with the interlocal agreement, the risk then is that we don't get into the design phase, which then puts off the ability to construct it, which then we're in the winter, and then we're back here in many months from now trying to make these decisions.
That is correct.
Okay. And again, I appreciate your indulging me in somewhat a leading line of questioning. Lawyers are prone to do that at times. But I want to make sure that we're clear with our public, and our public is who we're trying to speak to. I know that you know where we're headed, and you've been very gracious with your time this morning, so I thank you for that. Let's come back to the body, and it looks like Ms.
Mr.
Stewart.
Vice
Yeah.
Mayor, Councilmember Breckus has her hand raised.
Okay, can I go to Ms. Breckus first?
Of course.
Ms. Stewart, since she's been patient.
We're in the
Ms.
round.
Breckus?
We're in the rounds.
We're in
Yeah.
round 2, I think.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm still struggling because, for example, in 2017, we showed funding sources. We showed the range of funding sources. This year, we're not showing funding sources, but some show pending federal funding. And I guess the question is, how much federal funding is it contemplated on that project? And does that project not go if that federal funding is not available? So that's a question. Another question is, let's take the Geiger grade realignment of 20 million. No. Let's take the military road capacity, which is a $30 million project, and proposed year of construction is 2025. So one would presume if it's in preliminary design, based upon what we've been told, it's already got $3 million. So that means we need $27 million for just next year. Next year, when we go to construction, we need $27 million for that. Well, what else is up for construction next year? I thought I heard Arlington Avenue Bridge was up for construction next year. I also heard, and I wrote it down, Mr. Reese said, the goal is to get Virginia Street done as soon as possible. Well, if that's going in 26, is there enough money to do, for example, Military Road, Virginia Street, the micro-mobility ones, and Arlington Avenue Bridge? This is the unclear information that we had in previous years. We knew how much was being spent on design, how many projects were under construction, and even how much money was anticipated for the project year and the years out. And the failure to have this out right now transparently, and those that it is really a problem, because what it does is it allows for smoke-filled room decisions and deal cuttings of what goes to construction. Everything can show up on design, and I want to know how many are already been designed or just waiting construction to get moved down the road. So the council needs to have a fuller understanding of each year, not just design, but what is under construction, what is under design, and how these projects are going, what is already done in environmental. In years past, this information used to be provided. Now it is very opaque. It's very hard to understand what project is going to go. And then the projects that die, we never hear boo about them. Thank you. I'd like to hear RTC explain why they have an abbreviated program of projects from what they had in prior years, with much more detail on the projects under design and construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. I'm going to welcome Mr. Thomas to the lectern, I guess it is, but the podium. Mr. Thomas, did you have some comments in response to Ms. Breckus's line of inquiry?
Certainly. For the record, I'm honored to be here. Bill Thomas, Executive Director of RTC. I think the conversation you just heard is the exact reason why we don't present to you a detailed layout of what we're going to do. Because to be quite honest, these projects are very, very complex. There's a lot of variables that cause delay, changes to the projects. And this conversation today is authorization from the City Council to do these projects. I will promise the board that I will come back, the council, that I will come back, and I've talked to your manager about finding a time on your agenda where I can do a status report to address some of the questions that have been asked by Councilmember Breckus, but that's not what the point of today is. The point of today really is the City Council of Reno ready to move these projects forward? We've got the vote from Washoe County. We've got the vote from the City of Sparks. They're ready to move their projects forward. In order to be timely, as you said, Vice Chair Reese, we need an indication from Reno that these can move forward. The question would be, if you don't want to move some of these forward, that's what we need to hear today. But I will promise I'll come back and give this broad conversation of everything in the works, because it is very complex. because every one of these moves at its own pace based on a lot of variables, not the least of which is even getting the property, which sometimes requires condemnation, court processes, things that are beyond our control. So there's no attempt here to hide anything from anyone, and in fact, it's very transparent. All of these documents, including those 4 circles you saw, there's individual documents people can go to find out where these projects are at a point in time.
Well, Mr. Thomas, to be clear, though, Ms. Breckus is really wanting to make sure that our public is aware of what's going on. And so I appreciate the complexities of construction projects, and we can all accept that to a certain point, right? But I also imagine that part of the complexity lies in the funding sources, which is happening between multiple jurisdictions, the state, the federal government. I think you all have done a very good job, and Mr. Keller especially, in helping us to explain how the transportation infrastructure dollars have been flowing into this region. I also know that you, Mr. Thomas, have been to DC a number of times to advocate on behalf of the region and trying to make sure and assure that we have those dollars coming in. I think what it is it's when you've been in the position a long time, and as government officials, we are sort of getting to that point where we acknowledge how long processes take, but it's very difficult at times to accept it. And so I think Ms. Breckus is saying there have been projects that have been said to be being constructed, but then do not. And while I don't ascribe any ill intention or smoke-filled rooms. I don't smoke. I never have. I don't think, Mr. Thomas, you're a smoker yourself. But my point is that these conspiracy theories about how things happen, I think, does a disservice to the process, right? So ultimately, if there is a way for you to modify this table in the future when you come back, please make sure it includes some historical analysis, right? You're looking at a future and perspective analysis. Make sure it includes those historical ones. And if it can, break down the decisions between spending and design and whatever it is, that's helpful to the members who are looking very carefully at that. Again, I ascribe no ill motive to you or your staff or to Ms. Koski or Mr. Wilson, just that sometimes change is hard. And when you're used to, for 7 years, getting a chart that had 7 columns, and then today it shows up with only 5, there's all measure of concerns about why it happened that way. Does that make sense?
Fair enough, yes.
Okay. Let me see if there are other questions. It looks like Ms. Stewart is next on the button.
Yeah. So I have a couple things. The first one was a follow-on from previous council members about the micromobility network. And I want to make sure I understand what you want from us today. So first of all, I'm really pleased with the progress we're making on micromobility. Yay for us, right? And I feel like in some ways the people that want this built yesterday so they could be biking on it today. And that, I'd like to be one of those people too. Feeling safe on a road with some perception of a barrier. Or just having even a bike lane striping, right? Which most of these dotted lines probably are. So I was just gonna ask, thank you for anticipating. What I'm a little confused about in this chart is previous council meeting, the plan was laid out that you guys were going to be taking public comment, have an in-depth, roll up your sleeves conversations about this downtown bike network. And then you were going to come back to us, I think in July, and propose a series of projects, I assume. What I'm a little bit confused about, I'm completely supportive of approving the interlocal cooperative agreement. Okay. What I'm not sure about is this item 2, and is it just a piece of it? Is it just the Virginia Street piece of the downtown micromobility? What would we be approving in motion 2?
So in motion 2, you'd be asking us to come back to City Council to present the projects for the micromobility network.
Well, that's great.
Which would include Virginia Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I think it's best to take them all together.
Yep.
And for 2 reasons. One, probably results in a better project instead of predetermining one and then saying we're doing the rest. I get how important Virginia Street is. It's our main thoroughfare. I also get that we've also talked often about turning it into like Fremont Street, like closing it up and having it be a plaza. So those things are kind of incongruous, right? Having a major bike thoroughfare and closing it up. So we've been talking about closing it up the whole darn time I've been on council, 9 years. And I guess we haven't thought that's really a good idea. So A is doing it together. And B, I think it's very important for our publics, we're getting this close and they can taste it, to know that we aren't prejudging. I'm confident something's going to come out on Virginia Street. I don't know what it looks like, if it's one-way, two-way, a cyclotrack. We take out the sidewalks and just bike. I don't know what the right answer is, but something's going to happen on Virginia Street. But I think the public perception, the 14 letters we got, the gal that called in today, I haven't met her, but her point is just, we want more, and they're nervous that we're going to jump the gun, and by making that decision, preclude other decisions. It's a perception thing, I think. And I think the best way to deal with the perception is to hold off an official decision on one piece of the micromodal downtown. We've already got lots of blue that's already built, I think you show us. And just bring it back as one package. And I think that's what you're saying, frankly. It sounds like what you're saying. So good job. I probably have one more question. I'll wait for my third round. And
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Breckus has her hand raised.
Councilmember Breckus, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Again, I really am struggling because I have here the memo of the 23 projects. So the Keystone Bridge replacement, which is a $47 million project. In 23, the 23 agreement, it was under design, and it's going to be done in 2027. Now, how do we know that there'll be money for construction for that in 2027 when we've been hearing the Virginia Street's going and the Geiger Grade one's going? Likewise, I have on the 2023, the South Virginia street widening of $25.6 million. It's under construction. It's supposed to be under construction 2023. Is that going right now? Is that $23 million under construction? And also in a past one, I noticed the Mill Street capacity improvement. Where's that one? Because that one was approved in a previous POP, and I don't know if there's construction dollars for that. I really feel that the whole picture of projects that have gone under design, that are waiting for construction, are not shown. And so everything's in isolation. And that's when we don't know why projects, we can't prioritize. I heard the council needs to tell us to go. Well, how can we tell you to go if we don't know or have all the other projects that we've already approved?
Ms. Breckus, thank you so much. Hold on one second. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Keller or Mr. Wilson, does anyone want to address some of the concerns? For my part, before you do, I'll just say there's this joke, right, that the state of Nevada wildflower is really the traffic cone, right? So it seems like we're always under construction somewhere, everywhere. So the question is, where are the projects? And if you remember any of the specific ones, it would be helpful to answer them. And then if perhaps there could be a broad update in the next time we're together. We get questions from constituents. When is the insert project going to go? I heard it was X. So can you speak to any of the specific ones that you heard, if you recall?
Once again, Dale Keller, Director of Engineering for RTC. Councilwoman Breckus, I think as Executive Director Thomas said, we're working with the city manager to come back and to give a broad presentation about where we are, where the projects are at today. I will say there's a laundry list of projects that Councilwoman identified. And yes, they're at very different stages, but they're all underway moving forward. Now, I'd like to say part of what the RTC does really well at is we have a great, and maybe in a city of Reno term, a CIP, a capital improvement plan, right? And that's what our RTIP is. All these acronyms are out there is accomplishing the same thing, is a fiscally constrained plan with many different types of funding sources that add that complexity to that, between federal funding, state funding, and local funding. And part of our goal is to bring in more federal dollars to the region and find ways to implement these projects that are much needed for our region. So we have a constructively plan that is ready to move forward, and that's how we move these projects along.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Thomas, can I have you come forward because I have a question for you? So you are unique among folks in our region because not only are you the director at RTC, but you used to spend a fair amount of your time in this building. And so I want to sort of think very carefully about the North Valleys, very specifically. And you have served in local government service for nearly 30 years, I think, as you're coming up on. And don't mean to age you there unnecessarily, but
Maybe a few more, but I won't.
I'm trying to understand, have you ever seen as much focus or intense desire to see improvements be made as we are trying to make in the North Valleys? Meaning, at the RTC, I think you know that I have, as has the mayor, very much pushed for improvements in the North Valleys, because this is an area where we have an extreme gridlock. We have people who are sitting in their car for hours trying to get their families to the grocery store or to school, or if a snowstorm happens, it can be gridlock for 2-3 hours. So I'm just trying to understand your sense of sort of more like history, where we are, where we're headed, how are we doing? Can you give us a rating? I mean, a grade, A, B, C, how would you characterize it?
Glad to. So I think if you think of RTC as what it really is, which is we're the regional partner for the 3 local governments to implement major transportation improvements, which means we walk that fine line of balancing all of the impacts across the region, particularly from growth. I think it would be fair to say that the most recent focus has really been kind of in the Spanish Springs area, which was probably the biggest growth area for many years. I think the Southeast, with the Southeast study, recognized that the Southeast was starting to advance significantly in growth. And I think it was time for us, because of what's going on in the North Valleys, to move our focus up there. So I would say, our goal is always to be ahead of it. If we could be perfect, we would build the roads before people felt the traffic impacts. The reality is that we struggle to get ahead of it, but we do our best. What's clear to us as transportation experts that the North Valley needs the attention that's reflected in this plan. And it doesn't mean that next year or the year after we might be looking at other quadrants or sections of the community, but those will be based on actually what we're measuring, the things we're hearing from people, and our own applying our technical expertise to decide what are the best possibilities with our fiduciary responsibility to the public to spend their hard-earned money in the most effective way.
Well, and I think you've answered my question. I suppose for my part, the mayor, who's not with us, but I think has expressed the concern that I have at the same time at the RTC, and certainly Ms. Ebert in Ward 4 need some help in the North Valleys. And I don't know it's going to be a one-year thing. Might be a many-year project. And I think, thankfully, also, I think Ms. Koski understands how important it is that we get it right. And so I appreciate that. Okay.
If I might just real quick, because I think it's relevant to the question you asked me earlier. So for all of my career, there's been conversations about widening 395 in the North Valleys. And I do want to basically pat all of ourselves on the back. We were able to successfully get a grant from the federal government for $89 million, working with NDOT, to do that improvement, which the people in North Valleys have been asking for as long as I can remember. So I think to get to your point about North Valleys, it's probably not enough, and it's probably too late for many people, but there's a lot of effort that's focused on North Valleys, reflected specifically by the ICAs that are here today.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'll come back now. I think most of us have gone through our rounds, but we'll see. Ms. Hebert, you're up, and then Ms. Dewar.
I just had a quick question. You mentioned that there might be different interests next year, but I just want to confirm if we vote to approve these projects today, that these will still go forward,
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just saying, we'll have this conversation with you and the other local governments next year. So I just wanted to point out this is a dynamic process, but these ones approved today will move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Ms. Dewar, I think you're on
couple
your last
things.
round.
The 62 million, I was a little confused about that. So are we applying for a grant of a subset of those dollars is what I kind of have deduced. We're not sending a request for 62 million to the federal government.
Thank you for asking that question, because there's a lot of confusion about this. So with the IIJA, sometimes I forget what the acronym means, but basically a bunch of money for 5 years by the federal government was plugged into transportation. With that came brand new programs that nobody understood. The Safe Streets for All, this was the first year of a national competitive program for that grant. We chose and we searched for advice but couldn't find it. We chose to go all in
Okay.
and ask for the full amount that you could get, which is $50 million. We learned later that maybe that wasn't such a wise choice, but at the time, we had to make a decision.
Okay.
So where we're at now is we've learned, because every time we do one of these grants, we do a debrief with the federal agencies that give these grants. And we've learned that we need to be a little more targeted. We need to have a little more data on one, so it may cull down to perhaps 3 or 4 projects that we think we have the best chance of getting the discretionary grant on, which means this subset of projects could be well less than 60 million.
Gotcha.
It could be more than 60 million. But
Okay.
what we want to do, what your staff has mentioned, is to define what we need and then to be strategic about what we ask for.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I had 3 questions, so I'm sorry, I'm over with the 1 minute. But the cost for bike lanes, so apparently you guys had costed out, and I don't know where I'm getting these numbers, but a cost of, let's say, $4 million for a certain thing. And then it's $11 million. And then some of the public are wondering, what is the cost increase? And I know that some of this costing was done several years ago. We've had cost increases, COVID, blah, blah, blah. But then also, I understand that the project's enlarged. Maybe we're resurfacing a street in advance, maybe earlier than we had planned, but we're putting the bike thing on, so we might as well do it. Or I understand from Carrie that maybe there's some streetlights that need to be reconfigured. She mentioned on Center Street, if we did that, 9. I know how much a street light costs, $1 million, but I'm sure it doesn't cost $9 million, but something has to happen there that isn't happening now. So is that what accounts for the cost, or is there something we're still missing? Is it scope enlargement? Is it incremental increases in costs? What would you say?
I'll let Dale answer specifically, but the short answer is probably all of those.
Okay.
It's rare that we start a project that we don't find more things.
Sure.
And
Do we
often
wanna
we have
add-
to say, yes, we have to say, no, we don't have the money to do all of them.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
Dale, if you want to answer.
Well, and Mr. Keller, you weren't here this morning, or I don't know if Mr. Thomas was, but one of the public commenters said, like, DC paves millions of miles of roadway for $5, and here at the city of Reno, we spend $500 million on it. So I just want to, and of course I'm exaggerating for dramatic effect, but we want to be responsive because these are folks who care very deeply about biking, and that's what Ms.
And if it
Jones
costs
said.
less, they could do more miles of bike lane,
That's right. We all want to stretch all those dollars as far as we can. So can you answer Ms. Dewar's question in that vein?
Councilwoman Dewar, yeah, I mean, painting is cheap, but with these
Right.
projects incorporated more than just bike lanes, we're
Mhm.
talking about low-stress facilities, and that's what we're hearing from the community.
I don't even know what that term is, low
And
stress.
we can talk in pretty, but for time's sake, we want to build some facilities that they're going to be usable, that we get the ridership that we anticipate, but also what we talk about for Safe Streets for All, for that grant, right? So we're not building this just for bikes, but also for pedestrian connectivity.
Okay.
The whole network together works together with safety, the number one priority as we
Okay.
look at these projects.
Okay, well, that really helps, I think, because there's a complete misunderstanding, I think, of what we're buying, what we're building and planning. Last thing is that I don't need to get into this, you can fill me in later, just in the interest of time. I am interested in what the Virginia Street Rapid Transit South Peckham Lane to Gentry Way, part of that's in my ward now. I didn't know if we're just adding a bus stop or something else. It's a pretty short distance, but it had a pretty high price tag that I seem to think.
This project is building on our backbone of our transit system with the BRT, the Bus Rapid Transit. So as you know, coming out of Midtown, we also have bus-only lanes south of this area. This is
Yeah.
filling that gap, so while bus-only lanes in that northbound direction. But very important for this project is getting the ridership to those stations. So the facilities such as sidewalks is a big improvement.
Oh.
The stops are an upgrade.
Okay.
So how do you increase that ridership for our transit? And that's the few of the ways
Okay.
we're making those improvements.
That makes sense. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you was, getting back to this issue about what was approved in previous years, what are we doing? The one thing I guess having done a lot of capital programs myself, one of the things I've often done is a chart that, kind of like a Gantt chart, but showing the times. We're starting here, we're finishing here, so you have all kind of bars going, right? We're just talking about starting projects, but there's a lot of ongoing projects. And it could almost be where those are in blue, these are in red, the blue ones are ongoing, and here's the 7 that we're working on in Reno, and here's the 8 that we want to start this year in planning, design, whatever.
Carrie Koski,
Yeah.
Director of Public Works, Very good, very
Yeah.
good and enlightening. That is something that Mr. Thomas and I were just talking
Oh,
about.
okay.
So we're going to dive into that a little bit more,
Okay.
the two agencies.
So
We'll come-
common on
we'll come up
capital
with something. Yes.
projects to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to
Thanks.
give Ms. Dewar a moment to collect her thoughts about a motion, but I'm going to conclude and give her that time to do it. Mr. Wilson, thank you so much for your presentation. Mr. Keller, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Koski. What I will say is, please observe that all the members of the community are looking for the same thing, including you, which is the best roads we can have, the best infrastructure we can have. Our bicycling community is desperate to get us moving in that direction. I even noticed on one of the slides, it was a little earlier, it's got like a little bicycle wheel. And in that spirit, I know that one of the, there you go. Wow, that's pretty neat. I hope we'll put that on a t-shirt. But I think in the spirit of that collaboration, please continue to reach out to our bicycle community, and not as an afterthought, but really as something that they're an important part of this community, and they often add nuance, flavor, color to our decisions. I think one of the gracious offers was made this week that said, hey, we, on our own dime, meaning the bicycle community, will invite certain of you to take us up on the offer to go hang out in Davis, California for a day and see all the cool bike things they're doing. Obviously, Ms. Koski, you and I and Mr. Thomas are going to Denver next week to really dig deeply into what they're doing right as transportation systems. We're all looking for the same thing, so please make sure that someone takes them up on the offer. I don't know that they have to pay for it. I'm sure we can figure out how to do that here. But they offer it as an olive branch, not as a way to poke us in the eye. And so continue to trust and believe that they are equally like-minded in as much as you are, that they want to do the right thing and they want us to do the right thing. Again, more information is better. Putting out information that helps people have a complete and accurate understanding and picture of it, I think is always good. That includes numbers, timelines, pictures. Everyone's very visual these days. So please do your best to continue in the spirit of good governance and cooperation and do those things with them. And now I'll come to Ms. Dewar and see if we can harbor a motion.
Sure. I'll take them separately. First one would be I move to approve the RTC FY 2024 Interlocal Cooperative Agreement.
I have a motion by Ms. Dewar, a second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions at this time? Go ahead. Ms. Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to support. I think the council needs to hold accountability to the RTC and to our staff to get the full picture here. I'll tell you, I was absolutely stunned, and I was just looking through to see when the press release came, when one of our senators announced an earmark, if you will, for Lemon Drive a while ago. Wow, that was our region's #1 grant. Go get them. I never had that conversation. I didn't know that. As another example of the deficiencies of this, we've got so many in close year, by the time the decade's over, wanting federal funding. The council should be ranking what the asks are in DC through this process, not we're going to come back to you later, we'll get to you. We should absolutely know where we're at on every project so we can come to our priorities. And I'm a little sympathetic to RTC, but they need to level with people. They work in a world where the federal government makes it known that you're resource constrained in what you can fund. And we need to all understand we're resource constrained. When everything gets a yes, nothing gets built. And that's where we're at. Arlington Avenue Bridge, Keystone Avenue Bridge, Lemon Valley Drive. There are so many out there that really, even in these early stages, need to be prioritized. Where's that Mill Street one? I don't know. It's very problematic, and it is why this process is so befuddling to so many. So we need to demand the certainty as best you can at this point, and there's examples of how it was done better, and not take these steps backwards with these very loose pops. So I vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. Okay, we'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay. Just a point on that. I think that you made some great comments earlier, Vice Mayor, about improving the process. And we now have 2 new members on RTC, you and our mayor. And I think that you're going to continue to strike that note about we do need clarity. This is so much money, right? And it's like the backbone of everything and affects everybody. Getting anywhere is what, and if you would just move, I'm looking at Bill, thank you. Affects everybody. And so clarity, the more charts, the more information we have, the better. I mean, that makes us all better stewards of the dollar, and it also helps us prioritize together, right? I mean, we're given these, 8 projects or something on your list. I don't know what's on the cutting room floor. What's still there that didn't quite make this list. And I know this list actually started 5 years ago when we did the RTIP, right, or RTP. I get the things mixed up. And I was talking to Vice Mayor earlier, another day, about we don't have the level of focus on this RTP that we probably need because it's setting the guidelines for where we're going to be today. At the same time, we need to be flexible, and just like we're adding stuff today, our next motion, we need to have flexibility so that we can deal with emerging demands. So I do agree with Ms. Breckus that, if there's going to be a huge bunch of money coming from the feds, I would like to have some input into that too. I might have said Virginia Street, frankly, or 395, frankly. So I might have. So on to second motion.
Thank you.
Okay. So just getting some clarity, I'm willing to move to direct staff to bring an amendment to the RTC 2024 ICA that includes additional streets in the downtown micromobility network. But I have a question. I just want to confirm what, our presenter said.
Let's
So I'll wait
first
for a
see if we
second.
can get a second.
Yep. Okay. So I want to confirm what you said earlier, that the plan is to do this public input process, and this amendment would be coming July, August?
July.
Okay,
The amendment will come afterwards.
right, after this process. It'll be end of July, August, whenever, but sometime after.
This fall.
What's that, fall? Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, Ms. Dewar, we have a motion and a second, but I have a question on the motion.
Please.
So I'm not sure I understood the motion, and not because the motion is unclear, but I don't know whether we'll need additional streets. So I cannot foreclose the possibility that I would not be in favor of an amendment to the ICA. I just don't know at this point. So this motion suggests that I already believe that additional streets must be added. So Mr. Wilson or Ms. Koski, I'm not sure I understand what is the goal or what do you see?
Yeah, why do you need this right now?
Carrie Koski, Director of Public Works. The reason we need this is because we know Virginia Street has already been prioritized through the placemaking study, and that one is not included in the ICA that you are voting on today. So we already know that Virginia Street isn't going to be included in the amendment.
So it's less of a motion about action and more about staff direction is what you're suggesting?
Well, I believe the RTC also needs that action in order for them to move forward.
But what if we do not decide to prioritize any additional streets? The motion is confusing to me because we have now voted to approve the ICA for fiscal year 2024, right? So we've taken that piece off the table. I don't know whether I want to amend it today, and so I'm not predisposed to the idea that we would. So help me to understand what we will be doing with the motion.
Would you like to have micromobility installed on Virginia Street?
Amen.
Then
Yes.
we need to amend the ICA.
Oh, well,
Okay, that's not what I understood.
that's not what I understood either.
So let's have a conversation about it. Tell us what you hope to accomplish.
I would like, could I go?
Well, Ms. Breckus, hold on one second. We're trying to get an answer from the staff first.
So ideally, through the public outreach process, we'll be able to build a recommendation for a more robust network of micromobility in the downtown area.
Correct.
We know from hearing all of you accept the placemaking study and the discussion that went into accepting that report, that at a very base level, Virginia Street will be included in any sort of further conversation about a network for micromobility in the downtown space. And so at a minimum, to accomplish Virginia Street in a vacuum, we would need to amend the ICA. It is our hope that we'll be able to bring a more robust network of streets that would also be part of that amendment. But as one bookend of the conversation, the amendment would need to occur to include Virginia Street on its own.
Well,
Well,
Yeah.
Ms. Dewar, you and I are sort of, I think,
We are in the
struggling
same
at this
point. We
point.
are.
So
Like,
let's see what
just
you-
bring it to us, like, when it's ready. Just bring it to us. In
You could
August.
give us that direction today.
Do you feel that that's the direction we're giving you by making this motion?
I do.
I thought we voted, though, last meeting, for you to do the micromobility study, have the
You did.
input, bring.
You
I
did.
thought we did.
Yes, you did. But we need
Mr. Thomas, can you
confirmation
come
from Mr.
forward?
Thomas.
Thank you. So I think Manager Thornley laid it out clearly. Let me tell you the perspective from RTC. We as an agency serve the local governments, which means we don't work in your space without your authorization. So right now, we have an ICA that includes everything that you saw, but doesn't include Virginia because heretofore, Virginia Street was not in the mix. Since we put this all together and the ICA was prepared, you took a vote from your placemaking study. So for me, as a person who needs to take this back to your regional partners, if you say Virginia Street is a top priority for us, that helps me when I explain to the members who aren't on your council who need to be brought into the fold in terms of funding this and moving this forward. And I think what I heard your manager say is if you want to do it quick, you got to get it in. We can certainly wait. Any one of these ICAs can be moved back in time, but it just means your Virginia Street project won't move as fast, at least as far as RTC's involvement. You can always do it yourself, but if you want us to help and fund it, it needs to be part of an ICA.
Okay, so let me see if I can explain it the way I understand it. So there was a slide, and perhaps we'll pull it back up, number 6 in this packet for our clerk, that says FY24 ICA projects in 3 categories. It says payment preservation, 22.5 million. Virginia Street's not that, right?
Right.
Traffic and intelligent transportation systems, 10 million. Virginia Street's not that, correct?
No.
And roadway, 144 million. Virginia Street's not that, right?
No.
So in order for us to get what we want on Virginia Street, because it's not in these 3 things which we just approved in the previous motion, we have a second motion Ms. Dewar has now made seeking to amend it, and at some point in time here in the future, we'll come back and put Virginia Street into it, presumably, and perhaps others.
That's your choice.
Okay.
You either
So
do it now or you
Ms.
do it
Dewar,
later.
I'm
I have a
happy to
question.
support your
Okay.
motion. and
That's
I
what we're
understand
looking
it.
for.
And I may not be happy to support my motion as soon as I get the rest of the answer. I have not presumed, just so you know, I am not making a presumption that Virginia Street is the street. I would say a street is in this basket. Yes, a street is. Could be Sierra, okay? Could be, you mentioned a street east of Center. I don't know what the street is. I think there'll be multiple streets. But right now, your conversation's focused around Virginia, and I'm trying to move it away from Virginia and say, I understand what you're saying, which is, in our world, we gave staff direction to go create a micromobility network in downtown Reno and come back to us in the July timeframe with the answer. But you weren't part of that conversation, and that isn't your process. But maybe what you need to know is, yes, an amendment is likely coming, and it is likely about micromobility. But to say that it is just to say this word Virginia, that's not where I'm at. I'm just at, yes, we're going to bring an amendment. Yes, we're going to do micromobility. I don't know what it looks like because we haven't done the process yet. So I'm withholding judgment. So I am not implying, and the words do not say, and that's why I'm trying to dig, is there something underneath these words that I'm missing that says Virginia Street? So can you explain that?
So I'll try from my vantage point. Up to now, in the conversations about micromobility, there was no assumption from RTC's standpoint of what the future was for Virginia Street. As you said earlier, it could be the city council says this is going to be blocked off, abandoned, never used for anything other than pedestrians. That obviously leads to a certain series of other projects coming out of the downtown to do this micromobility network. But it looks like, and again, that's why we're here, because we're not going to interpret. You need to tell us what your intent was. If your intent was to move immediately or quickly on the Virginia Street, then this is the time to do it. If you're not ready, that's fine as RTC. Whenever you're ready, let us know, and then we will take it back to our board from the standpoint of RTC's involvement and say, this is what the city of Reno is presenting to you regionally to spend the regional money on.
In your mind, is a motion to amend the ICA today?
Well, That I can only take back what you tell me.
Well, it
If
says
doesn't mean,
bring an amendment to amend the ICA, and our staff just said in July timeframe.
sounds to me
Mr. Thomas,
like
you may not be able to answer the question. Ms. Koski, can you come forward, please?
Yes, that is correct, is to bring an amendment back. Yes.
Okay,
That this body had
the
given us.
plain words of
Yes.
I'm good with that. Like, I'm trying to dig out that I'm not implying anything here other than we're gonna bring an amendment, putting you on
Correct.
notice, RTC, gonna bring something more.
Correct. Councilwoman, you did give staff the direction at our last meeting with the placemaking.
Yeah.
That Virginia Street was a priority.
Yeah. And what I'm saying to you today is, I say that it is a priority. I just don't know where it ranks in all the priorities.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be as clear as I can until we get through this process. I don't know if it's priority 1 or 2 or 4. And I don't know what it looks like. Is it a single lane, dual lane? Does it take up the whole dang street? I don't really know until you guys tell us what the proposal is.
Okay, let me check on the phone. Ms. Breckus?
Yes, and we also have Councilmember Taylor after
Okay,
her.
thank you. Let's start with Ms. Breckus.
Thank you. I mean, this motion again is confusing, and I think it illustrates my prior concerns and why I voted against the last vote. So I'm trying to understand. So council's saying Virginia Street's number 1. Well, what is that push of other Reno priorities? Because if everyone's going to say Reno Council says by this vote, Virginia Street is number 1, we don't even know what is our current number 1. I'm holding up the last pop, and I've got Mill Street Capacity Project for $17.5 million. It was a widening. I know that's not going yet. Is that now number 2? Was that number 1 and now it's number 2? I've got Sierra Street Bridge. I've got Keystone Avenue Bridge. What are the other things that have completed design that are going to get bumped by making Virginia Street and or these downtown streets number 1? That's what the council needs to understand. It's great to prioritize and put a number 1, but you need to be aware of what then falls to 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, because 3 and 4 may not get done until 2030, past the decade. And if that's the overpass over in Verdi, you're going to have a little bit of a problem because you approved a whole lot of growth out there and it's a dangerous situation. So this is premature, council, as was your prior vote. We need to understand what are all our needs, what different stages they are in, and then we have enough information to make the priorities. Please do not make this vote today to say this is number 1, and then you'll be crying later because a project that you thought was going to go is not going to go. That's the problem right here. Thank you.
Ms. Breckus, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Carrie, I think I have a couple questions.
Sure.
By making this motion, are we saying that Virginia Street is our number 1 top priority, or are we saying that we want to make improvements on Virginia Street by how we voted at our meeting before the budget meeting based on our placemaking recommendations?
Yes, the latter. The second.
So will other things be able to get done, or is this the only thing that's going to happen? I guess I'm not understanding, because I thought I voted during the placemaking that we accepted those recommendations and we wanted to move forward with them.
Correct.
And this motion gives us the tool to do that.
That's correct. It does give us the tool to do that. Yes, the other projects, there's other funding sources. I mean, this isn't going to say that this is going to bump another project. I can safely say that.
Okay, so now I guess I'm not understanding what my colleagues are saying, because I think the placemaking study vote passed.
Correct.
We gave you direction to do something.
Correct.
You're coming back, helping us do it.
Correct.
And now we're saying we don't want to do it. Or we might not want to do it, which might be confusing to you and your team.
Yes.
I'm going to weigh in here if I may.
Ms. Stewart?
The placemaking, it was a lot more than bike lane. It was sidewalks. It was trees. It was converting a circus garage. It was creating a space over by, an open space over by the event center.
But RTC is not going to do those projects. We're talking about the RTC.
But there's also road and sidewalk improvements that
Right, but to
RTC
get
is.
the road and the sidewalk improvements, we have to work with RTC. That's what we're looking at. There's a lot of things in the placemaking that aren't going to happen with this motion. So I'm super confused on how we vote on something.
Well,
2 weeks.
especially.
And we're not saying that we're not going to do anything else.
Well, especially because this number 2 only deals with micromobility. It's not about sidewalk that I have to my knowledge, or redoing the street. Other things RTC works with us on. So I am also confused. Would it be better to just bring the amendment when you have it ready for us and bring it? I mean, I think RTC has heard the conversation. They know what we're doing. They know what we voted on with placemaking, that it's a giant project. They have a piece of it, but it's bigger than bikes, right?
For the record, Bill Thomas, yes. But I also want to make it clear, if we were bumping other projects, we would be telling you that. So when we're talking about prioritization here, it's going forward. You know, we're saying, give us the indication we can take back to the board on what's important to you. If there were some other project not happening, I would assure you, we would tell you. So you're not choosing amongst projects, you're deciding, on this particular case, do you want Virginia Street ahead of other things? That's how I understand it. Or do you want it thrown into the package with everything else? And I understand the conversation you just had is you want to see the whole package.
I do. I mean, personally, I do, and I don't see Virginia Street written here, I'm sorry. And I understand the implication. I just, there was no backup to say it's Virginia Street, or that I understood, I apologize. I just thought you're saying, hey, we're gonna come with a package in July about micromobility. RTC, don't let the train leave the station. You should know we have one more thing coming. That's how I read this motion. I didn't read, and our number 1 priority and the next stuff coming is Virginia Street. So that I didn't read into it.
Dale Keller, Director of Engineering, for the record. Councilwoman, correct. So in order for us to go ahead, we're all working together with the city staff to look at growing the downtown network. From the slide that Mr. Wilson presented, right now for us, technically, we need a little bit more direction from RTC to make sure we include that. So when we present everything to the public here in June, we're looking at Virginia Street, we're looking at University, we're looking at Lake Sinclair, we're looking at the east-west, everything you see in there as a holistic picture. And then at that time, when we get public input, and then Reno staff's coming back and said, here's what we heard. Part of the other question, part of this is the funding side. Is making sure then we can align funding that we have, that we can say, yes, we have secured funding for construction. Let's move forward on this package of projects.
Okay, my request, thank you for explaining that, because we didn't know about the June, we didn't know about the public hearing. It's just not, like you said, it's not our world. Instead of using the word, this is just my suggestion, instead of using the word Virginia Street, placemaking or bike lane or whatever you were gonna use, perhaps you could put downtown micromobility. And then put your budget number. Does that work for you? For your process? Your June public hearings?
If, once again, going back to the motion that was, I think, drafted, being proposed right now, is move to direct staff to bring an amendment. So when that amendment does come forward, more clarity is going to be presented, and that clarity is going to be from the public input that we receive in July, and then also action taken by this council. Then when we go back, all the way back, and you look at those big 4 circles, we need to bring that to the RTC board, make sure that's approval, and then we'll work that process back in.
Well, downtown micromobility network, the words they've written down here are very clear to me. And if you want to put that in your project that you are sharing with the public, I think that'd be good. Yep. Is that good with you? I mean, is that clarity? That's what the motion says.
Ms. Koski, can you come to
Just helping.
the lectern?
Carrie
Where are we
Koski.
at, Ms. Koski? Tell me what you're hearing. What do you need from us?
What I'm hearing is that you would like staff to bring back an amendment to this ICA that includes the additional streets in the downtown micromobility network.
100%.
Okay, I think we understand now, and you understand. Let's get to the point where we can call for the question.
Vice Mayor, sorry, Councilmember Taylor has raised
Ms.
her hand.
Taylor, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think with that clarity, I don't have anything to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Hi.
Any opposed?
Yeah, I'm not going to support. I mean, when they say they're
Ms.
going to tell us projects.
Ms. Breckus, hold on one second. We're just here at not a speaking motion or a speaking objection, just.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had deliberate discussion before
We already
vote.
did that part, so thank you. But I'll call for the question again. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any
No.
opposed? Motion carries. Okay, let's come back first to the manager. Mr. Manager, we have jumped around this agenda more than we've ever jumped around any agenda in the history of the universe. It appears to me, based on my review of what we have remaining, we have one more D item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which is the legislative update, but that's contingent upon our folks in Carson being available. Is that something we need to trail? I think so. It sounds like
Yes.
we might, so we'll not go to D3 now, but perhaps what we'll do is go to the G
I don't
items.
see a D3. Do I have the wrong?
D3 I see as possible update and discussion on the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature. Am I correct?
Oh,
Mr.
here we go.
Manager?
I found it.
So we've got D3, which we might not have a person ready for. We've got a G item. Do we want to go
Well,
to the? Hold
and
on,
I'd like
hold
to-
on one second, please, Ms. Stewart.
Okay.
Mr. Manager. So we have a D item, we have a G item, and we still have our consent items pulled.
And you still have C4, C5, C6, C7, and C8.
That's what I was looking
Okay,
for.
and so let's see, can you let our folks in Carson know where we are? And sort of tee that up, and then we'll just go into the B items that were
Well,
pulled.
I'm
Yes.
raising my hand.
Ms. Dewar,
There's a gentleman who's been sitting here all day for
Okay.
C4
let's see where we are on C4. Give me 1 second.
in Ward 2.
Well, I'm inclined to do that because I don't like people to be sitting here all day, but let me just look to my colleagues. Does anyone have any other thoughts about what order we should go in?
I'm okay with that.
Mr. Manager, do you have any thoughts about what order we should go in?
Let's just get it done.
Okay.
Which one?
C4, knock it out.
Okay, Charlie 4 will be called. Let the
Thank
record
you very
reflect that
much.
City Council is opening the public hearing for agenda item I-1 LDC 2335, appeal the Planning Commission's decision to approve, 1, a conditional use permit for a 310-unit mini storage warehouse facility comprising of 7 buildings, RV storage, and 2 alternative equivalent compliances to vary from landscape site requirements. This item was continued from the April 12th, 2023 City Council meeting. I have now opened the public hearing. Any council members have any disclosures at this time? Seeing none, I'll come back to me. Let the record reflect also that I have watched the appeal proceedings from the April 12th council meeting. This item was heard and discussed at the April 12th council meeting. And is there any, let's see, not public comment at this time? Mr. Clerk.
And there is no correspondence received on this, and for the record, proper notice was given on the item.
Thank you. Somewhere along the way, I should have asked that. Will the city, oh, maybe I have read the city attorney's portion of it anyways on the agenda item. Sorry about that. Everything is yellow here. Would the applicant like to present additional testimony? If so, you have 10 minutes. Are you the applicant?
I'm the attorney for the applicant, yes.
Great,
Well,
thank you.
the appellant.
Appellant, excuse me.
Okay,
All right, so everyone has seen the video from last time?
yes.
Okay, there's a couple of things that I kind of want to jump to then. So on the left, the photo there shows a recent storm. It wasn't a 100-year storm. Basically, this is from downstream of my client's property. And you see how far up the water goes. And that actual storm undermined the dirt on the side next to the Truckee Meadow pumping station and actually exposed some, I think, conduit for their electrical conduit. It also further down, did some damage to the downstream area. And that, again, that wasn't a 100-year storm. Let me jump to, we talked about something new now is talking about the flood zone. So what I've added is the gray section there is the historic FEMA boundary. And then the blue section there, if you can see, is the LOMA, which is a letter of map amendment, and that was done in 1997, which is my understanding was the last time there was a drainage study that actually analyzed like the area there and the upstream area to determine what the flow is, which is I think what we're actually dealing with now, which is I think very problematic. If you can see from on the bottom right corner, the design that's been presented, that design basically there's nothing there. It's all hardscape. They're increasing the flows. They're not doing anything to reduce the flows or they're just dumping it in to the FEMA area. And then you can see on the next map, see where the yellow is, where the APN 43-28203, that's the Green Acres property. They're going to have to fill in that whole area in the flood zone, which is going to affect the way the water goes. If you put a dam in the wall and the water's flowing in that direction, it's going to hit the wall. It's going to come back, whether it hits the buildings or whether they raise the elevation up. It still is very problematic for my client who's upstream. Let's see, we're on. So basically, we believe this is creating a Lemon Valley 2 for my client, which is going to come in the future, which they're going to have to deal with. So we did talk about the line of sight. This is sitting on the old bridge, looking up. That sign is my client. If you look on the right side, my clients over the years have actually reinforced that because they have an agreement with the Corps of Engineers that they can go and actually maintain that area. Now they have no access to it. My client has no access to it. It's been blocked. So how are they going to go to the other side and keep that side from having additional problems? Let's see if I can get. Okay. So I think there were some comments last time when I was here about it wasn't landlocked. The sign area is landlocked. My client now has no access to that sign with a truck. It's huge problems for my client. We're asking that the city council require some kind of access to be continued through. Otherwise, it's our opinion that the city is basically authorizing this piece of our property to become landlocked. I last time talked about some cases and some statutes. One of the issues here is, I think the comment was brought up last time about why didn't my client go and bid on this piece. My client was never provided any knowledge of it. We're sitting in the middle of COVID. My clients are older. They're told they have to stay in their house. The first time they realize this property is sold is when Green Acres comes and starts messing with the fence that my client's had up for years and years. All right, so we did file a lawsuit. We talked about that before. We did that to be totally transparent so everybody understood what we were doing. Now I'm coming to the part where I think is probably the most important part. So the Harveys have had this property for, I think when the state of Nevada was created, they've had this property. One of the most important parts of this property is their water rights. They have a well in the property, as you can see from the bottom red arrow. There's a well that they've had since the 1800s, okay? Flooding over the years has happened in this area, so it is prone for flooding. In 2015, the Truckee Meadow Water Authority obtained a permit, and see right in the gray area, the flood zone, like map area, that's where the well is, right next to the current FEMA A, and it's also in the historic flood area. My client's aquifer is connected to that same well. So because when they put that in there, they drilled down. My client had to go down further because they were drawing down so much water that my client had to get under it in order to keep the water that they've had for, since the 1800s. If this gets contaminated, it's going to contaminate my client's well. And my client, again, has had it for a long time. I have to tell you, I hate water. I don't like to drink water. but I actually like your water out of a tap. I will not drink water out of a tap in Las Vegas because it tastes gross. But here is actually really good. Again, we have another, Lemon Valley. So both for flooding and water contamination, my client has problems with this. There's nothing being required from Green Valley to ameliorate any of these problems. So from my understanding, from my studies, from what I've come up with, the last time there was a flow analysis of how much water is going under the freeway and hitting onto my client's property and then going towards the Green Acres parcel was 1997. And I think in the last hearing, Councilwoman Breckus said we haven't done anything for 30 years. So we have an expert that we've hired for our lawsuit that did the development to the southeast back in 2000, and they used the 1997 studies. Okay, so there's been a ton of development to the southeast, a ton of development since 1997. The flows, we don't know what they are. So basically, we're sitting here with an analysis that if we just let it go, just turn it over to the development department, they're going to basically say, okay, what's the 1997 flows? Let's run some HEC 2 analysis. Let's figure out what the flows are. They're going to raise fill in that flood zone area, say, oh, we have to be a foot above the flood zone area, and they're going to allow the development to go forward. And it won't do any of the analysis of the impacts that's going to affect my client's property. So during the Planning Commission, there was a conditional letter of approval. Number 11 said it only referred to the finished floor elevations of the development, and we had a big problem with that. We think that there needs to be more. So it's our opinion the city has failed to require Green Acres to perform a new drainage study to show the current 100-year flows. According to which I gave you guys, I sent out before the hearing, Title 42 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 60.3, talks about minimum requirements for flood zones, minimum requirements. Section B2, I believe, is the part that references where we're at in here. And B2 basically refers to sections A2 through A6 that have to be complied with. A2 talks about the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. Section 4, A4 is about to protect the current utilities, which would include the water being drawn out from the well for the Truckee Valley Water Authority. Number 5 talks about protecting the water supply, the potable water supply, which is one of my client's biggest concerns, and also any kind of sewer. My client has a leach bed out there as well, so if there's a big flood, then that adds lots of problems. And then Section B7 says that they have to assure that the flood carrying capacity is maintained. If you turn it over to the building department, they will look at it and say, here's the 1997 flows, we're going to run it. There's not going to be any analysis on this. And so we're asking, number one, we'd ask that the court would, or not the court, I'm sorry, that the council would add the requirements to allow, not block the site of our sign. But as far as on Section 11, there needs to be some criteria on there that specifically identifies what the federal government requires in flood zone areas to require them to actually address these issues to make sure that they're maintained. Otherwise, you're going to get a real 100-year flood in there. It's going to cause a ton of damage. It's going to go in, rip out the area under where the Truckee Valley well is. It's going to contaminate that area, and then my client's going to not be able to have the water that they've had since the 1800s. It's going to be contaminated. The last section that I talked about there was something that was brought up in the Planning Commission about an easement, which is not true. We've looked at it. There is no easement. That was suggested that there was some other easement that our client had an access to, and it simply isn't true. It's not there. So my client right now has no access to that landlocked portion to do anything to improve the channel, to keep it from having problems. If there's anything major that has to be done on the sign, can't get to it. And so we're asking the city council to go in and make the changes necessary so that either it doesn't get built, it gets redesigned so it's designed in accordance with the CFR, or that, well, I guess I'm done. Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Mr. May, thank you for your zealous advocacy. I appreciate your time. Would the applicant like to present any additional materials?
Hello, everyone. My name is Craig Olson, and I'm the managing member of Green Acres Storage Partners, LLC. We own the self-storage that is directly to the north side of Green Acres Court, and we bought the property to the south side that abuts the appellate's property. I put an offer in November 30th of 2016 to purchase the property, a letter of interest. 3 months later, I had NDOT asking me to go survey the drainage systems out there. Maybe we need to keep some of the property to maintain drainage, whatever. I think that was a job for NDOT, but NDOT moved slowly. I went ahead and I looked there. I was provided maps from the construction of 580, and I went out there to take pictures. The day I was out there, I met Mr. Dave Harvey. Mr. Dave Harvey and I had a very nice conversation. We discussed why I was there, the property I was looking at, and he kind of just gave me a little bit of history there. We exchanged phone numbers. A day or so later, he calls me back to ask if I'd like to joint venture with him on his other property, which he has for sale right there in South Virginia. I say this because we had a very nice conversation, very open, very straightforward, and Mr. Harvey knew that I was looking to buy that property. Fast forward, December 2020, I'm over the years reaching out to NDOT. It takes them forever to get back to me. Finally, they say they are going to sell the property, but they won't sell it directly to me. They're going to put it up for public auction. And I'm not going to go through all that whole process, but that's what they did. And I went and bid on the property in early 2021. And I had one other bid against me, virtual bid, and I bought the property. I went through my due diligence. I questioned about easements, access, property, the whole 9 yards. I also reached out to Mr. Harvey, and Mr. Harvey seemed a bit confused at the time. Went back and forth with a few phone calls, went back and forth about 4 phone calls with his family attorney. And then his family attorney tells me, well, I can't deal with this any longer. My last request was, can you just remove pipe rails and the sailboat that's on what is my property? Because I had surveyors come out and look at it. His attorney, Mr. Murphy, says, I'm no longer on the case. Call Philip Stone, Esquire. 4 calls back and forth with Mr. Stone with no response of anything. All I'm asking is talk to me or at least remove the property. My last phone call to Mr. Stone was, you don't respond, you don't call me back. 90 days, I'm just going to consider whatever's there, my property, and I'll dispose of it as need be. Now, that's what I said. I've done nothing since then. But I didn't hear another word. That's a total of 16 conversations back and forth of me attempting to talk to these people about that property and about any issues that they might have until I go forward to get my conditional use permit. And suddenly an attorney from Reno from Las Vegas shows up, and I find out that they're going to file a lawsuit. Now, that lawsuit has been filed. We have received it, and I've engaged counsel. There's a lot of claims that have been made here and in the lawsuit, and I will say that they're all unsubstantiated. And it's a civil matter, and it's something for the courts to figure out. I don't believe that it's something for the Planning Commission to decide. I really don't think it's something that should be in front of you guys. And a lot of time has been spent, and a lot of time wasted, especially today, sitting here waiting to go over this issue. We've gone through the process. The Planning Commission approved it, our layout as it was. It is not all hardscape. We got a slight variance on the landscaping because it is a long and narrow parcel. We'll do whatever we need to do to go through all the processes that planning has asked for, that building and safety will require, to build a beautiful project that is in concert with the city of Reno and that area. As far as claims that I'm going to dirty their water, I take objection to that. All these other claims, I take objection to. I'm being painted as a not good person, and I've been an excellent person, an excellent businessman all my life. I've been in this business, the self-storage business, for 50 years. And I've never had any sort of problem like this. So I'm asking you today to deny this appeal and let me move forward with my project. And obviously, with a lawsuit sitting out there right now, guess it's going to be a little bit on hold anyways. So I don't think there's anything that really needs to be done here from the city council. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's first start by identifying that public comment on this matter. You can sit down.
Thank you.
Yeah, public comment on this matter is now closed. Madam Clerk, is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any follow-up questions from the body for the appellant, the staff, or the applicant? I know the staff has not spoken, but I'm not sure they were intending to. So let's come to the body and see where we are. Ms. Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Olson back up. I've given this.
Hold on one second. Let Mr. Olson get there so he can get prepared.
Okay, just going to give a preamble that I've given this a lot of thought in the past month. And as soon as our last meeting, I reached out to our drainage staff and I said, look, you weren't here in the audience, they are now. So I wrote a condition that I was hopeful would make it clear that you can't harm anyone else, can't increase flows, can't induce flooding on someone else's property. But I asked our staff if my condition didn't get there and didn't achieve what I was trying to get to, please advise me. And they advised me that we could probably drop that condition, but we should probably add something to condition 11. Condition 11 is already addressing flooding. It's talking about FEMA A flood zone. It talks about that your finished floors can't be, they have to be 1 foot above. It's basically restating the FEMA requirements. Okay, but there are other requirements in our ordinances that speak to what the issue I was trying to get to. And so I drafted a condition, well, actually our staff helped me, and I sent it to you, Mr. Olson, and I asked you, is that acceptable to you? And you had told me yes, but I wanted to ask you again in case you've changed your mind.
And Ms. Dewar, are we able to put the condition up to
Yeah.
have a discussion
And
about it? Or?
I sent it to our staff. I don't know if you have it in your email there that you could just put on your phone, or I can show it.
Let's see what we've got here.
You might want to, did you print it, or?
I have printed it, sorry. Trina Magoon, Director of Utilities, for the record. I do have a copy of the email I sent you, just correcting that language. I can put that on the overhead
That's
projector.
what I have, yeah.
Great, well, let us get it on there, and then we'll have it to look at together.
Okay. And maybe you could read it for us.
Sure. The added condition says, the flood study shall demonstrate that any modification within the FEMA floodplain shall not raise Dry Creek flood levels or velocities on adjacent properties and shall be in accordance with Reno Municipal Code 1801-102B3A4, which essentially states the same that, and this is in our code, it's not necessary to be a condition, but
Yeah.
for added emphasis.
Right.
we
I'm
put
just
this
putting
here.
it in. I recommended it for added emphasis since a portion of the appeal was about flood concerns. And I have a big background in flooding, meaning I think a lot about it. I thought it was good that even though it's in our code, to actually come right out and state it. And when I discussed it with Mr. Olson, he seemed okay with that, but I want to confirm that.
So yes, you did discuss that with me. You sent me a copy of it. I saw it. I shared it with not only my civil engineer, who is in the process working on the Clomar and ultimately the Lomar. And I also shared it with my legal counsel, and everyone says it's fine.
Great.
This is what we have to do. This
Right.
is what we'll do.
And I thought, just in light of the fact that the appeal was referencing that issue that I always am concerned. You and I had a nice conversation about that. I just asked for it to be put in just to provide clarity to you, to our staff, to everyone. So I don't know if there are more questions, but I'm where I was last time, which is I'm of a mode to deny the appeal.
Give me 1 second, and let's see
Okay.
if we have any other additional comments from council. Seeing none, I'm going to come to you, Ms. Dewar, for a
Okay.
motion.
All right, and I hope I state this right, but what I'm interested in doing is adding a condition and denying the appeal. Adding the condition that was read into the record.
Carter Williams, Assistant Planner for the record. There is in the original staff report, there is a recommended condition that
Okay.
you can use to draft that has language to add conditions.
Okay.
It's a modification, right?
Yes,
It's not an
modification.
addition. So you'd like to modify condition 11 as
Okay,
read into
thank
the
you.
record?
I'd like to modify condition 11 as read into the record and deny the appeal.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by
Second.
Mr. Martinez.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, we do have Councilmember Breckus's hand is raised.
Okay. And then I wanted to just finish saying that given that, if we make that change, I could make all the findings.
No problem. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to come to you, Ms. Breckus, for discussion on the motion.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. I'm going to stay consistent with my view that the CLOMARs on an outdated flood map are problematic. I know that they're approved routinely administratively because our code has moved so administratively. And this came to us only by way of an appeal. But when they come to appeal, it's my turn to vote my conscience, which is it is disingenuous from everything I've heard about mapping in this region, particularly the south part of the valley, to build CLOMARs upon an outdated map. I also want to express tremendous concern with the member, Ms. Dewar, who is out there communicating outside of the hearing with an applicant. That's an ex-parte communication that I don't think is right. And, you know, this thing already has legal tentacles. A lot of those are not before this body. But going out and doing extracurricular activity, extracurricular communication with a party when the other party isn't at the table is so problematic to me. I learned that on the Stan Lucas case because we were faulted on procedural issues there. And I'm really concerned. I wish we weren't having members who are going off and doing what would be staff work or, you know, mediator work. We can't do that. So I vote no. And I also express concern about a procedural defect that has come to light. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Madam Clerk, what do you have the record as?
I have 5-1.
Thank you so much. Motion carries 5-1. Okay, Mr. Manager, we're now going to go to C5, Charlie 5, because we have another member of the audience who has been waiting patiently on Charlie 5. And so let's let all of our staff get there. Let's let me look at where we're going on Charlie 5. And we'll start by saying, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item C5. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Proper notice was given on this item and no correspondence was received.
Thank you so much. Do any council members need to make any disclosures at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for our staff presentation.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. Tonight, or well, almost tonight, jumping the gun a little bit, we have LDC 2348, which is the Shepherd of the Mountain zone change. So this is an approximate 2.06 acre site. It is two parcels on the northeast corner of Lakeside and Peckham. For reference, you can see Moana Park and Stadium up in the upper right corner. The site is developed with a church and a former preschool school building. The request is a zoning map amendment from SF3 to public facilities to bring into conformance with the master plan and there are no additional uses or buildings proposed. Key issues are zoning compatibility and conformance with the zoning code. Zooming in a little bit, you can see the church site. To the south, we have single-family homes across Peckham. To the west, across Lakeside, there's another church. To the north, we have approved and existing townhomes. And to the east, we have offices. So you can see the current zoning and the proposed zoning, single-family 3, proposed zoning as public facilities. The current SF3 zoning does not conform with the master plan designation, which is suburban mixed use, as we'll see on the next slide. And the proposed zone change to public facilities is primarily, it's related to bringing into conformance with the master plan, but PF in particular, because PF, among other things, is intended for religious institutions. Here's the master plan land use, suburban mixed use, and a handful of policies that the request is in line with. There are 4 conforming zoning districts that allow the existing uses by right. We have public facilities, mixed use suburban, general commercial, and neighborhood commercial. All 4 of these allow the existing uses by right. And public facilities is recommended as it is the most restrictive and the most is more contextually appropriate than the other 3 zoning districts. Here are the recommended findings. Staff can make all the findings, and here's the recommended motion. Available for questions.
Mr. Foster, great job. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. I don't know that we've seen you in chambers before, but welcome. Come back up there. You can't get away so quickly. Thank you for the presentation. And really the staff report, quite frankly, is very well done. So thank you for that. I'm going to come to my colleagues and start with Ms. Dewar in Ward 2.
So at the NAB, the question came up, and if you could put the chart back up, and I don't think you were there, were you?
I was not, no.
It was someone else. So if you go back a couple slides, this table and then the one before, 2 tables before, where you had the blue. So my question is, and it came up at the NAB, why public facility? So you went through that pretty well. And you could go to now the table, if you would. Here's the concern. So public facility includes a lot of things. I mean, it could be a prison, it could be a school. There's a lot of things that fall under. It could be any kind of government building that can be had. What is the question that is on many people's mind is you're sitting there, nobody's bothering you, right? I mean, you're doing the church business, not you, but they are doing the church business. What brings them to come in, make an application, goes through this whole process if they plan no changes? It creates a question. What changes are planned? And you said there are no changes planned.
Correct.
But then what drives them to go through this whole process at this time?
Excellent and fair question. I appreciate the question. So the reason is when back in December, I believe it was December, and the applicant is here, you can speak to that directly if necessary. But in December, they were approached, let's say at the end of last year,
Okay.
they were approached about the possibility of doing a driver's education course in the classroom building, the school building on the site.
Okay.
And as a part of that, in doing their due diligence, they reached out to the city, to the planner of the day, and they were informed, among other things, during the discussions, it came out that their existing zoning was not in conformance with the master plan. And as a part of that conversation, they were informed that they could apply for a a zone change to bring the site's zoning into conformance with the master plan, and that it was free of charge.
Okay.
And so it was essentially a decision that they made that as informed by that discussion.
Yeah. And so the last time this happened, very recently, a church wanted to expand their use. This one's a driver's ed, that one was a daycare. And they were informed by our staff they could not expand the daycare, and they were informed by our staff they cannot put in driver's ed. And in each case, they were driven to do a zone change like this. And the last case, everybody remembers, we said, no, we don't want to see that zone change. It was in the middle of a bunch of residential, like this one is. And we had them go back and they did a site plan review, if I recall. It was you, Grace? And they took a different approach to solving the problem. And I'm not going to ask you to do that here. I think that times passed, the NAB came and went. We could have had that conversation before. But I guess it's more of a global point for our staff. We keep running into these things that our code is kind of rigid and doesn't allow these slight changes, a daycare, a driver's ed class, necessitating, in some cases, the last case, fair amount of money they spent on hiring consultants to do zone changes and such on. And they came back with the simple answer of a site plan, site review. I'm not really sure what it's called. I think it's called a SUP, but a minor, maybe, something like that. Anyway, didn't have to come to us. And I guess I'm just going to ask generally if we can continue that mode of leaning in, looking for a lower cost option, keeping the zoning as is, because every time you change the zoning, you raise red flags to a residential neighborhood, which is, you showed all the yellow to the south. You know, there are other churches in the region, very familiar. There are apartments not far away, but it's generally residential. So any thoughts on that? Just, that's my basic. It's kind of a philosophy, of helping people get where they need to be without having to come all the way to us.
Sure. So a couple thoughts. One is that that any future non-residential development on the site, because of residential adjacency,
Right.
would require at a minimum a site plan review.
Okay.
So were the church to sell the property or propose some additional use that is non-residential, they would be the entity would be required to go through at a minimum a site plan review process. The second thing, and that
Okay,
just ran
that would
away.
go to staff.
What's that?
That would go to review
The
and
site plan
approval.
review would be a staff level.
Staff level approval.
Correct.
So
And
that
appealable
is
to
the
the council.
concern from the public, that we get it, the staff looked at it, but are they hearing from us, the general public? Not as much as when it comes to council. Right, so here they got the whole forum, they can do whatever. So I'm gonna stop, I'm gonna support this, but I'm also cautioning that if these keep coming and it makes us uncomfortable with the location, that one was embedded. I mean, you had one little trail in, travel was challenging. This is on a major arterial, Lakeside, and another arterial, Peckham. It's not as problematic. So I'm gonna be okay with it.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any other questions from the body?
This is Councilmember Breckus.
Councilmember Breckus, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, this is being driven by a driver's education program. How is that a public facility use? Is it a private driver's education operator?
The applicant would need to respond to that. I'm not aware of the particulars. However, I would submit that that is not actually the case at this point. That was something that they were presented with at the end of the year. That opportunity went away, but it was a part of the conversation that precipitated the zone change request.
Well, let's follow up along those lines. You said there'd be a site plan review for residential adjacency. Would it involve, say, the driver's ed business, which is a private business, wanted to go in the classrooms that are vacant? Would that, just by virtue of occupying those existing classrooms, require that site plan review?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. So, like my colleague said, about the parallel discussion we just had, houses of worship, I think that's what we're calling them, or religious institutions, are allowed in the zoning. And the public facility is very broad, can bring in a lot of uses. Say a charter school could come in now, and we're very limited in how we can review schools. So a lot of impacts, a lot of trips. Government laboratory, the DMV, satellite office. A lot of things can come in, and I think we're doing a disservice to our community when we are opening up these public facilities zoning. It hasn't bitten us yet, but it surely could and will. If you think about what we're doing, is churches were always integrated into neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. And so staying with their church zoning is perfectly fine. Or they go to a completely different zoning district that has more complementary uses. That, to me, is clearly the neighborhood commercial, but not the public facility that can be so wide open. Mm-hmm. And I think it's very problematic. I was quite shocked to see that this was even coming through, that staff is directing churches to go into this public facility, which is such a broad use. I don't think it's best planning administration, of this of the zoning code to recommend. People apply for what they apply, but staff is directing people, and all of a sudden, every church in every neighborhood now can be a charter school, can be a laboratory, can be a prison. And as Ms. Stewart said, we're going to have a problem. One is going to come back in a problematic way. And for that reason, I'm not going to support this zone change. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments at this time? Ms. Stewart, can I get a motion?
Yeah.
Before we take that motion, I better go ahead and read this item. So this is item C5, ordinance introduction, ordinance number 7238, case number LDC 23-00048, Shepherd of the Mountains ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code, entitled Zoning District, zoning a plus or minus 2.06 acre site from single-family residential, 3 units per acre, SF3, to public facility, PF. The site is located on the northeast corner of Lakeside Drive and West Peckham Lane. The subject site has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use, SMU, Ward 2.
And Madam Clerk, before I go to Ms. Stewart for the motion, I will remind you that I have open public comment, in which there is none. And also similarly, I have now closed public comment, and will now go to Ms. Stewart for the required motion.
Sure. Let me just pull it up here. I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer this for second reading and adoption.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Dewar, a second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 5-1.
And may I add a follow-up comment?
Ms.
I
Dewar.
know we voted. I very much agree with Ms. Breckus, and that's why I brought up the points I brought up earlier. I would like you to just go back and talk to your team about, are there other ways to get there besides doing this very significant kind of upzoning? I really think it's advisable to consider it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Foster, and welcome aboard to this jolly group of folks. Mr. Manager and Madam Clerk, are we on item B12, B as in boy 12?
We can be.
I know we
Yes,
were waiting.
do that. Do B12.
Okay. We're going to go to the B items. These are consent items that were pulled by members earlier in the day, and we're going to start with item B12 as pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Yep, let me just pull up.
Yep,
my-
everybody's got to get resituated and back to thinking about B items.
Okay. Just one more second. I have like misplaced the paper. Here it is.
Mr. Cochran, welcome back.
Thank you, Vice
I
Mayor.
think
Reese. Happy
you're
to
on
be here.
B16 for me, but B12
I thought.
is
have
about.
B12.
Oh, here it goes. Well, we missed, got it. Thank you. I have messed up here. B12, the reason I pulled this, I thought this would be a perfect opportunity for you, Chief, to just tell us we're about to enter a summer and fire season after extraordinarily record-breaking rain season, snow season. It's going to mean a lot of things are growing. We've already seen it. I just wondered, this is for Wildland Fire Protection Program. I wondered just what you were planning, what you were expecting for this wildland fire season. Your floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. So we have been preparing. We've been getting all our seasonal training. We do annual training every year before wildfire season. We've been paying attention, going to the briefings. I participated in the governor's wildfire briefing about 2 weeks ago. And generally what I can tell you is because of the heavy rain and snowfall that we experienced, we expect to see not as much fire activity in the higher elevations and the timber areas. So we won't see the large timber fires that we have in the past, but we do expect to see large or very active fire behavior down here, basically in the valleys.
Wow.
Where there's that snow and that water, that snow's gonna melt quicker, the water's gonna evaporate quicker, and the fuels are going to dry out quicker. When we get the starts, and that's always the question, does the fire start? Most fires are actually human caused. That may be news to some people. And that doesn't mean arson. That means that somebody did something by mistake, started a fire, and then they're often weather driven because of the high winds, which we know we have here in the area.
Okay.
And that can cause the fire to spread very rapidly, make it very hard to control. And that's how we get the large fires across our landscape here in Nevada.
Okay.
Like I said, we are 100% prepared. We have 4 people deployed already out in Florida. They're fighting fires out there already. So we expect as it typically does, the fire season to move west and north, and then that's where it will come into Nevada.
So if I can paraphrase, we don't expect the high elevation timber fire, but we expect lower elevation brush fires.
Correct.
And we're expecting them because you said you think it'll dry out quicker. That was the only part I didn't understand.
Yes, and I don't want to take credit for that. That's the National Weather Service. Their analysis indicates that the snow has melted largely down here. The fuels are going to dry out. That's kind of a term of art. They get dry, they get combustible and susceptible to catching fire if they get a start, whether it's through lightning or some human activity. Just to tie it in very quickly with the contract that's before you, that's a contract between us and NDF, the Nevada Division of Forestry.
Right.
And what they do is provide access to the amount of resources, the huge amount of resources that could possibly be needed if we get one of those big fires.
Okay. Well, thanks for being proactive. I don't know if anyone else has any questions on
Okay,
this.
hearing none, I'll come back to you, Ms. Stewart, for
Yeah.
a motion.
Motion to approve item B12, and thank you for being so proactive.
Thank you, I appreciate the.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Stewart, a second by Ms. Ebert. Any additional comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Item
Vice Mayor?
B13 is pulled by, actually, do we have,
I apologize. We do have Nick Ciccone on for our legislative update item. And since he is in Carson and
Yep.
on limited amounts of time, if it would be okay, we would prefer to move to item D as in David 3.
we are there now. David,
Thank you.
3 is the discussion and potential direction of staff regarding the proposed legislation at the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature. Mr. Ciccone is joining us live from Carson City.
I like the way you said that.
Exactly. Live from
Carson
the
City.
state's capital. Madam Clerk, can I also ask before Mr. Ciccone regales us with the stories of Carson, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have no public comment registered. Additionally, have not received any public comment.
Okay, Mr. Ciccone, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, members of the Reno City Council, Nick Ciccone, Legislative Relations Program Manager. For the record, I am sorry, but I'm having technical difficulties and cannot update the slides, so appreciate the help there. My laptop decided to stop working right before this presentation. Could you go to the next slide, please? So today is day 94. As you know, we have passed a few of the major milestones. The next one's coming up on May 19th. Because we haven't passed that milestone yet, I don't have a lot of updates from our previous briefings and policy discussions, but happy to go in a little bit on how these bills have gone through the process. I know that many of the bills that I will be covering today I've already talked to you all about in some detail, so I'm hoping to mostly provide an update on where they stand in the legislative process. Next slide, please. So our top priorities, I wanted to go over those: housing, homelessness, prevailing wage, and some other items that we have been following closely. I do apologize. I did mean to include some of the open meeting law bills in this presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions about those as they come up. Next slide, please. So Assembly Bill 62, that is currently in Ways and Means. I know that I've given you that update a few times now, but the update and the bill hearings or work sessions for any bills in Ways and Means or Finance, as I understand it, I'm reliably told that those will not be heard until after Mother's Day. So starting next week, we'll start to see any bills in the Money Committee start to move. Assembly Bill 396, that's our rental assistance allocation amendment. There's that bill out there that is allocating $44 million to Clark County for the rental assistance program. We have asked for $8 million. As it currently stands, I know that there's been some discussions about creating a $16 million pot of money for non-Clark entities to apply for those funds. I'm continuing to work with the bill sponsor and other legislators to let them know that that would potentially harm some of our most vulnerable residents, and creating that initial $8 million infusion to the city of Reno's program will allow us to quickly get that money out and funded to all three jurisdictions up here, given that we are taking the role of the county, given that the original bill had touched on Clark County. Assembly Bill 408, That bill was set to be heard today, but it was abruptly canceled. I believe that the bill hearing will be next week. And I'm excited to have Chief Nance down here, hopefully, if we can work out the scheduling and timing. That bill had passed on a partisan line vote, so we're continuing to work with the bill sponsors so that we can gin up bipartisan support for this bill. These are the tenant protection bills that I've gone over a few times. Some highlights. The first two, so the online fees, that bill did pass out of the first house with all the Democrats supporting it and all of the Republicans opposing it. Assembly Bill 340, which makes those changes to the summary eviction process and puts the onus on the landlord rather than the tenant to file the answer. That bill also passed out 28-14 in the Assembly. Senate Bill 78, that one is tenant protections, talks a little bit about listing out all of the fees. That bill was interesting because it did pass out with bipartisan support, with one Republican voting to support the measure, and we're continuing to follow that in the other house. Senate Bill 335 also makes some changes to summary evictions. They are no longer the same bill, and there's some variances in the processes. I'm happy to answer questions more in depth about those. But as I said, my laptop is not currently working. So if you have any very specific questions, I might not be able to answer those at this time. And then Senate Bill 381, that's just another bill that passed out unanimous, but it would prohibit landlords from charging tenants fees for necessary or needed repairs to the unit. Assembly Bill 62, as I had mentioned, is in Ways and Means. Assembly Bill 213, they did propose another amendment that actually made it a little bit more favorable to local governments and gave us some more time to review the complete list of those applications. But the majority leader and the Builders Association have been great to work with and have made many changes in order to make this more favorable to local government. Senate Bill 318 was the sewer surcharge fee that would allow us to, as a municipality, charge an additional surcharge of up to $25 for affordable housing services. That bill passed out of committee, but failed to make it to a floor vote out of the Senate. Assembly Bill 10 was the City of Las Vegas's bill. That bill failed to get out of committee. Assembly Bill 298, that one's another interesting one. I know I had put it on your radar before. But that has a fee appendix for all of the fees or fines that a tenant might be charged. It also has a pilot rent stabilization program that would prohibit landlords from charging more than 10% from the previous lease agreement. It would only last from July of this year to the end of next year, so December 2024. That was interesting because it did have bipartisan support coming out of the Assembly. Assembly Bill 416, that allows for individuals that are renting out ADUs to someone that might be using a housing choice voucher to get property tax exemptions for that parcel. Senate Bill 371 is still moving through the process. It has not yet had a hearing in Assembly Government Affairs, but it does authorize local governments to enact rent control. And Senate Bill 426, that's the state cost of living increase provisions for rent. The Nevada Housing Division would be responsible for monitoring those and setting that system up, and it is continuing to move through the process. I believe that was a partisan vote. Assembly Bill 135 just allows and makes it easier for folks to get identification if they are unhoused. Senate Bill 142, the Homeless Persons Bill of Rights, failed to make it out of its committee and has not continued moving forward. Senate Bill 155 is a measure that is now copying our community court. Our team will be down in Carson tomorrow morning to co-present that bill with the ACLU, and we're continuing to work with our other local jurisdictions to see if they have any concerns. But as it's written right now, it is permissive language and just allows other cities to copy the systems that we put in place and that have worked so effectively up here. Senate Bill 317 would allow for temporary mailing addresses for unhoused persons. As I understand it, the CARES campus already currently does that, but generally we are supportive of that because it would help us give additional services to any of these folks. Senate Bill 400 originally started off as an amendment to the Metropolitan Police Act. They are still working through the kinks and hurdles to figure out exactly what this funding source would look like. But as I understand it, they would be taking a portion of the gaming tax revenue and giving it back to localities or the COCs in order to fund supportive housing services. Assembly Bill 235 was just heard again today. We continue to have that concern about being able to enforce prevailing wage in another state or even country. So we're continuing to work with the bill sponsor and try to limit or narrow the scope so that it's understood that it would be incredibly difficult for us to enforce prevailing wage in another jurisdiction. Senate Bill 226, that has been amended a bit, but I know that ourselves, the other local jurisdictions, and even the affordable housing advocates are having trouble coming to a support or neutral stance on that bill because the breadth of that bill is so broad and would enact prevailing wage for affordable housing projects if we were to, for example, donate land to an affordable housing developer. Senate Bill 433 has been greatly changed. It initially was a prevailing wage bill that just broadened the scope of what projects would be eligible or required to pay out prevailing wage. That bill has been substantially amended and now just requires that if a public body, so the city of Reno, made the determination that we did not have to pay prevailing wage for a project, the labor commissioner would be the final authority before judicial review, and they could overturn that decision and require that we pay that prevailing wage. Assembly Bill 2 is continuing to move through the process. I believe it just got out of its work session, is continuing to move through the process. Assembly Bill 102, that bill did not move forward, and I know it was supported by our legislative platform, so we did testify in support of the measure, but it is not continuing to move forward. Assembly Bill 112 is a wildlife crossings fund. None of that money would go to local jurisdictions, but we're continuing to monitor it because as we understand it, there might be some money or funding that would be able to impact the Virginia Range forces and provide funding for those crossings along, I believe, Geiger Grade. Assembly Bill 131, that's the statewide urban forestry program. I believe that was just voted out of committee. We're continuing to support that measure, and the committee had a ton of questions about what our urban forestry program looked like. Assembly Bill 258, we're continuing to work with the bill sponsor on that, but we continue to share as local governments and a plethora of folks have many concerns about what this would mean for public records and making sure that we're scanning and keeping all of the nonprofit information that might be in a requested public record confidential. It would be a significant administrative burden, and so we're continuing to oppose that measure, and hopefully we can get to some sort of agreement with the bill sponsor. Senate Bill 11 allows for drone use for building inspections. I understand there's another amendment that might be coming because they had created a prohibition or directed the Department of Public Safety to create a prohibition for certain drones made in specific countries. The Department of Public Safety will continue to work with the bill sponsor just to clarify any of that language. Senate Bill 81 is just the county growth reporting based on economic development impacts. That bill just had its hearing yesterday, and I believe although some of the more rural counties still have concerns about what the composition of that makeup and of that body looks like, that will extend the growth reporting that we have to do and give to the legislature, and could provide for ways or means for us to continue to work through what revenues look like when we're talking about economic development in the region. Senate Bill 92, that bill is continuing to be worked on. That's the sidewalk food vendors bill. The chair of the committee says that she would like to work with local governments to give even more of the regulatory powers back to local governments. So we will continue working with her. Senate Bill 169 is the master plan heat mitigation element. We were happy to co-present that bill. Suzanne came down and co-presented with Assemblyman Watts when it came to the assembly side. Senate Bill 208, we are continuing to work with the bill sponsor here, but I think that we have come up with an amenable amendment that would allow us to continue to regulate or prohibit battery charge fences and mixed use developments. Currently, that would the way that the bill is currently written, we would not be able to regulate any battery charge fences in residential areas. We've just asked to clarify that language so that we can make sure that mixed use parcels are included. And that is my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Mr. Ciccone, thank you so much. Let's start with Councilmember Dewar here in the chambers, and we'll look to Madam Clerk to tell me if we've got anyone online. Madam Dewar, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Nick, that was amazing. That's so much happening right now. Just a few quick questions. AB 112 on the Wildlife Crossings Fund. So before the bill, NDOT told us they already had money. They were working on a wildlife crossing on Geiger Grade. So it was my understanding that this Wildlife Crossings Fund would expand upon that, and we could potentially use this funding. For example, there's a proposal to put a South Meadows Parkway right through the Virginia Range over to Story County. That's going to require probably multiple wildlife crossings, probably two. So just, I didn't know if you had heard more about it, or, you know, why you thought it was just about Geiger Grade, maybe?
The reason I specified Geiger Grade is because I understand that this would have to be for state highways.
Okay.
This allocate.
Well, that's a good, I'm glad I asked. So you're saying this funding might not be available for a South Meadows Parkway because it's not a state highway?
That is correct to my understanding, but I will say if there is additional funding, that funding might be available for the purpose you had mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. Another question was, I was a little confused on the bill. You said that rent control for local governments is alive, so that would specifically authorize us to do it, right? That's pretty much a sum and substance. But AB 298, which is the pilot rent stabilization for seniors, can you tell us, like, now it sounds like they've kind of put it into more of a box?
That one is definitely the smallest in scope. It would only apply to, I believe, individuals 62 years or older. I believe from our previous conversations, you had mentioned, like, what does that look like for affordable housing projects or senior affordable housing?
I did.
This would apply to those projects. There is no prohibitions or exclusions from that pilot program.
Okay, that's cool. And then on AB 396, the emergency rental assistance for Clark County, I know we were working hard saying, hey, we desperately need affordable housing here too. Have any of your arguments been persuasive on that?
Yeah, I think the only hiccup that we are hitting is that there is some confusion about why the city of Reno is asking for the money rather than Washoe County directly. As I mentioned, they're talking about creating a larger pot of $16 million that we could all apply for. My concern, and I will continue to share that concern with the members of the committee, is that that would prolong the process and could potentially harm members of all three jurisdictions up in Northern Nevada. I think the compromise could be that we asked for $8 million, and then an additional pot of $8 million could be created for other entities to apply.
Sounds good to me. And then on SB 426, which is the state cost of living increase provisions for rent, what does that mean?
So the Nevada Housing Division would come up with a cost of living increase number, and then the landlords would be prohibited unless they applied for an exemption to raise above that.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't understand. I thought they were giving extra money or something. Okay,
No,
I got it. Okay, well, it looks like my time's up, so I'll come back if I have any more questions.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Nick, thanks again for the presentation. Just quickly on SB 208, and it may just be my ignorance, but what are battery charge fences? And when you talk about the regulations in MF zonings and not being able to do that, I was just wondering if you could clarify some of your comments on that.
Yeah, so this battery charged fence, as I understand it, is a type of electric fence that is monitored, kind of like an alarm system. There are protective measures, and I believe there are specific entities that sell these kinds of fences. I'm not sure of which jurisdictions, but they had some trouble getting the approval process through. And so now they've taken it to the state to mandate that cities enact ordinances that allow for these in certain areas. As it was previously written without the amendment, it just said that we could not allow for these in residential zones. Because of the broadness or bigness of this, we were concerned about what that would mean if there was a mixed use development that had both residential and commercial.
Is it electric fences, like a different term for electric fences?
Do they shock when you touch them? Is that what?
I'm not an expert on this, but they are 12-volt battery charged fences. They may shock an individual.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members at this time?
One.
Hold on one second. Ms. Dewar?
Yeah. Hey, Nick, just one more on the trick driving. Did you say that this testimony was delayed today?
Yes, it was the bill hearing or the entire committee hearing that bill was going to be heard in was canceled today.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, Madam, Mr. Ciccone, thank you so much. Any other questions from Mr. Ciccone at this time? I know your time is valuable down there. Thanks for all the good work and keeping us to date. Ms. Dewar, can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve the report.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms.
Second.
Dewar, a second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk,
All
back
right.
to the B items.
Moving back to B13.
B13 was pulled by Ms. Breckus. Ms. Breckus, let us get,
Yeah.
hold on one second. Let us just transition, get us to our staff.
Good afternoon, Grace McAdin, Senior Management Analyst. I do have a brief presentation. Otherwise, I can just answer questions that are particular.
Ms. Breckus, what is your preference here?
I would like a presentation, please.
Okay. Ms. McAdin, the floor is yours.
All right. As I said, Grace McAdin, Senior Management Analyst with Development Services, here to discuss the annual report to Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. This report comes before the council every year. Both state law and the regional plan require local jurisdictions to provide an annual report highlighting the city's numerous efforts last calendar year to implement the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. This year, some of the highlights we will go over include affordable housing efforts, sustainability milestones, and some projects that had some regional impacts. Affordable housing continues to be a top goal for City Council and the region as a whole. In 2022, the City of Reno waived $3.5 million in sewer connection fees for affordable housing. We waived $480,000 in building permit fees and approved 787 multifamily affordable units. Council contributed over $37 million towards affordable housing initiatives. Sustainability is another goal that the city is working on. Last year, we received the Soul Smart Silver designation and LEED Gold certifications for the first time in city history. We have continued to participate in the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency's Natural Resource Plan. We have made substantial progress in the new Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan. The City of Reno processed 4 master plan amendments last year. In addition to the 4 master plan amendments, we also processed 87 planning cases through discretionary review processes. This report summarizes what we accomplished in 2022, but we also discuss our efforts and goals for 2023. We will continue to prioritize affordable housing and sustainability initiatives. We are focusing on the Title 18 zoning code amendments to make some of these processes better. Continuing to collaborate on the natural resource and public infrastructure investment plan that Regional is coordinating. And we are currently in the middle, as we just heard, in the 2023 legislative session, where we are reviewing any bills that may impact us in the city as a whole. So for this item, we are just asking that you accept the 2022 annual report. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Okay, Ms. Breckus.
Yeah. I want to thank Ms. McAdin for the presentation, but I want to narrow down on the affordable housing efforts. You know, a lot of it is using the federal money that comes our way, and the feds even pay us to have staff to do that. So we have the resources to do that. but every other community does that. It's really very operational and formulaic. But one that crosses over to Title 18 in housing was going to be an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. We had a housing affordability workshop. I think we had 2 last spring. And that accessory dwelling unit ordinance never made it to the Planning Commission and never made it to the City Council, I don't think. Did it?
No.
That's a question, Ms.
No,
McAdam?
sorry, it did not.
Why not? Why didn't it get done?
I can't speak to the specifics of that. I mean, I know that we are going down the path of some Title 18 updates this year, but this report is just what actually happened. It's a summary of the events that did take place, so the ADU ordinance did not happen.
Can you tell me what were a couple of Title 18 amendments that did happen?
Yes, so in the report, I do discuss some of the text amendments that did occur. And I can get you those specifics at a later time, but the ADU ordinance was not one of those. Most of those text amendments were cleanup. One of them specifically that comes to mind was that adult ordinance. So these are things that were kind of priorities that were either mistakes or things we wanted to get cleaned up before we had this larger Title 18 zoning code update that we will be processing this year.
I recall one was doing cannabis lounges, which seemed to be on hold. And at the time I spoke and voted against that because I wanted to see other things come forward. And I know Ms. Stewart the other day talked about height limits for industrial buildings on the 395 corridor. And that's a fair thing to bring forward. But I thought we prioritized getting an accessory dwelling unit ordinance done at 2, very long, very well attended special meetings. We don't have a lot of special meetings. And when I read this report and saw that it hadn't made progress or, wanted that clarified, it was a disappointing report to me. And so I thank everyone for their work, but I'm not going to vote for this. It's going to go over to the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, and it'll be reported to the governing body upon which I sit. But our colleagues from Sparks and our colleagues from Washoe County, they have accessory dwelling unit ordinances in their books, and we don't. And we're losing out. I want to let the council know that my understanding is that last year, 20% of the new housing units in California were accessory dwelling units. What if we were at that point in 2016 when the council took a pass on the accessory dwelling units? Think how many more affordable units and smaller units we would have. And if we were even at that point, and we said we wanted this. We reversed in 2022. We said we're ready for it. It hasn't come forward. It's not a priority. It's a priority of mine. And I don't have any other way to let staff know and to let my colleagues know, except for a forum like this, that I'm disappointed that we're not bringing that market housing unit, forward. The legislature is focusing even on giving tax credits for people who take vouchers when they build one on their property. We can't even avail ourselves of that. So too bad. Not a great year, in my view, in getting what's needed for housing affordability. And I'm gonna symbolically vote no on accepting this report. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council at this time? Hearing none, Madam Dewar.
Yep, I'd like to make a motion to accept the report.
Thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Dewar, a second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Item B14, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus. Ms. Breckus, give us 1 second and we'll get reset on this item. Mr. Garcia-Lebu, hello.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and council members. For the record, my name is Jason Garcia-Lebu, Planning Manager. This item is cleanup language in the Planning Commission bylaws changes are identified in the staff report. I'm available for any questions.
And I apologize, Mr. LeBou. I think I mispronounced your name.
You actually said it right. LeBou.
I did? Okay.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful name, actually, so I want to get it right, but I apologize if I didn't do that, but I'll defer. Ms. Breckus, do you have questions for staff?
Yeah, I want to understand this cleanup concept because to me, if it does what I think it does, it's not cleanup, it's highly substantive. Now, one of the provisions was that the bylaws say that the Planning Commission meets at City Hall. And the bylaws are being changed to state that the Planning Commission can meet in other locations as decided by the administrator. Is that correct?
That is correct. That was specifically put in for emergency situations, such as if COVID-19 were to happen or City Hall was unavailable to meet or other public places that the administrator could reach out and coordinate with the chair of the commission to find a place to hold a virtual meeting. Hold a meeting, or in those cases where they were unable to do that, have a virtual meeting.
Well, I'm hearing two things. You know, a once in a century pandemic is an emergency, and there's a whole lot of other protocols under emergency. City Hall chambers being unavailable because, say, we're having a council meeting or something is a different thing. Not really an emergency, but an inconvenience. But the option to move virtual by the unelected administrator is a concern of mine. And I don't know how many of my colleagues are tracking, but recently, very recently in the last week, the Attorney General ruled that last July, when I wanted to come down to the chambers and was told I couldn't come to the chambers, that was violating the spirit of the open meeting law. So here we have a parallel situation, and I do believe there's a difference between governing bodies and other bodies. But I've been advocating that to the legislature in their open meeting law work that, you know, an unelected person, say the city manager who under our rules sets the agenda, or the with the mayor, you know, should not be the decider on whether or not I, who was voted to represent 42,000 people, has to stay home in my living room to do a meeting or can come down to chambers. And, you know, the legislature now has to grapple with it. And if they want to, you know, do that for governing bodies, that's fine. But I think this brings up questions of the bodies that have other authorities. And the Planning Commission, in my view, and you know, I am kind of an expert on it as someone who's, you know, a planner, long history on this. The Planning Commission has powers unlike any other body. They have their own statutory ones that even the city council doesn't have. Then they have delegated ones from the city council. So they do things that the governing body says, we don't want to do, you do. And then the legislature gave them their own unique powers. So to me, they really do a heavy lift. And I'm very concerned that the planning administrator, and we don't know what the planning administrator may do, could move all the planning commission meetings to virtual under this. Now, the public's going to have the ability to come down there. They're going to have the ability to come down there and they can speak to an empty dais and a head on a screen. But I think that we need to not do that. And I'll tell you, I've done some research in the last week. There's 4 bills in the California Assembly that are going through right now that would allow governing bodies to go totally remote. And there's cities advocating for that. I don't know what California's going to do. I know our legislature has to decide what to do. But to me, it should be the exception, not the rule, at least for the Planning Commission and for the City Council. The NABs, some of our other boards, you know, we should have a policy maybe on those. But the Planning Commission, I believe, should not be all virtual. It should be the exception and not the rule. And the exception should be for people who decide for whatever reason, like I did today because I was sickened by the fumes that I know were bothering a lot of people in the building, to come home for the second half of the meeting. But I don't think a planning manager should get to decide the 7 planning commissioners are all going to be virtual all the time. The Sonoma Press wrote a really great editorial on it about the importance of in-person meetings in local decision-making. And I think that's going to rule the day in California. And I'm also asking the council to not approve this. Just if you do want to do it, say that meetings can be virtual. When meetings are virtual, shall only be if there's a declaration of emergency in place locally. And if it's virtual, it should be the decision of any individual planning commission member whether or not they want to come to that meeting.
Thank you, Ms.
Do
Breckus.
not. Yeah, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments at this time? Mr. Martinez.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Just out of curiosity, if the administrator were to decide to switch to video conferencing, what is the communication that is sent out to any public members that want to participate in that meeting?
So, just for your information, already written into the existing bylaws and being untouched is NRS Chapter 241, which is the open meeting law. That has specific language in there on that remote conferencing. It requires noticing as well as availability of information on the website and access to viewing those meetings where possible. So all of that would be required in those situations if it were a virtual situation. Now, in practice, pretty much most of our meetings here at the city are hybrid. So we have that available to members of the public. So I just see it catching up with the times. So hopefully that answered your question.
It does. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the body?
I do.
Ms. Breckus, hold on one second. Ms. Ebert, was your hand raised? I'm so sorry. Okay. For my part, I want to make sure that I say, obviously, all public bodies express some preference for meeting in person. The open meeting law governs the requirements of it and are certainly part of that. If any member of this body chooses not to be able to participate or for some reason cannot, as the gentlewoman from Ward 1 is today, I think that's acceptable. No one believes that this is a path or a slippery slope towards running all meetings virtually. I just don't see that happening. And if it were to happen, certainly we can course correct, right? So I appreciate the work that the Planning Commission did in bringing this forward. It was unanimously supported by them and simply is just a reflection of their desire to make sure that they have their bylaws that align with the law and with sort of common sense, right? I don't frequently watch the Planning Commission because I find that that is a difficult place for me to be when I want to hear the information sort of new, but I sometimes review them afterwards. And by and large, their members appear always in person. I think once or twice when a member has been traveling or maybe sick or a sick child or something like that, they've appeared virtually. But I appreciate the work that's gone into it and understand entirely why you've brought it forward. Ms. Breckus.
Mr. Reese, I think you misunderstand.
No, I understand fully. You're
But-
you're online virtually. And you don't want others to be able to appear virtually. And my point is, it's always the exception, not the rule. No one is looking to make, nor have my comments, should they be construed as meaning we should be able to appear entirely virtual settings for any of our meetings, quite frankly. We're working with technology. Technology has gotten significantly better. I'm thrilled that you're able to participate fully here from the comfort of your home. And we've had other members who are not here today as well. So if I... Go
If
ahead.
I may,
Yeah,
may
of
I have
course.
the floor, please?
Yes, you have the floor.
What this does is it allows the administrator to decide it will be an all virtual meeting by the planning commissioners. All 7 of them are told, and the administrator is empowered to make the decision that all 7 have to be virtual. They are not given the option to come in. So what will happen in that instance, if the planning administrator decides it's an all virtual meeting, someone cannot make that decision how they want to do it. They have to be away. It's an all virtual meeting. And what will happen to members of the public who get those cards they will come down, and some of them come down once in their life. It's the only time they're ever in City Hall. There's a big development. I'm concerned. I want to come down. They will not be aware that they are speaking to an empty dais of 7 people. They will not be aware of that. And that is problematic because people do not understand that. And really, I don't think that should be the expectation. I think the expectation should be that we give the option to all 7 planning commissioners under normal times, non-emergency times, to come in and sit at the meeting with the public. The public is allowed to be there. The planning commissioners to the individual level should also be. If you pass these laws today, the administrator can rule that it's an all virtual meeting. No planning commissioners can come in and do their job from those seats right there where you're sitting. That's how I read it. And it was confirmed by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. I'll note for the record that the Attorney General's office did not find a violation of the open meeting law by any of the bodies that you referred to earlier. In fact, I think they pointed out the sort of silliness of the complaint originally. And so I'll leave it to our lawyers to continue to reflect upon the open meeting law and its importance to all of us. Any additional questions from the body at this time?
I have one comment.
Ms. Dewar.
Just a comment. You know, my experience, this is an experience, not theoretical, has been that the decisions about having meetings in place and virtual is usually made by the chair of the commission or body in collaboration, if it's a commission with the liaison, or I could see it with the staff, but it's usually a collaborative decision, you know, that they arrive at based on something. And that's, I guess I would just ask our staff, is that the envisionment here? I mean, what do you envision?
So just for clarification, staff's original proposal to the Planning Commission had it through the chair. So the Planning Commission at the April 19th meeting modified that to change it to the administrator. So we typically coordinate though with the chair. So I don't see that practice changing.
That's been my experience. So did they say why? They wanted to change it?
They wanted to delegate it over to staff.
Okay, they didn't want to make the decision. Okay, like it's a snow day, we're going to do it remotely today?
That's correct. So that's
Example?
where the intent of that is if for some reason.
Well, I hope they do it collaboratively. I think that's the best way to go. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart, can I get a motion, please?
Thank you.
Ms. Ebert.
So this will just be meeting by meeting basis, right? This isn't a unilateral decision to say all meetings will be virtual going forward.
That's correct. For all intents and purposes, we'll still have planning commissions in person.
Okay.
So unless there was some kind of unforeseen emergency event.
Okay, and you said it's the administrator that's going to make this decision. What if the chair says, no, I want to come in person? What happens at that point?
Typically, city staff would coordinate with the chair. So if, can you re-ask your question? I'm sorry.
If staff says that they want to have the meeting all virtual, but the chair or somebody else on the committee says, I would like to come in person, what happens?
It would depend on the facilities, if they were available. So for instance, if this building was shut down for whatever reason, and we were unable to have the meeting based out of here, that would be kind of a different circumstance. But
what happens currently if that was the situation? Like if it was we were snowed in right now, what would happen with that?
Without the change.
That's where the new language in there addresses both the virtual meeting aspect, but it also addresses remote attendance. So it would address.
But what do we do right now
It would
if
address
that were to happen?
It would address either situation. So, for instance, if somebody's unable to make it because they're sick or whatnot, they could still log in remotely. In that situation, if it were the chair, typically the chair would designate somebody else to run the meeting over here at City Hall, similar to what's happening with the mayor and vice mayor. So
Okay.
it's similar to the chair and vice chair for the planning commission.
So if we didn't change anything at all?
No.
And we're snowed out of here, nobody can get here. What happened? Like, do we have to change the rules to accommodate this?
So that's where this gives us the ability to still carry out those meetings if people aren't able to show up.
But it's not necessary.
It could potentially be canceled, but I don't really see that happening in most situations.
Okay, so we don't have to change this rule to have meetings virtually.
Under current NRS Chapter 241, it allows for that, so you are correct.
Okay, so I guess I'm just not really understanding why we need to do that if we already have the flexibility to do virtual meetings as needed.
It's really meant to just have...
Especially since it's going to be now staff making that decision and not the body themselves.
It's meant to have a procedure in place, a protocol for staff to follow to reach out to the chair or some means of that to address these situations where there'd be remote attendance or virtual meetings.
But shouldn't that be the decision of the body and not the staff?
That is what staff originally proposed, but again, through discussion, the Planning Commission modified that action. They recommended to change it to the administrator.
Okay, but the people in the body are not there forever, right? Like that will change in the future, but making this change to having the staff decide that will be likely permanent, right?
Unless it was modified in the future. The bylaws could be further revised in the future.
Okay.
Any other additional comments or questions at this time?
Yeah.
Ms. Breckus, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, I think, Mr. LeBeau, you did not accurately state it. If it's snowed out, you have to have a physical place for the public to come. If you're going to have a meeting, you have to have a physical place for the public to come, is my understanding. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
So I think really the reason that we have this policy in place or the proposed policy is to address emergency situations because we still want to have those publicly available meetings when possible at City Hall. So again, this is...
I think emergencies are a whole different landscape. A whole different landscape. So under Miss Ebert's question, if there was a snowstorm and you're still going to have the meeting, would you have to have a physical place for the public to come to? Someone's like, I don't care, I snowshoe in, whatever.
You can potentially have a virtual meeting in those situations, according to the NRS.
Okay, so you can take this body completely virtual. So people would get their yellow card and they would know that you cannot come, that it's an all virtual meeting. And they would know it before the snowstorm because they're getting in the mail 4 days before the snowstorm hits. So.
Okay, Ms. Breckus, your time is up.
Okay.
We'll come back to the body.
Okay.
Any additional comments from anyone? Mr. Martinez.
I just want to read a sentence into the record. It's in this, give me 1 second. So the revised bylaws for the Planning Commission that we got, page 3 in the second paragraph of the proposed amendments, it states, when video conferencing is used, facilities will be utilized which permit the public to hear and or observe all telephonic and or video conferencing, end quote. So I just want to read that into the record.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Martinez. Any other questions or comments at this time?
I have a comment. I'm not comfortable with taking away the authority from the body to give the staff the ability to just make that decision. I don't support this.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to approve and adopt the revised Planning Commission bylaws as recommended by the Planning Commission and presented in the staff report.
Second.
Discussion.
Okay, I have a motion by myself, a second by Mr. Martinez. Ms. Breckus, you have the floor.
And I'm going to take exception to what Mr. Martinez said, because he read the staff report that there has to be a place for people to be able to participate remotely. So say I'm a resident and I want to come down and participate remotely, I'll have a public building to do that. So there always will be a public building open. What I am saying is That public building should also have a place for one of the 7 planning commissioners if he or she decides she wants to do the building in public, the meeting in person. And that will not happen. That's what this does. We'll see if there's abuse with this. I'm very concerned there will be. I think that's the trajectory because frankly, as I read in this op-ed from California, people want to make decisions that impact other people and not be in the same physical presence with them. That's very undemocratic, and I'm disturbed about that. And I'm disturbed that our city's taking a step forward in that way too. Thank you. I won't be voting.
Okay, any additional comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay, we're going to go in recess for until 6:15 for a comfort break. Madam Clerk.
And we have 4 anyway. That's me. All right, Vice Mayor, if you are ready, we can reconvene the meeting at 6:24 with, looks like just Mayor Shiva absent at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll welcome item B15 and Mrs. Sparza. Is that your item?
It is.
Fabulous. Welcome.
Hello, Vice Mayor, City Council Manager Thornley, Cynthia Esparza, Chief Equity and Community Relations Officer. For the record, B15 is a contract for consulting services with MGT, who will help us develop our equity plan for the organization. We have spent significant amount of time on just building organizational capacity, and this will really take us to the next step and look at processes, systems, and policies.
Yeah, this is a very exciting item, and I'm so thrilled that my colleague, Mr. Martinez, pulled it for discussion. I'll turn the floor over to him.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I do just wanted to highlight your work on this plan and making sure that we get another strategic equity plan for the city up and going, and just the research that you had done in terms of what consulting agency you were going to hire, and just to highlight some of their work, it looks like they have recommendations from Oregon City, City of Battle Creek, and Shaker Heights. So I really just want to bring attention to this and highlight the work that the city is doing in terms of equity. And if nobody has any other questions or comments, I'm ready to motion to approve item B15.
Any other questions from council? Hearing none, I'll take that as a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Martinez, a second by Ms. Dewar. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mrs. Sparza.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Item B16 is pulled by Ms. Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. You've been asking me all day to wait till staff gets up, so I'm not talking.
No, it's just easier on them. They feel less angst.
Yeah. So I pulled this for a couple reasons, but I wish I didn't, because I didn't mean to keep you here all day. I thought we'd be in there in 10 minutes talking about it. So I usually pull things that are around $1 million plus, and this fits that category. I just wanted to, I've had a good chance to talk to our staff about what's planned, but could you just lay out what we're planning? It looks like you have a quick PowerPoint.
I have a quick presentation.
Sure, go for it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Jonathan Smith. I'm Senior Civil Engineer with the Public Works Department. Here to give a quick presentation on the Reno Tennis Courts Rehabilitation Project. This project is located in Ward 1 in southwest Reno, just west of Plumas Street and south of Urban Road. It's adjacent to the Washoe Golf Course for reference. This is a really great project for the community, as we'll be rehabilitating courts 13, 14, 15, and 16, which are located on the north end of the Reno Tennis Center, as shown on this slide. These existing asphalt courts have outlived their service life and now have an uneven playing surface with large cracks that have become a trip hazard, which is why these courts are rarely used. This project will replace the aged courts with a new 5-inch post-tensioned concrete slab. We will also apply an acrylic surface coating, and we'll restripe courts 13 and 14 for tennis and courts 15 and 16 for pickleball.
So they'll just be only tennis and only pickleball? Because they had been told to me they were going to be both.
Right now, it is currently just striped for, that's the way we put the contract out.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So this project was advertised in March. We opened bids March 30th. If approved today, we would put this out to construction this summer. There are some temperature dependent items like the acrylic surface coating. So we were in a rush to get this one out so we get it complete this summer when the temperatures are accurate and get it. So
Great.
I recommend awarding the contract to Spanish Springs Construction, which has done these before, and authorize the mayor to sign. Thank you.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Reese, because he has been a passionate advocate for our whole tennis system, including particularly these courts. So one of the reasons I was pulling it was to thank you for taking the leadership on this. And I understand you're a bit of a tennis player becoming a pickleball player. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. The second thing is that I know we're going to have some leftover money. I brought it up a few times, and I want to make sure that specifically about that money that we go out for a conversation with the community. That's the main thing I'm worried about. It's not that I said the wrong word. Worried about, interested in is more of appropriate. And I'll give you one example of something I've heard something about. So there's shade there between, there was between the different courts. I've heard that it doesn't really do much because when you're standing under shade, the sun might be coming this way, might be coming that way. And I just thought maybe you guys could think of something creative to create shade on the southwest side of the tennis courts or something where there'd actually be a back or something where it would be shaded, where you could actually get a break from the sun. But I don't play tennis, and I don't even know if that's important. So I'm not the one to ask, but it's just an idea I had because we ran into the same thing quite near here in the dog park. They want a shade, and it's the same thing. The shade, you only can sit on one bench to kind of get shaded because the sun hits the bench. And you work in a park, you know this issue. So I just saw one built yesterday, coincidentally, where it was more of a porch development rehab, but it had the shade developed actually to the ground. And I think it was going to provide much more shade. So just some ideas like this, whatever you're thinking of, I'm sure whatever you do will be great out there. This, plus whatever comes next, the next $1.2 million or so. So keep up the good work. I'm ready to make a motion, but maybe you want to make a motion.
No, I'm happy to let you, but I'll sort of speak to a couple of things. Number one is it can be difficult with shading with tennis facilities, right? Because courts don't have shade over them because balls go high, and that's not how it works. This particular facility has some walkways in the middle of it, and for many years there have been shade at the front part of it, and it's quite good, right? And people tend to congregate there when it gets pretty hot. So finding a way to extend the shade throughout the entirety of the project is certainly appreciated. And then on the court sides, you'll see on the picture that you've got there are little like greenish dots in the middle of tennis courts. Those are where players sit between changeovers and that sort of thing. And there is some shade to that, although they're aging, and so I think some of them have been replaced already over time, so it'll be good. But the next iteration, we should be hoping to look for. My hope, of course, is lighting. Lighting's a big deal, but I know how expensive it is. Certainly shade is important, providing access in terms of water to people, the kind of where you can fill up your own
water bottle.
Water bottle dispenser. I know that the actual building where our operator is housed is quite old. The restrooms have gotten a little bit of love, very minor because of ADA access issues, but they need some help. The other thing is that Councilmember Dewar led the discussion in charge to look for some roadway improvements along the stretch too, which are some sidewalk improvements that are along Plumas and also extend around the golf course. And when all of that's complete, and then when my hope, of course, is that the sidewalks will continue to go south towards Moana, and then maybe they'll hook around back to the other tennis facility that's owned by Washoe County. But as with anything, there's always more needs than money. So I'll be looking for Mr. Brzezina, you and your staff, and certainly in the engineering side to just be really cognizant of how critical it is that we use the money and stretch it as far as we can. I think they've done a good job of discussing the dreams and the hopes with this community. The mayor and I, for example, the other day were talking about whether or not some of this land it would be to the west of the courts on your picture. There have been discussions over the years about whether or not the county might donate some of it to create domed courts there. There was a discussion some years ago about whether there would be domed courts up near to Moana in Ms. Dewar's wards. This is because we don't have enough tennis facilities. So at the end of the day, dream big. You don't get anywhere by dreaming, small. Dream big with it, because these courts are really quite fantastic and well used. My hope, of course, is we continue to allow programming to occur there. But it's an absolute joy to see the Parks Department having all these kind of projects. Really, it is. It's a great thing. So I'm happy to let Madam Dewar make the motion.
Okay, well, I move to approve item B16.
And I'll second it. So I have a motion by Ms. Dewar, a second by me. Any additional questions or comments at the time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Okay, the last B item that I have is item B17. Mr. Manager, am I correct in that? Yes. Okay, B17, as pulled by Councilmember Martinez, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. I was wondering if our city engineer could provide a little bit more information about this item.
Good afternoon, Council. Sorry.
Evening now, Ms. Kosky. Be careful there.
I know. Carrie Kosky, your Director of Public Works, your city engineer. So on the overhead here, I'm just super excited about this. This is an initiative that we have for school safety. And this particular item is for some school beacons. And Councilman Martinez has graciously decided that he will use his discretionary funds here for 2 locations. The first location is Rita Cannon Elementary School. We'll put the school beacons, 2 of them, over off of Clear Acre, and the other location is on Veterans Elementary, and we'll put the school beacons on Vassar. What these beacons will do is give more awareness to our drivers. We heard from our young individuals this morning, from them, that they're concerned about safety, and as well as I am concerned about safety, and hopefully that this will get us a little bit closer to giving them the comfort that they need.
Yeah, and just to provide some context, can you kind of talk about why those 2 schools were the ones that were chosen?
Sure. I knew I would miss something there. So in our analysis, we have discovered that Veterans Elementary School is the highest ranking school for needs of school flashers. It has one of the highest safety concerns, and I think Rita Cannon is number 7. So these 2 schools are in high need of the school beacons.
Thank you, Ms. Koskin. I appreciate you sharing, obviously, all the data in order to get to this decision. And I also want to highlight the efforts by Councilmember Ebert last meeting to also increase the safety around our schools. And so in tandem with what you're doing, just trying to increase the safety of our pedestrians and our kids walking to their schools to and from. So yeah, I just want to highlight that. And then if no one has any questions, I'm ready to make a motion to approve item B17.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Martinez, but I think Ms. Ebert wanted to weigh in.
I just wanted to say I second.
Okay, well, then I'll weigh in and say thank you for taking this project under your wings, Councilmember Martinez. Of course, we all have a lot of projects that come our way, and we try to find our path, but thank you for this one because I do think it's very important. So I have a motion by Mr. Martinez, a second by Ms. Ebert. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, I think we're back to Charlie items, Charlie 6 and 7. Are we opening those together? Mr.
Yes,
Manager's
we are
mumbling
opening
at
them
me,
together.
but we'll come to you, Madam Clerk, and say, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on items C6 and C7. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given. We do not have any public comments in the audience. However, we did receive 4 comments directly associated with this item, 3 letters of correspondence in opposition, 1 letter of concern, and those have been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, and do any council members need to make any disclosures at this time? Okay, let's call forward our staff. Ms. McKinnon.
Good evening, council members. Grace Mackinnon, Senior Management Analyst with Development Services for the record, here to discuss the official sunsetting of the Reno-Stead Corridor Joint Plan. To start off, I would like to provide a map demonstrating the parcels that are currently within the special planning area, which is the Reno-Stead Corridor Joint Plan. The map on your screen shows the parcels within the joint plan, highlighted in yellow. I have called out some points of interest to help you orient yourselves. The master plan specifically calls out the implementation strategy to work with regional partners and officially sunset the Reno-Stead Corridor Joint Plan. Truckee Meadows Regional Planning got rid of the plan in 2019, Washoe County got rid of the plan in 2020, and now we are the last to do so. Now Now, I would like to briefly discuss what the Reno-Stead Corridor Joint Plan was. From a high level, it was an agreement between Washoe County and the City of Reno to help guide future growth and development in the North Valleys for a 20-year period. This was established in 1996 by Truckee Meadows Regional Planning. This area is all within Ward 4, and generally it's between Red Rock and Golden Valley, as seen in the previous slide. The document established master plan designations for each parcel within this boundary, and any changes were required to go before county and city through joint hearings. Today, we are requesting to officially sunset the Reno-Stead Corridor Joint Plan. Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency sunset the plan in 2019, and Washoe County sunset the plan in 2020, as I previously mentioned, and now we are completing this process. So something I think that's very important to point out is that NRS only allows for a joint planning area if it is designated by regional planning. So once Truckee Meadows Regional decided to sunset this plan, we no longer have the authority to continue this plan. So currently, there are no master plan designations on these parcels. The map on your screen gives you a general idea of what we're trying to do here. The top map is what is existing with the striped area, including everything within the Reno-Stead Corridor Joint Plan, and the bottom map shows you what we are proposing. I would like to note here that we are not changing anybody's zoning. Staff did a robust analysis to apply a master plan designation to each parcel to match the existing zoning and development on site. I think now is an appropriate time to pause and quickly discuss the difference between a master plan and zoning. So a master plan tells you what the zoning that you can have on your site, and zoning tells you what you can build and how you can build it. None of that will change with this request. This request will not change anyone's zoning, and it will not change anyone's ability to develop on their property, and there will be no new development with this request. For this case, we sent out a courtesy notice and a legal notice. Our courtesy notice was sent out in January to encourage recipients to participate in the neighborhood meetings we hosted. These notices were sent out to everyone within the Reno-Stead corridor boundary, as well as everyone within 750 feet of the boundary. We held a neighborhood meeting at O'Brien Middle School on February 6th, where 7 people attended. We also attended the Ward 4 neighborhood meeting on February 16th. A separate web page was also created with detailed information and interactive maps. So when we'd send out these postcards, it had a link to this web page. They could type in their address and it would tell them how they were affected, if at all. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that this will not change anyone's zoning, nor will it impact anyone's ability to develop on their property. It is simply replacing a plan that no longer exists with current master plan designations to ensure each parcel has a clear path for future growth and development. On your screen are the master plan amendment findings that Planning Commission can make. Planning Commission recommended approval of the master plan amendment with 6 in favor and 1 absent. On your screen is the recommended motion, and I am available for questions.
Okay, do my colleagues have any questions at this time? Ms. Breckus, the floor is yours.
Yeah, and I'm going to apologize if I get very technical. I don't show authorship on this, but I worked on this plan back when in '98, so I'm very familiar with the technique and how it worked out. But I do have a specific question about the more or less default master plan and corresponding zoning for a certain area of tremendous sensitivity. And if you could bring up the map, the case maps attached to item C7, I would appreciate it.
Let's pause for a second, Ms. Breckus, so we make sure that we get you to where you want to be and not using your time. What are the case maps attached in the presentation?
Yeah, they're on item C7 case maps. Maybe you have a hard copy in your,
They're on
bring the
they're in
file?
the staff report, but
Okay, you brought your file.
I
you
don't
might have-
see them on the staff report, so let's just make sure that we're in
Exhibit
the
C
right-
case maps.
they are attached to the staff report. I just didn't bring all of the exhibits. Case maps, exhibit.
It's C7, it's one of the attachments.
Oh, I need to get the C7, sorry. I see it. Exhibit C, case maps, and you're pulling it up now. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for humoring us. Yep. Okay, Ms. Breckus, I think we're on the same page now.
Okay, so this is the first of the maps, and could you guys scroll it up a little bit so we don't need to see the legend? And it's perfectly fine if it's oriented the other way, up, up, up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so if you see where the little arrow comes from, basically Peavine, and says subject site, you know, the cursor there?
Yes.
Okay, so it's delineating that the areas in yellow. Sorry about that. I was home and I turned my. Okay, so C7. So yellow is subject area, correct? Those are the
Correct.
lands impacted.
Correct.
And coincidentally, my questions, inquiry, and desire for information is related to basically the area where the subject site shows, and everything on that side, the black ribbon side of that. The black ribbon side is what I know to be the railroad right-of-way. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move up to the next map. If you guys could advance to the next, there'd be one map and then another one, okay? Yeah, the third, yeah, the third one then, yeah. Okay, so we're showing, for some of that area, it's showing, that's great. Some of it looks like it's zoned LLR,
Correct.
and is that the new zoning that it'll have?
No zoning is changing, so that is what it is currently zoned.
And then what about the area that doesn't show any zoning? What's that gonna be?
That is United States Forest Service land. And so that will remain as such. There is no zoning attached to it, and we are not assigning a zoning to it.
Every piece of land in the city of Reno is zoned.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
And that particular property actually might be county. I believe it is city though, and it does not have a zoning, and we are not applying a zoning as part of this process to that land.
What if someone came in and said, I own this land, I wanna know what it's zoned? You have to have you have a way in the
Yes.
in the code
Yes.
to determine what that
We
zoning
do.
would be.
And
What would you find
it would
to
be? I believe it would be UT 40.
Okay, what about the land then where the subject site arrow is? All the red, all the gray, what's that zoned?
Yes, so this came forward through zoning map amendment, and so, like I said, none of this map is existing, and nothing on this map is changing with this request. That came forward with the Peavine Employment Center zoning map amendment. That zoning is existing, so that's not part of this process. The master plan that was assigned to this site is just matching what has either already been entitled or is already zoned.
So all that gray, all that green, all that red is what the Peavine employment people have to deal with?
Correct.
Okay, and then what about the UT 40 to the south?
That is also existing as UT 40. And
Okay, then let's advance one more time to the next map. Please, thank you.
Ms. Burkus, I'm going to just continue with you as the as speaker because I think it's important, and your knowledge is obviously very in-depth.
Now, what's this? This is the master plan land use?
As it stands today, this is special planning area, which is the Reno Stead Corridor Joint Plan. So if you were to go onto our maps, this is what you would see.
And then, is this how it's going to be then?
No, this is what's existing.
And then how is it going to be? Is that on the next map?
Yes.
And what does the next map show it as? SMU?
Is that the same thing?
Nope, so they will all be different depending on what the zoning is. So this is the robust analysis that staff did to make sure we matched that master plan with the zoning so that we didn't have to change anyone's zoning or development capabilities.
Okay, so everything on the other side, I see some
Not exactly,
I see
but it's
some
close.
SMU, I see some
It's basically
PQP
it.
and
It's at a different
LLR.
scale.
But it looks like it's still going to be zone SPA.
No.
Or master plans, SPA. That's what the final map shows it as SPA, master plan.
No, if we could go then the next map. So if it is SPA, this is the proposed master plan. So this is a side-by-side. On the bottom is existing compared to proposed.
Okay, so the proposed will be all that I.
Correct.
All that SMU, and then LL.
Correct.
And the green is the
UT.
UT. Okay. And then what is covered by the Peavine employment again?
The ISMU and PGOS in that red outline, kind of on the bottom right, is the Peavine employment And so that was existing entitlements.
SMU, PQP or PQ?
No, PGOS, Parks, Greenways, and Open Space.
Oh, the Peavine employment crossed the freeway?
It does have some PGOS in it. It was built in as part of those natural features slopes to protect some of that. So if you do look in the ISMU, there's some green built into that to help preserve some of those
So the
features.
Peavine employment crossed the freeway?
No.
Because that's, oh, okay.
No,
It's
that's
the
it.
green
Sorry.
that wraps
The
around.
one that says PGOS is a different site. But
Okay.
you can see that that identifies the green, which is within the PGO.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I guess, with that, I can be satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues at this time? Ms. Breckus, can I come to you for a motion?
No, I won't make a motion. It's not my ward.
Okay. Ms. Ebert, it's no problem. Let me see if I can, nope, that's okay. I'll move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and adopt the resolution subject to conformance reviewed by the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion that I've made, a second by Ms. Dewar. Any additional comments or questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, I want to make sure too that I identified that we had open public comment. You said there was none. I should have also told you that I would close public comment, and I have done so. I'll look to Mr. Hall. Did we catch everything that you needed on both items as we opened? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate the presentations. And we'll move on now to Charlie 8. Charlie 8. Okay, let's get everyone resituated for C8. One second. Okay, Ms. Litz, welcome, and thank you so much for your patience today. I know it's been an incredibly long day, and we've taken a lot of things out of order today, and you'll just have to indulge us. We don't normally do that, and so I apologize very much to you for that. But this is a very important topic, and so the floor is now yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Oh, yes.
Let me observe some formalities because the clerk will not let me get away from that. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item C8. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given, any correspondence received?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. Additionally, we have no public comment registered in the audience.
Okay, so I'll both open public comment and close public comment in one fell swoop and ask if my colleagues have any disclosures that need to be made. Okay, having done that, Ms. Litz, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council members, and City Manager Thornley. Jana Litz, Management Analyst, for the record. Today, we are presenting the annual action plan for the use of grant funds for the 23-24 program year. This is one of two public hearings that is required each year by the Department of Housing and Urban Development for entitlement jurisdictions. Each year, the city receives an entitlement allocation from HUD. As you can see on the slide, the city's award this year is approximately $3.8 million between the three different grants. This is a great timeline that shows how comprehensive the allocation process is. It starts about a year in advance in the fall with the CDBG subcommittee and the Washoe County Home Consortium. Once projects are vetted through those bodies, they are included in the annual action plan, which is brought forward for approval by council. However, the final recommendation for home projects comes from the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board. The Community Development Block Grant is used primarily to assist families at or below 80% of area median income. As you can see from the examples on this slide, CDBG can be used for a variety of activities to assist these low to moderate income households. This year's proposed projects came from the CDBG subcommittee process I spoke about a few slides back. 20% of the award is used for grant administration, and the project recommendations are listed under uses. I'd like to point out a couple of exciting projects. There's been 30% of the award reserved for workforce housing initiatives, and the Miguel Rivera Park is going to have a complete renovation of the small and large playgrounds. We're super grateful to the CDBG subcommittee for their work in making these recommendations this year. Home funds are used for housing-related activities. The Washoe County Home Consortium primarily chooses to use home funds for new affordable rental housing or rehabilitation. The Washoe County Home Consortium process begins with meetings and recommendations by the Technical Review Committee, the managers and directors of the 3 jurisdictions, and finally ratification by the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board. This year's home revenue totals about $2.8 million, which is quite a lot. 10% will be used for grant administration, and the projects listed under uses will equate to 652 affordable units at 60% or below area median income, with 32 of those being more deeply subsidized at 50%, 40%, and 30% area median income. The Emergency Solutions Grant is our 3rd federal award that we receive. It is designed to serve the lowest income populations. Examples are those that are homeless or at risk of homelessness. The draft annual action plan includes about $181,000 in ESG to be used for rental and deposit assistance, serving those that make 30% and below area median income. This is a small but vital allocation as it serves a very vulnerable population. This fiscal year to date, with ESG, we've assisted 83 households. However, with the rental and deposit assistance program as a whole, we've been able to help over 1,200 households if you factor in all funding sources. And as you may recall, last year, Housing and Neighborhood Development Division completed a strategic plan that includes 4 goals, which all of the annual action plan projects align with. The goals are to increase affordable housing stock, increase residents' access to housing stability, invest in low to moderate income neighborhoods, and to keep and improve affordable housing units. Each of these goals is in direct alignment with city and regional goals as well. Here is staff's recommendation, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, Ms. Litz, wow. Incredible presentation, truly because of the subject matter too. I mean, thank you for helping us to understand how all this complicated and interlayered funding happens and where the sources come from. I suppose my question for you is really just a theoretical and philosophical one. Your department is doing incredible work. What do you need from us to keep doing that work? How can we help your division do the work it's doing? I mean, we've added some things to it recently. I think neighborhood cleanups have come under it. You've got just a great team. You've been able to, I think, grow internally together as a team by going to conferences and learning. But what can we do to empower or assist your division with the good work that you do?
I think that I should defer to Monica Cochran, the manager of Housing and Neighborhood Development.
I appreciate that. And I know
Okay.
Ms. Cochran is very quick often to give all praise and honor to you all, because I know that you all are very collaborative in your approach. So I'd love to hear from Ms. Cochran too. But I just want to make sure you understand that we value your input. We see the work that you're doing. The council knows how complex it is. We get to sometimes take a lot of credit for your work, and we see, quite frankly, lives being changed. But I want you to know we see you, is ultimately my point. And so happy to have either one of you answer that question, but keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, well, I will give it a start, and then if Monica wants to add anything, I think one of the most important things about our division is that our bandwidth has been able to expand with the addition of more staff members. However, I think we still need more staff members so that we can continue to expand. And our problem is that we are almost entirely grant funded, so we can only take those grant funds so much to fund a certain number of staff members.
That makes sense.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Ms. Cochran, did you want to add to that?
Monica Cochran for the record, Housing Neighborhood Development Manager. I think Jana, Ms. Litz said kind of exactly what I would have said in a different manner, but I would also like to thank the council for the support over the last couple of years as we grow and take on new challenges. And my ask would just be that support continue.
Well, and I think that you and I have had this conversation before, and it's sort of an outgrowth of a ongoing series of, I'll call it leadership changes, and that is that you got to identify where you want to go. Don't just get there by happenstance or circumstance or by the winds of fate, right? Chart your own path. And I think you've been very good about that in your department, leading that charge. So we'll do what we can. And obviously we are somewhat confined this year to our budget being what it is, but we're trying our best. So thank you for that. I appreciate
Thank you,
the
and
input.
I appreciate that statement. And I think one of the things we all learned when we were in Columbus together was the intentionality. And
intentionality.
And I think that is really what's been driving us over the last year since we went to Columbus, and really putting that effort into making sure that we're being intentional with our actions.
Well, I see it. So thank you for reminding me of that. Let me go to the body and see if there are any questions. Anybody has any questions at this time? Oh, Ms. Breckus, the floor is yours.
Yeah, could you put on the CDBG part? And I know it's been unusual times, not necessarily in a bad way because of the great, investment that was done during the two tranches of, pandemic relief, and then the Inflation Reduction Act brought you additional resources. But under this one, it seems like hours ago, it was 10 hours ago, I started my morning at Echo Loader, which is the Yori neighborhood, with their parent-teacher association, which it's been maybe 4 years since I've been and sat with them, and they have a whole new group, new parents and new principal and all. And as it does up there, a lot of the issues haven't changed. And it was good to know that they will have flashing beacons. I was not so sure that was a possibility when they talked to me today about it, because the intersection of Yori and Apple are two local roads. Do you know where exactly those flashing beacons will go?
I do not have that map with me currently.
Or is it over on Plum?
Well, we've got one going in for Echo Loader, one for Vaughn Middle School, and a third one with those three.
Yeah, okay. Well, if I could get the map and see where that is.
Yes.
And then, another thing that came up was ADA sidewalk right there in front of the Yori Park. Is that where this ADA sidewalk is going to go, right in front of the park?
Yeah, so there are several different areas, and again, I don't have that map with me.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Okay. I would like to, because I have a task list from that meeting, and they have a task list too, so that's helpful. And I know that you said we're putting in workforce housing for 30%. Is there flexibility on that? Because I have seen that we really held back some CDBG for housing, but then at the same time, we got all the housing resources. What's the concept with that 30%? Because the other thing they brought up, and I thought we had addressed it some time ago, was the water feature there is not working, and they're very troubled by it. We put in the fencing on either side, and this has been a very challenging park for many years. I remember when it was built, it was not an ideal prototype of a park property. So I think because of that, it has struggled with some of the issues, and it's just a long lot with a trailer park on either side. Usually our parks are on corners and have sidewalks, and neighborhoods around, are isolated on a block, not with adjacent neighborhoods. So what about adjacent properties. What's that workforce housing for? And is there any flexibility to redo that water feature over there?
So the workforce housing is still in the planning stages. It's not associated with a certain location yet. And the 30% is actually the amount of the grant that's going to be taken to commit to workforce housing.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. But, we have all this other housing money that has come through, a lot of it, and this money can be used in the eligible neighborhoods for park projects, whereas the housing money cannot. So did you have a layered subsidy plug for this 30% that you thought it was going to take us to a place that?
Yes, good question. So the 30% of the grant that we would like to use for workforce housing initiatives actually takes us into a different income bracket than is usually able to be used for. The current sources of funding have a lot of limits on them, like 60% area median income.
Yeah.
CDBG, we can go up to 80%.
Yeah.
So we can serve that, 60 to 80% with the CDBG funding.
Is it going to be layered though through the QAP process? Is that what were we going to bring it into a tax credit deal? What were we going to do with that?
I'm going to defer to Monica for that.
At this, Monica Cochran for the record, at this stage, we haven't developed the plan of how we're actually going to utilize those funds. That's what we're going to do between now and next fall with a whole process. There's so many other processes that are going on currently with the university, with revitalization, with redevelopment, that we want to make sure that we align all priorities and make sure we focus in the right areas. As you'll remember, in the CDBG subcommittee meeting last fall, the committee requested like a public process to determine how we are going to utilize these funds. So we don't have an exact project yet.
Okay.
And it wouldn't go through the QAP process because it's a different income group. This is the 60 to 80%, and typically there are no funds to subsidize this missing middle, and that was the point on investing in that lane.
Okay. Well, here's my point is, I just heard the other night that we're doing Summit Ridge, and the Yory Grove is obviously very eligible. They want the water feature done, and it's not just to have a water feature, it's to make sure that good people can go to that park instead of all the bad people at that park, because there's a lot of bad people who populate that park, and it chases out the good people. And even just having water spray around will bother the bad people. And I have no qualms making these public statements because it's pretty widely known. But we need to find a path to get that. And, I really support how we've been using our federal funds. When I came on early, the audit after audit after audit was, you're on HUD's bad list, you're on HUD's bad list, you're not spending, you're not spending, you're not spending. If this gets a little long in the tooth, and, we got an annual appropriation and you're sitting on this money even 1 year, I would like discussion. If I'm still looking to see the Yory Splash Park done, I would like to see this kind of rethought out and then take it to next year if you're moving a little bit slower on that. So I just want to let that know I did support that 30%, but I am also looking for funds for the Yory Grove Park right now. I don't know how we get there. Mr. Manager, Mr. Park Liaison, I know a lot of Park District money has gone off on the red zone, and this is right there. And I want to find a way to get that splash park there. Thank you.
Well, thanks for your advocacy on that, Councilmember Breckus. I think Councilmember Martinez and I would both be happy to come alongside and try to find solutions to get their important community resource. So thank you for that. Any additional questions from the body at this time? Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, I do just want to highlight that park. I appreciate you bringing attention to it. I do remember walking with my cousins as we lived a couple of mobile parks down the street from there, and I appreciate you doing some of the work on Yory to increase pedestrian safety in there. And yeah, the splash park was working when I used to use it back in the day. I wasn't aware that it wasn't functioning now, but I know it was a huge component to the fun that we used to have as kids using that space. So regardless of where it was, I know for me and my family, it was a great space to have so close to home.
Thank you for those comments. Any additional comments at this time? Okay, I'll ask for a motion. I can't remember. CDBG has been so changed. I'm not sure who's.
Almost everybody.
Perfect. Councilmember Dewar, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll just make a motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar.
Yep.
Second.
Second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, Ms. Cochran and Ms. Litz. Okay, Madam Clerk, am I correct that we're on to the G items? G is in good.
Sorry, Vice Mayor Reese. Yes, we are moving on to item G1, which is an appointment to the Building Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee.
Okay, this is for up to 4 individuals to the Building Enterprise Fund. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
We have no public comment registered. Additionally, we have not received any correspondence.
Okay, any questions from the council? Okay, may I have a motion, Councilmember Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to reappoint Teresa DiLoretto, Andy Durling, Shirley Fulkins Roberts, and Brian Moon to the BFAT committee, please.
Okay, and to be clear, is only one of those a reappointment, Ms. DiLoretto?
Yes, Ms. DiLoretto is a reappointment.
Okay, so it's Ms. DiLoretto, Mr. Durling, Ms. Fulkin Roberts, and Mr. Moon.
Correct.
Okay, can I get a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Taylor, a second by Councilmember Martinez. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item H1, which is City Council comments.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus, any comments at this time under H1? Ms. Dewar, any comments?
Yes, I want to reiterate the invite for tomorrow night. It is the Historical Resources Awards. They're in their 30th year. So we're putting on a special celebration if you can make it. And I want to make sure that the whole city knew they were invited and all departments that are interested. It's going to be pretty special. We're going to have some good things to eat and drink and celebrate 19 people, I think, on projects, buildings, such as the Jessie, such as Louis Bass Corner.
And
such
what as, time are you inviting all this merriment
Yes,
to happen?
thank you. So the event starts at 5:30. There's a tour of the Chisholm House starting at 4:30. So if you want to come early, get a tour, do that. And if you want to join for the awards, that's at 5:30. And we've already had a tremendous turnout of RSVPs, so yay.
And it's
But-
being held at the Elm Estate.
Elm Estate, thank you. I'm getting tired. Elm Estate, and so lots of people are interested in seeing that and experiencing that venue, so please come.
Yeah, gorgeous. Thanks for the invite. I hope to be there. Councilmember Martinez, anything from you at this time?
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd just like to invite anybody on council or anybody in the community to attend our biggest little spring cleaning this Saturday, May 13th, starting at 9 until the bins get full at Trainer Middle School, which is located at 1700 Carville Drive. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll tell you that we had the first of them last weekend in Ward 5.
How'd it go?
It was fantastic. Hand has taken over the running of it and has expanded really the opportunities for people to be able to bring household items that they might not have otherwise been able to bring, like batteries.
E-waste and hazard
e-waste, hazardous waste. It's paint. We saw a lot of refrigerators. Older TVs are not accepted, but newer TVs are. So nothing from like 1990 and older, but things newer, yes. But super awesome and well run. You're going to be impressed. Thanks for that invite, Councilmember Martinez.
Do you have any idea how many people showed up?
Oh my goodness, it was in the hundreds for sure. We
Yeah.
had a line, and I will say that the location choice helps, right? Because the parking lot, if it's big, it allows the flow of traffic to get in there. The one thing that people ought not bring, if anyone's paying attention, is yard waste. They're not looking for green waste at this time. So we wouldn't turn it away, but they're not looking for it. Councilmember Ebert.
I just want to remind everybody about the Older Americans Month going on, the different events, and the art exhibit that's at the McKinley Arts and Culture Center. So please stop by. There's a lot of incredible artwork there.
Okay, Councilmember Taylor, anything at this time?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, and I don't have anything either, so that'll close out the H items. I don't think we have anything other than, I'll come to you, Madam Clerk, for item J.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We don't have any closing public comment registered. However, for the record, I would like to state that we did receive several letters of correspondence either after 4 p.m. yesterday or for unassociated items. 3 letters of opposition and 1 letter of concerns. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and will be a part of the permanent record. And finally, we have 2 voicemails we'll play now.
Yeah, I have a message for the Reno City Council regarding the new chief police. I've sent letters and numerous phone calls to for her to respond to what she's going to do about these high-speed fatalities, these drunk drivers, and 95% of them are from the mug shots are showing on the local news are Guatemalans, Hispanics, Latinos, whatever, Mexicans, and they're driving without insurance, no licenses. They're driving way over the speed limit. The fatality that just happened here the other night on El Rancho Drive, 100 miles an hour, they quoted, and killed 1 person, injured others. And this is going on a regular basis, almost a daily basis, where these high-speed crashes and fatalities are taking place now. And we can't even get the new chief of police to respond to my letters or phone calls. And we've had several near misses ourselves recently in the last month with these type of drivers racing with each other on Robb Drive and Mayan Drive and even Audi Boulevard. And nobody's paying attention. And the mayor doesn't respond. I don't know where she's hiding. She doesn't respond. The chief doesn't respond. The police chief probably is worried about her salary and her pension and double dipping, from her prior job. And I don't know what her issue is, but she doesn't seem to care about the issues. She's got a big smile and smiling her big makeup on and smile when she first came on the scene. And then she's not approachable. She doesn't respond. She doesn't give a damn, as far as I'm concerned. And others I've talked to, it's the same old routine. Just get a job, get in a city position, and ignore the issues. Anyway, the new chief of Reno PD needs to be removed and get somebody in there that will do the job. The fatality rate is going through the roof. We've got numerous pedestrians getting killed, people driving without insurance. They're on marijuana, which is an illegal drug. It's a mind-altering drug. It's a dangerous drug. And people driving without insurance, no licenses, driving excessive speed. No wonder you got so many fatalities and people getting killed.
You want me to
It behooves who's ever responding to this phone call for their safety also that to deal with this problem, because everybody's at risk of getting run over and killed by these people. And
she wears makeup.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Rippey. My phone number is 775-527-5615. I am a resident of downtown Reno. I live off of Keystone, down 2nd Street where it turns into Dickerson. I live at Upstream Townhomes. My son is a student at Reno High School, and so we commute to and from the high school daily. I had a question or a concern about the street that's now closed is our main way to get to the school safely. And it's been closed. I don't know the name of the street, but it's the under the bridge that's the overpass to also get to the high school. Under there, it's been fenced off for a while, but now the whole road is closed. And I just wanted to know if that is temporary or permanent. I have concerns about it being permanent as a resident, because that is a safe way for me to drive him to school, as we're not in the midst of a lot of student and teacher driving in the morning time, as well as, had a question about it because it's been closed for a few days now. It was closed a few days last week, as well as the gates on the exit to that parking lot under the bridge have been fenced off for some time now. We walk under there a lot, and when I park under there and try to get out, it is very dangerous because you cannot see oncoming traffic. When you're pulling out from underneath that bridge. I don't know if that has anything to do with the whole road being fenced off, but it's not a problem to see when you can exit the parking lot at the designated area. You can see completely clearly for people coming. I would love to know if there's any other solution, because that's the main way we go to school, and it's really problematic the other way to go over the bridge or the overpass to the high school. And so if there's anything that can be done or that I could do right in, have other parents that take that same route right in. I know numbers make a difference, not just a single complaint or concern. That would be wonderful. Again, I'm Jennifer Rippey, 775-527-5615. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Martinez. Any discussion at this item? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We are adjourned.
Wow.